Good evening, fuckers. We are back, the terrible trio, except it's not quite the original trio. The more observant of you may have noticed, no, Jim has not had extensive plastic surgery. We have been joined by Carwyn from the Carwyn TV YouTube channel. Good evening.
Good evening. Nice to be here. It looks very much like mine.
Yeah, it does have a very sort of like familiar look to it, doesn't it? Now, for the few of you who don't know, the Carwyn TV channel, well, yeah, it's a YouTube channel. If you are a Doctor Who fan, it's a must see. Absolutely well worth checking out. Although the last 4 or 5 videos have sort of like really dipped in quality somewhat. I'll leave you to figure out why. Anyway,
according to my son Lemmy showed up.
I mean that would be a highlight, yeah. Yeah, the reality is nowhere near that good. So we are here to try and, well, I say try and answer the question, what the fuck happened to Star Wars? I suspect the end result is going to be we are here to just relentlessly bash 6 films that were absolute shit piles. But at least we get, well, in my case, 2 decent films to start off with. I suspect I'm very much in the minority when it comes to the third of those. Well, I thought I might get a reaction out of it.
It's got the third one is it's a different film. It's a different film to the others.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
the first 3 are very different to each other anyway, but the third one is different to the other 2. Do you know what I mean? There's no it's the other movies are about trying to defeat the Empire and going forward. And the third one is really about getting together.
Yeah, when you consider that the third film is supposed to, you know, be like the great climactic battle between the rebellion and the Empire, and then the Empire aren't even in it for half the film. Yeah, for me that's that's not a good move. That
it's kind of about because the third one's kind of about putting the band back together and reuniting with friends and loved ones, and that's what it does throughout the film. That's the general theme throughout the film.
Yeah, there's far more sentimentality in that one than there are in the first 2 combined, I think. And yeah, I'm not a fan of it. You've been keeping very quiet there, Chris, throughout this.
I didn't want to interrupt. Well, I'll talk about Return of the Jedi when we get to that, because I find it to be a film of very different halves. I don't mean like halfway through the film changes. I mean you've got
bits either side.
You've got bits either side. So it is a lot of going backwards and forwards, and some of it's really good and some of it's really stupid. So I'll cover that when we get there.
The Muppets show up.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll have plenty of opportunities to tear into that fucking thing. Fairly soon. So. We start at 1977. Along comes this film, Star Wars, and it's just seemed like it was unlike any science fiction film that had been made up until that point. Though I do stress it was unlike any science fiction film. There isn't actually an awful lot if you look at the storyline that's particularly original about it. But it, for me anyway, it totally transformed science fiction cinema. It was no longer, for one thing, no longer like a niche genre. It was now thrust very much into the mainstream, I think.
Well, I mean, considering if you look at the science fiction movies around it, either side of it, you can see how it did change it. Because if you look before it, you got things like Logan's Run.
Great film.
It's a great film, but it's a film, and it's different. It's somebody looking at the science fiction material and going, right then, we follow this analytically, and it's very much it as they shoot it. it's pretty cut and dry. And then you get to Star Wars, and Star Wars is just a roller coaster. Star Wars is just like, we're gonna do this. We're gonna fire all these guns, and we're gonna shoot things, and things are gonna blow up, and people are gonna die, and we're gonna call them stormtroopers, so it doesn't matter because they're all wearing helmets. So we can kill as many as we want to.
Yeah, they're all faceless. Yes. Now there was a video that I did with Chris. I was going to say fairly recently, actually. I think it was a little while ago now. It was around the start of the year.
Yeah.
On the Main Meister channel, where we were naming our 10 favourite films. And a certain somebody did choose Star Wars.
It was in my top 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a classic film. I mean, I was talking about this with my mate Jeff the other day, and I was saying that we was making this video. And we were talking about it, and basically what Star Wars is George Lucas making a film for himself with all his favourite bits of other films in. So you've got the bits from the war films and the dogfights with the Death Star attack. You've got the stuff from the Shogun and the Seventh Samurai with all the the lightsaber stuff and that. You've got the princess and her rescuers. It's an amalgamation of every fairy tale you've ever heard. Chuck a bit of Star Trek into it, so you've got planets and space and what have you, and there is Star Wars. And the thing about Star Wars, and I think you said this, Chris, in the video we did with Alan, the thing with Star Wars, if they hadn't made any other films, it's a perfectly good standalone story. Yeah, it's borrowed from fucking everywhere. There's literally 100 stories in one there, but it was a perfect film. It didn't need any sequels. It didn't need a continuation or anything like that.
Well, they didn't know they were going to have one.
No, they didn't.
Let's be honest here, Chris. I think what you're tapping onto there is the fact that with Star Wars, it was a disposable movie anyway. Because when they made it, they didn't know it was going to be a success. They I mean, Star Wars was. I mean, the production at Elstree had no clue. They thought these people were hamming it up. They didn't have a clue when they were making the film that it was going to be Star Wars. They just thought it was going to be, Star Wars. What a silly name. And so it was a disposable movie. It was literally disposable. So they didn't care what George Lucas was going to do. Because he didn't have any, there was no weight on it. There was no expectations. There was nothing. It was literally, he can do whatever the hell he likes. We don't care. It's kind of like the first Matrix movie. There was no pressure for anybody, so they could just do whatever they wanted to make the first Matrix movie, and then the pressure was on to make the second one.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's exactly. And I think the same thing with Star Wars. I think it's the same. I mean, when people have applied pressure, that's when things have gone wrong. Because you look and as an example here, when they made Star Wars. It put pressure on the studio to make Star Trek. But the studio was trying to make Star Trek to be sort of like, we're going to make this big and serious, and the pressure was on them to make Star Trek, and they ballsed it up. Then the pressure was off, so they were like, Nick Mayer can come in and make Star Trek 2. Because they didn't care, because they've already ballsed up the Star Trek the motion picture. This guy's got to come in and sort it out, and then he makes Wrath of Khan. And then you're like, well, and this is what's happening, and this happens all the time. You got these disposable movies that nobody gives a shit about, and only the person directing has got the proper understanding of how this film is supposed to flow. I mean, you try explaining the concept of Scott Pilgrim versus the world to somebody. Try explaining that. Only the director knew what the hell that thing looked like. Like nobody else did. And it's the same with Star Wars, exactly the same thing. You're right, he was cherry picking what his favourite bits, but at the same time, he was also putting it down on film. I mean, like even people like Carrie Fisher didn't know. Mark Hamill didn't know. I mean, it was just all these people in weird costumes. A guy dressed like a bear. It was what the hell is this?
Yeah.
If you'd never seen Star Wars and you tried explaining Star Wars, somebody would be going, have you taken drugs?
Yeah.
Yes, I have. It's still good, though.
Yeah, I mean, that is, it's always going to come out of this bottom line. As fucked up as it is, especially like you say, trying to explain the storyline to somebody who's never seen or heard of it before, it did fucking work. I mean, its popularity wasn't some accident or something. It somehow managed to get it all right.
No, it starts off. It's very much it's very much following the fairy tale hero's journey. It literally starts off with "Once upon a time." It's long ago and actually far, far away. It's exactly once upon a time. It has the hero's journey. It has the whole the longing to be somewhere else. It has this whole thing of we start off with the standard day-to-day life of this person. The mundane life. Okay, it's Tatooine, so he's in a desert, and it's but it's for him. This is normal.
Yeah.
And it starts off that way, and then it all gets flipped on his head, and then he fails. He can't do it, and then he overcomes that, and then he goes on to something bigger, and he can't do it, and then he overcomes that, and then he progresses along all the way along until he gets to the end where he can't do it, and then he wins, and it's a perfect the whole end of the film. Okay, it takes some help to get there. But that's the whole point. That's the whole point of the film. That's the whole story. It's not that these people were sort of like, oh, yeah, we're all buds and we're all going to go to and defeat the Empire. It wasn't that at all. Han Solo didn't want to be there.
That's it. Yeah, he didn't want to know. That's right.
He was there for the money, and that was it. You had the princess. She didn't want to be there. It was just the ship was captured. She definitely didn't want to be incarcerated and tortured by her old man. That's a lot of things she wanted. But
that's ruined the spoiler for the next bit we talk about, isn't it?
Oh.
Well, he's not going to get a Father's Day card, is he? I mean,
well, since we're mentioning him, I mean, Darth Vader became pretty much the de facto villain.
he's very much.
Was
very
it
much,
deserved?
Yes,
well, this guy, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is and it isn't. I've always said the same thing with Darth Vader. I always have. All right, Darth Vader, to a normal person observing the film, is this really big, mean guy. To a Star Wars fan, he is this indestructible force of evil. And they're two very different opinions. Now, I very much take the George Lucas opinion on Darth Vader. And that is, he used to be very, very dangerous. Now he's a bitter, twisted old man that needs backup.
Especially in this one.
Yeah.
There's an awful lot of stuff that, he doesn't actually do it. It's everybody else around him that's doing it.
He never does. He only ever shows up with backup, with soldiers. He only ever does. If he's not in a place where he feels secure, you can better believe he's taken in the army with him. He doesn't do it by himself.
Mm.
He's really this bitter, twisted old man. What's left of him is bits of robot. He's this asthmatic arsewipe.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, like with Darth Vader was always this one character. He was Jaws from Bond. He was the big guy that didn't say a lot but done a lot of damage.
Yeah, the big henchman.
Yeah, that was his purpose. The thing that made Darth Vader dangerous was the fact that he was surrounded by his lackeys. He was always flagged by his people. But where the big difference was, and I think this is where I think he was brilliant, actually, is that in all the times where you have always seen, again with Jaws in Bond, you never actually saw him kill somebody. But with Vader, you did.
Yeah.
And that's a massive difference. Again, I would argue that Jaws is probably the best henchman. He's probably the best henchman. It's either sort of Odd Job has got to be in the mix there, but I think Jaws was sort of like a really good henchman because he was big, he was looming, you could punch him, you could do stuff to him, but you couldn't really stop him.
I'd certainly agree with that as far as The Spy Who Loved Me. Unfortunately, when it came to Moonraker, he was almost like a pantomime, wasn't he, by then?
Yeah. It went because he became a favourite, right? But a similar sort of thing happened to Vader. Vader kind of lost his nuts. I mean, it took up until let's be honest here. When we're talking about Vader, we're talking about not just this character now, but what they made him in '97 to '99, and then through the 2000s.
Yeah.
I don't like sand.
Yeah. What infuriates me is when you get a lot of fans, and you see it especially in a lot of fan fiction, that take a lot of that aspect of him and try and fit it into areas where it just doesn't belong.
The thing is, the whole point of Vader is that he's a big, nasty coward. That's the whole point. He's this big, menacing bully, but he's also this twisted coward. You know, he's a big, nasty guy. He's covered in armor. He's got this big sword that'll cut anything in half. But real strength, he don't need that.
So is it... Oh, go on.
No, carry on.
I was going to say, was his popularity then purely down to the costume? Because it certainly gave him presence.
It did, but
it's not
only the costume. It is the fact that you do get to see him kill people. Like he literally, when he does this in the first part where he starts choking the guy at the desk.
Yeah.
It's like, right, okay. So we know this guy's got capability. This guy's a little bit more than just big nasty guy. He's got this ability that he can do. But then in the opening scene when you first see Vader, he literally picks the guy up by his neck and crushes his neck.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. You don't see, and again, this is why I made the reference to Jaws, because anytime you saw Jaws biting somebody, you always had a close up on his teeth.
And then cuts away.
Cut away.
Yeah.
You never saw it. And with these, this is why Dracula worked, because you saw it. When Dracula bit somebody's neck, when Christopher Lee came in as Dracula, first of all, he cut a great figure because he had this great cloak, but he cut a great silhouette. Even Bela Lugosi, he cut a great silhouette. But when he comes in and he bit somebody, you saw the teeth going in. You know what I mean? And you saw the person dying. That's what, because Vader was this other person that would look a person in the eye and kill them. Right?
Yeah.
He was a bastard through and through. He didn't care. He didn't give a shit. He was just like, I'm doing this. I'm going this way, and nobody's going to stop me. And if you try to stop me, I got back up.
He certainly started that way, yeah.
Yeah. And because even towards the end of the film, you know, when he's doing the trench run, he's got backup. He's got his wingman. He's literally flanked all the time. Even throughout, like, not just throughout the film, but even when he's in on the Death Star. When he's on the Death Star, the only time he ever faces anyone on the Death Star is Obi-Wan Kenobi, and he's a knackered old man. You've got a knackered old man fighting a knackered machine.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure that's the only scene on the Death Star, or pretty much the only scene on the Death Star, where he isn't just standing beside Tarkin.
Yeah.
So again, yeah, he's the lackey, Tarkin's lackey. Which
I mean, you're talking about. To put it into terms that people can understand, Anakin Skywalker, Darth Vader, has never, ever, 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 ever beaten anyone of consequence. Not ever. Not in any fight.
No, because he didn't even beat Obi-Wan, did he? Obi-Wan decided, right, I've had enough. I'm going into the Force.
Yeah. And he didn't, like, you think about it, right? He beat Count Dooku, or what you mean, the 109-year-old pensioner.
And he didn't even do that single-handedly, did he?
Do you mean that 109-year-old tacked-on character?
Yeah, but, I mean, like, so what? This 22-year-old guy beat up a pensioner.
Yeah.
I don't want to call that a win.
It's like kicking a puppy.
Yeah.
Well, what do you do, like? I'm not saying Dooku weren't a badass, but he was old. Like, we can't skirt this issue. And the last time they met, he cut his bloody hand off.
Yeah.
And Anakin Skywalker, Darth Vader, is the only person / character in human history to lose more limbs than he has.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he ends up losing 3 arms, doesn't he? Yeah, that's quite a record.
3 arms and 2 legs.
How can you possibly have a worse record than the Black Knight from Monty Python and the Holy Grail?
I must admit that is that's one aspect I hadn't actually thought of. It doesn't sort of paint you in a very good light, really, does it?
No.
I'm going to change my backdrop in a minute. I'm going to put Luke on there.
I mean, seriously, right? Let's look at all the fights that he has gone through. The only time he ever looked like a badass was in Rogue One, and he was in a corridor with a bunch of waiters.
Oh, what about the... Oh, okay, we can mention it now, but what about the lightsaber fight in Empire Strikes Back? I mean, okay...
When he's fighting an untrained person.
Well, yeah. See, I mean, he looked like a badass, but yeah, he didn't beat somebody who... You know, they weren't they weren't a Jedi. You know, he'd started the training and then buggered off halfway through it.
He beat the white belt.
Yeah.
He beat the white belt. The white belt still got a good shot in as well, and he took his own bloody arm off.
Yeah.
I mean, and the next time they beat, when he's a yellow belt, he wins.
Yeah, and wins quite comfortably. You know. Well, it certainly looked like to me.
Vader's a nice character, right? I really do like Vader. But people got to get over this fact that this guy is this indestructible monster. Mm. He's a crippled man in a life support machine.
Yeah.
That's what he is. The fact that he is able to do these evil, nasty things doesn't make him dangerous. What makes him dangerous is the fact that he's got support that goes along with him.
Yeah.
Because you look at it like, even towards, after he beats, and I say beats, Obi-Wan Kenobi. When Obi-Wan Kenobi gives up, because he's bored, when he's walking towards the Millennium Falcon and the doors are closing, you can see the soldiers come running in. The soldiers are already in the hangar base starting shooting, and then all the support starts coming in.
Now that brings me on to the next point I was going to mention about Star Wars, the stormtroopers. Yes. Now, how was Star Wars able to garner this huge following when so many of the the enemy soldiers, for lack of a better word, couldn't shoot a fucking barn door at point blank range?
Right, I've got an objection, Your Honour.
Okay, right.
But I believe that there's nothing wrong with the aim of the stormtroopers. Number one, it's really difficult to shoot when you're running. That is, I don't give a shit who you are. You pass a gun to anybody and go, right, try to hit that target while you're running. And you're going to find that most people will miss. But this is the first part of the problem. But the other part of the problem is that people haven't listened to the bloody story. They want them to escape. If they get off the base, they will go to the rebel base and they'll know where the rebels are.
Where they're tracking them.
If they shoot them and they're dead, they're not going to get very far. So they want to make it look good, but still let them get away.
Well, that explains the first film.
Yes.
Yeah, that certainly does make sense. Again, it's not one that I'd actually considered, even though, the line is there from Princess Leia. Yeah, they let us go,
Yeah.
That doesn't explain their terrible shots in the likes of Return of the Jedi.
I mean, what can you do about that? I mean, let's stick with the first film. We
Oh,
did the Return of the Jedi. Right now, let's deal with this issue. We don't want to deflect. Right now, at this moment in time, these people can pick a fly off an ant's back.
Right.
But they're doing their best not to kill people. They must be tremendous shots to be able to miss.
Tremendous shots to be able to miss someone who's standing about 6 foot away. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's that's yeah. Okay.
Because they could have used stunts, but they didn't, so they were deliberately missing. They must have been deliberately missing. You couldn't fire 1,000 rounds and not come close. So the only explanation is that they were, as in the film, it says they put a tracking device aboard the Millennium Falcon. They were tracking them to Yavin 4. That's the whole point. If they killed them outright, they would have never found the rebel base. So that is at least part of the thing. I think the other part of it as well is that by doing that, by having all these people with all this shooting going back and forth, there's another part of it saying, look, you've got these mass groups of people that aren't very well trained as well.
What?
There's this whole thing of, because you imagine the losses. This is going to Return of the Jedi, I'm sorry, but as for the first film, all the skilled people went bang.
Yeah.
So by the time you get to Return of the Jedi, were they not very good shots? Because there's a 500,000 dead.
It would also explain. It would also explain why somebody as weak as Jerzarod, or however you pronounce it, who was the commander of the second Death Star, because he really was a bit of a nobody.
Yeah. But I mean, the second Death Star was kind of a bit of recycled. I think it was a case of that was the prototype that they started building, but they sort of thought, well, this isn't going to work. We need to build a smaller one. So they built a smaller one, and that worked. Oh, it's fine. So they just had that one on standby, because here's the thing, otherwise it doesn't line up. The Death Star that they build in Return of the Jedi must be the one that they build in Episode 3.
Oh, the final scene there, yeah.
Because otherwise it doesn't work, because there's no way you can spend 20 years building a weapon. There's no way.
No.
If it takes that long to build a weapon, you need to build a smaller weapon.
Yeah.
So for me, my head canon has explained it by this was the prototype that didn't work, and that's why they already had one. It was like, yeah, they had a spare. It was not.
It would also explain why, in the first one, its like vulnerable spot was an area 2 meters wide, and yet in Return of the Jedi, it's an area the size of about 20 football pitches.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, but it's there's lots of different things that you could explain. But to get back to Episode 4 though,
we'll drag it back there.
Yeah, we got to go back, because there's plenty of stuff to talk about there. I think one of the things that they did with Episode 4 was to take this notion of doing a science fiction and not be studio bound. It's probably one of the first big science fictions. I mean, I'm a big fan of things like Forbidden Planet. I love Forbidden Planet. It's an amazing film.
Yeah, great film.
But also Black Hole as well, the Disney film Black Hole.
Oh, I wasn't so keen on that one. The Black Hole is one of those films that I thought it was great when I saw it when I was a kid, and I watch it now and I just think, no, this is dreadful. They really, they were quite literally making it up as they went along.
Yeah, but it looks impressive, but it's all studio. And the same with a lot of them. But Star Wars are like, this is location. These are impressive locations as well. What there is in studio is big studio. They made things as cheap as possible by not putting this was where it was run into clever. This is where Star Wars run really into clever. They built sets and set things around locations whereby things were featureless. But they were real. They were so Tatooine, for example, it's all sand, it's all smooth buildings. There's no detail, it's sand and smooth. So when it came to building the studio sets, they didn't have to spend a shitload of money on going, how much detail do we have to put on this? Well, paint it yellow.
Yeah.
You know, that's pretty much it. So that was the genius part of it. The other part of it as well was the ships. Because when it came to making the ships, they were borrowing heavily from talent that had been around for years. You know, talent that was going back and forth. I mean, I think I've mentioned this before to you guys, but some of the stuff that you see in Star Wars is all borrowed, right? Like you know, there's boxes and units that pop up in Star Wars that were from Space 1999. The costume that Bosk wears is actually Earl Cameron's outfit from 10th Planet in Doctor Who. There's a lot of that stuff put in. You know, you can't get around. It's a lot of borrowed stuff. So the fact that they decided to make it a junk used lived-in universe by having all this stuff there was just brilliant, and nobody'd ever done it.
Yeah, I did like all of that. The fact that, okay, they had all of this technology, but it all looked like very run in, very sort of like worn out, and you know, it wasn't all shiny and everything's new and everything's.
Well, that was the juxtaposition. that was the balance. The Empire was that. The Empire was clean and shiny. That's why the stormtroopers were all uniform white.
Yeah.
And the very straight cut, you know, officers' uniforms with the little squares for the
rank insignia and all that.
It was all very, very simple, very clean cut. So it looked like it was very, very manufactured. Whereas all the other stuff, the rest of the universe, looked like crap.
Yeah.
It did look very, very running. I was going to say, you were talking about just before we moved too far away from it. You was talking about like the sets and the stuff, but the studio stuff they did have. Mm-hmm. How good were the matte painters in that? There's so many shots in that where you wouldn't even. I didn't realise until I saw a making of years later that the thing with Obi-Wan in the Death Star when he goes and turns the tractor beam off. I didn't realise until years later that wasn't done with mirrors and clever trickery. It was done with matte paintings. And they were matte paintings that were photographic quality. I can't remember the name of the guy that did them now, but if I was wearing a hat, I would fucking tip it because they were really, really brilliant.
I want to say there were two matte painters, but don't quote me on that. But but here's the clever part that a lot of people don't realise. So, you know the scene in Docking Port 94? Where they first see the Millennium Falcon?
Yeah.
So, a lot of people don't realise that they're only looking at half a Millennium Falcon. Because they didn't build the other side. They only built the side that's facing camera. The rest is actually a flat wall. So the surround is painted so that it's actually painted lighter in the middle and darker on the sides, so it looks like it's curving. Right? That's how they painted the back wall. The actual Millennium Falcon that you see in the film, it's... if I bring this down, it literally, if you take this as the Millennium Falcon, it literally ends there. Like all of this is missing. It's just... But well, that's all they built. They only built a full-size Millennium Falcon for Empire Strikes Back. And that had actual hover pads on it, so it could actually float. Most people don't know that either.
No, I had no idea about that. So
so the Millennium Falcon for Empire Strikes Back was built in a plant over in West Wales. And it was built in a naval base. And they decided that they needed to be able to move the Millennium Falcon, because I genuinely thought there's no way in hell they're going to move the Millennium Falcon. Wherever they put it, it's easier to build the studio around it than it is to move the Millennium Falcon. So I thought, well, there's no way they can put it on wheels because it's going to weigh too much. And they didn't. They didn't put it on wheels. What they did was they basically built 3 or 5 giant air pumps and built little hovercraft feet for it. And they would turn it on, it would hover, and they would actually just push it. And that's how they were moving around.
Wow,
They
that's
actually
ingenious.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. It was like, you know, like what do they call them? Air hockey tables.
Yeah.
Oh
It
yes,
was, it
yeah.
was basically those turned upside down as the feet. And because you would create a pocket like a hovercraft, you could literally just push the Millennium Falcon. So yeah, that's what they built for Empire Strikes Back. Really clever, really
Yeah.
clever stuff. But again, there's a lot of mad paintings in there as well. Again,
So when you look at like the overall film quality of Star Wars, with things like these fantastic matte paintings, great special effects that more than still hold up today. Location shooting, and this was a film that was made on a budget of, was it 4 million?
it was very cheap. Yeah, it was. It got more money from Alan Ladd Jr. because he was able to use a bit of silver tank. This was really Alan Ladd Jr.'s project. This was his, like, I see this and nobody else can. And he was kind of like the Ladd Company doesn't get any recognition for Star Wars, really. When you look at it, because how many people automatically go, "Oh yeah, Alan Ladd Jr., Star Wars"? Most people just think George Lucas. You know, I mean, it's weird when you think about it, because people automatically go, oh, George Lucas directed Star Wars. He did, but he didn't direct Empire Strikes Back. That was Irving Kershner.
Yeah, Kershner, yeah, that's right.
He didn't direct Return of the Jedi. That was Richard Marquand. You know, so this whole thing of these people that are forgotten with that played key roles. Like, without Alan Ladd Jr., we would have never have got Star Wars. He was the only person at Fox and he was the only person in Hollywood, really, because George Lucas had sold this film to other companies, and they were like, no, we don't. We're going to pass.
Yeah.
You know, it was Alan Ladd that went, no, we're going to double down on this. And every single time that people were kind of like, I don't know whether or not it was because he had seen THX 1138 or he had seen American Graffiti. I don't know. But I think he had faith in the fact that George Lucas could get a film made for absolutely jack shit.
Yeah.
And I think that's what it was.
So how much extra money, I mean, if we were to be like really liberal and say they were able to double the budget, so they got it up to 8 million.
Yeah.
It does make an absolute mockery of these films these days that are spending hundreds of millions of dollars. And for what? I do not get how such vast budgets can be justified when you look at a film like this.
I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how it's escalated. It's because they have left it to outsourcing. They outsource everything, because outsourcing used to be cheaper.
Just going to interrupt you before you tell your story. 11 million, the final budget was for Star Wars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It was a lot higher than I thought then.
Yeah, you think of that, but think about this. Superman the movie was 77 million.
Yeah.
So, you know, contrast. So it's still a budgeted movie. Fair play, you know, it's still a budgeted movie, but it wasn't a big budget movie by comparison.
No.
You know, they could have gone a hell of a lot more expensive, and they had done. Things like Dune back in the day were expensive. You know, really expensive films. But if we're talking about, you know, how do things escalate and cost that much these days? Well, use a good example. Actors. How much does it cost to hire an actor?
Well, I mean, it's obviously depends on the name, but
Yeah, you see, no, here's the thing. It didn't used to, because actors were signed to studios. So if you got paid £6 million, you got paid £6 million per year. You were on a salary, so you had to make however many films they told you to make, because it was a job. It was a case of, right, you're making this musical this year, and then after this musical, you're going to make this rom-com. And after this, you're going to do this science fiction. And after this, you're going to do this noir film. They got paid a salary to be with this company, and they were contracted to. Harrison Ford was one of the last people contracted to a studio. Then after that, that's what escalated then, because suddenly it was a case of, well, you're no longer contracted to a studio. If you want me, you're gonna have to pay for me. And suddenly, instead of, if you work this out right, if you were to say like, I'm going to pay $1 million for an actor, and I'm going to have contract this actor for a year. You paid $1 million for him, so you're going to put him in everything that you make, right? Just to get your money's worth. You're going to put him in everything that you make, right? Fine. So that's $1 million, right? So, but you've got like 8 films of him in a year. Even if they're cameos, or even if they support in actor roles, or even if they you've used that money well. These days now, you couldn't get an actor for $1 million for 6 weeks' work.
No, not at all.
I mean, when you look at Star Wars, like the budget is 11 million, and I think I've got the right film here. That's only 1 million more than what Arnold Schwarzenegger was paid for Terminator 2. I'm sure he got 10 million for T2. So for another million, you could have made Star Wars.
But that's exactly my point.
Yeah.
And the other part of that then was the fact that studios would often use in-house talent. So they would have in-house carpenters. There would also be the set builders. There would also be the prop builders. There would also be the set decorators. Now everybody's compartmentalized. Everybody is. We've got our own set decorators. We've got our own set painters. We've got our own prop makers. We've got our own effects guys. And it's everybody does this one thing, this one specific thing. Now don't get me wrong. Some of them are absolutely brilliant at it, but unfortunately, that's all they can do. And these days, you couldn't get a carpenter that knew how to change a gate on a camera. Back then, you could, because they had to do it, because that's what it took to make the films. And everybody was cross-trained and interchangeable. And look, I'm not saying that today's system is bad, but today's system is clearly too expensive.
Oh yeah.
And a lot relies on the fact that you're paying 1,000 Chinese people to sit in a dark room doing the visual effects. That's what I don't give a shit. That's what's happening. That's what happens. If you look at any end of any Marvel film, you'll be really lucky to look at the effects crew on that and see an English name. Because it's cheap labor. And I say cheap, they paid millions for it, but that's how. Because there's thousands of them, literally thousands. That's why it takes so long to get to the end of the credits. You know, I wish I could say, I wish I could talk about it in a more positive light about filmmaking today, because I love filmmaking. I do my own filmmaking, and it's one of those things that annoys me, because I've been in films, I've done films, I've worked on films, and I've seen both sides of it, and it's not good.
No.
Sorry about that.
So you cheered us all up no end there. Yeah.
Right, well, then I will carry on with them. But on that 11 million budget, it's got a box office of $775.8 million, and I mean it's not often you get a film that's costs so little that makes so much.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? To give you some idea as well as to why we're talking about studio films as well. Goldfinger cost $3 million to make. In its opening weekend, it cracked 100 mil. Right? You cannot find. I don't get this whole thing of let's spend 200 million on a film so it'll make back maybe $1 billion. I don't get it.
No, I don't get that at all.
If you make any film and it makes 100 times what you spent on it, that's a bloody winner.
Yeah.
If you make a movie for 5 million and it makes 500 million, well done.
Yeah. It cannot be judged as anything other than a fucking roaring success.
Even if it made 10 million, it's a roaring success. And it's only made double its money back. I mean, they deal with nonsense figures. I think there's a lot, and I would say there's a lot of money being bandied around, and I'm pretty sure. I don't want to blame the logistics on a film, but I would say that it's entirely possible that they don't actually really know where all the money's going.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so, not when you're talking about those sort of sums.
Yeah. And again, a lot of the stuff that they do that's bespoke as well, by the way. This is another thing. Because again, we were talking about episode 4, whereby they had borrowed a lot of stuff. As I said, Bosch's outfit is Earl Cameron's outfit from Doctor Who. It was borrowed. A lot of the stuff is from Space 1999, borrowed. So there's all that stuff. But on the new ones, everything's made.
Yeah.
Fuck me, what are you doing?
Yeah.
If you can go to IKEA and buy a shelf, why do you need to make a Star Wars shelf?
Yeah. Why has it got to be completely bespoke to somebody who's going to charge you about 50 times the cost of just a plain old plank of wood? That'll work as a shelf.
I think you want a plank of wood. These plank of woods are £2. What do you say you're using it for? Oh, Star Wars film. That's £120, please.
Yeah. And we know this is a thing, and as proof that this is a thing, they wouldn't have called Return of the Jedi Blue Harvest in the production if they had known that it was going to be cheaper to just tell people they were making Star Wars. If they told people they were making Star Wars, they would have added an extra note on the numbers. That's why they changed the bloody name of the film. Because they didn't want people to know. So, I mean, there's all that in there. I don't know what else we can say, really, about Star Wars.
Well, I know what I can say about Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
John Williams. Now, John Williams has crafted some of the greatest pieces of music in movie history. I mean, you've got Superman. I'm pretty sure he done Jaws and Indiana Jones as well. Yeah. Now,
he also did Lost in Space.
Well, yeah. Excellent. I'm not going to find it and put it on the screen, but I saw a picture ages ago that someone shared to me, and I shared it across Facebook, and it's a line of text. There's teacher, you can't hear pictures, and then underneath is me, and there's a photograph of Luke standing with the two sons behind him. Mm-hmm. That piece of music, I don't think has really been bested in a film since then. That Luke's actual theme that plays for sticking in your consciousness. When you see the picture, you can hear it.
The thing with George, Jesus. The thing with John Williams is my entire problem that I have with Hans Zimmer. Because unlike John Williams, you try whistling anything by Hans Zimmer. Give it a go. You need to be institutionalized, or somebody will actually just punch you in the face for making such a god awful noise.
Yeah.
And it's the same with all of them. I mean, I don't get it. The thing that John Williams understood. John Williams came from the same background as people like Jerry Goldsmith. And Jerry Goldsmith was a brilliant composer. With John Williams understood theme very, very well. If you've got 5 or 6 notes that you can put in an order, that'll make people go, and you can repeat it, people will instantly gravitate to it. And all it's got to do is either go up or down. That's all it's got to do. And as a good example, right, there's even one piece that he wrote that moves people emotionally with 2 notes.
Yeah.
And it goes... That's all it does.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy can actually draw attention from themes. And that's what he's drawing. That's all he's pulling on, is themes. Now, he took inspiration from a lot of other places. But everybody does that. And in fact, he was instructed to take inspiration from certain things. Because that's exactly what the director wanted. But that's what a director does. They say, I want it to sound like this. But he did it in such a way that he didn't get sued. Which the people who made Ghostbusters didn't listen to.
Although, I know it's going off topic, but you've got to feel sorry for Ray Parker Jr. being sued by Huey Lewis after they said to him, we were going to hire Huey Lewis and the News to do the song to Ghostbusters. Can you do something that might sound a bit like that? So he done it and he got sued.
Yeah, exactly the same. Yeah, well done. But I mean, there are certain themes, and this is why it's important to shit on the ones that people are doing today. It's because the people that make music for movies today don't understand is your constant tootling means shit if people can't interpret it. And you have to interpret it in a short space of time. You have to interpret it in seconds. That's what you're dealing with. You've got maybe a 3-second window to build something, because people don't realize how quick action moves on screen. A 1.5-second clip on screen is a long time. A 10-second clip on screen is pretty unheard of. A 30 seconds. So when you're dealing with these time frames, particularly today, back then it wasn't so much. Back then you could have these long shots. You could have these long moving shots. These days, camera A, camera B, camera C, camera A, camera B.
Yeah.
It's chop in, chop out. But with these days, what people don't get with the music these days is that each person had a sound, which is something that you don't get. Because Darth Vader had a sound. Luke had a sound. The Death Star had a sound. You know, the Rebels had a score. Star Wars itself had a score. It was the whole, this is Star Wars. You know, you had all that. You knew who the bad guys were just by the notes he was playing.
Yeah, it's like a science fiction version of Prokofiev's Peter and the Wolf.
Yeah.
And that is about the only other example I can think of where that was used.
I mean, if you're going to look back at the inspiration on things like this, I mean, Fantasia would probably be another one where they used music to interlude with the darker scenes or the lighter scenes and things like that.
Yeah, a lot of Disney's earlier films. I'm talking like films from the 40s, 50s, and 60s. They used music to such a degree, so I can see where that inspiration be pulled from.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to look at the best. That's simple. You know, whether people like it or not. I mean, Wizard of Oz. Wizard of Oz is probably one of the best films ever made in all of history. You know, it's still up there with what a magnificent achievement this film was for 1933. Or was it 1939?
39,
Yeah. I was thinking King Kong was 33.
Yeah, 33 was King Kong, yeah.
But with Wizard of Oz, you know, it literally used black and white and color to tell two different sides of the story.
Yeah.
Like, it literally went from A to B. It was like, what? You can't do that. But it bloody well did. Nobody else had ever done it. It was an amazing film. And again, Star Wars draws from that as well. There's the hero. There's Dorothy off on a journey. The house has landed and killed the parents. Or the uncle and aunt.
Yeah.
And Luke has to follow the yellow brick road to find these people along the way. And then fight the evil witch.
Yes.
And shoot her straight up the exhaust port.
Yeah, exactly. She's melting, bang.
That does sort of lead me on to, I guess, another major aspect, not just of this film, throughout the entire Star Wars series, the whole business with the Force. And specifically for me, the dialogue that surrounds it, which I find utterly unbearable. What do you two think of it?
I think it was good before they tried explaining it.
Are you going to mention midi-chlorians? That wasn't a good move, that was it?
None of it was. The more they tried to explain it, the worse it got.
Yeah.
It was this mystic force, bear in mind that mystic has mystic in the bloody word.
Yeah.
It can't be mystic and explainable.
Yeah. That's something that it really does frustrate me in so many modern films. there can't be an area of mystery anymore. Everything has to be explained. That's how you end up with shit like Prometheus and Alien Covenant. Oh no, we can't have the alien being mysterious and no one knows anything about it. We got to make 2, 3, 4 films telling you all where it came from. We don't care. We can accept, that it is this, mysterious thing we don't understand or know how it works. Just leave it like that.
There is another franchise where they've tried explaining things. I won't get into it because we've got to talk about that tomorrow. but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
The more they try to explain it, the worse it gets.
Yeah. Always does.
The whole point of putting mystery in is that you kind of it kind of gives you a bit of room to be able to do things to help move the plot along.
Yeah, to a degree, yes.
Yeah, because once you start dealing with the Force and you start dealing with what it can do, this was why I know a lot of people didn't like this, but when they did the prequels and they started having these extra abilities to the Force, it was like, well, actually, no, I kind of like that. I kind of like that there are these other Jedis that can do other things different to other Jedis. That's what makes Jedi special, surely. Otherwise, if they all do the same shit, they've just soldierized priests.
Mm.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if you were to have somebody that was in touch with the Force but could do, like, for example, if you had somebody in touch with the Force that could lift things, but couldn't do anything other than lift things, then that was his ability. That was his part of what he could do with the Force.
Right.
But then if you had another one that could levitate, but they couldn't do anything else, but all he could do was levitate, then that's his part with the Force. But then if you had another one that can cast like lightning beams, but he can't lift and he can't levitate, that's his ability. That's what makes these people. It's not the fact that they singled out to special, because that's what had my problem with the prequels, was the fact that they had these people going, oh, these people were born special.
Yeah.
No.
No was a small robot in Ulysses 31.
Yeah.
I'd just like to point that out.
Yeah. But I mean, the second they started explaining the Force that anybody can do this and we can all do this, but only people that are born special can do this, and then it was like, you've just screwed your own rules.
Yeah.
You've made rules for this and then buggered them. I mean, it's nonsense stuff.
I can certainly go along with that to a degree, but especially when you're saying that, having something like the Force there to help the plot go along, that's fine until it gets misused, which it badly was in the last Star Wars film, where it frankly became a fucking joke. Then it was like, well, we don't quite know how to get from this scene to the next one. Oh, the Force can do this, and the Force can do that. This person's dead. Oh, the Force will bring him back to life. Here's
the thing, right? I remember the scene whereby, I mean, if we're talking about the sequel trilogy, I remember the scene where Rey beats Kylo Ren, like, convincingly. And,
which time are we talking here?
The first time they have a lightsaber battle.
Right.
So she beats him convincingly in the forest, and she closes her eyes and she inherits the Force, and then all of a sudden she's a fucking Jedi.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, well, okay, all right, let's try to whittle this down to some sort of logic here.
Good luck with this. Yeah.
This girl has no knowledge of the Force. She has had no training to receive this ability, to be able to use this ability. All of a sudden, she can beat them. What the fuck's the point in training people if they can just pull it up their ass?
Yeah.
Kylo Ren's like, he's not trying to kill her because he's evil. He's trying to kill her because he's pissed. It's been 15 years you've been waving that bat and shit around. And all of a sudden, this girl comes along, closes her eyes, and goes, oh, the Force. And then whips his ass. I mean, bullshit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's only scraping the surface of the bullshit that surrounds the sequel trilogies, but I'm sure we'll be digging deeper.
I just want to back up just a couple of conversations, Chris. What is it about the use of the Force in Star Wars that you found cringeworthy when you're saying like the language surrounding it? Are you talking about the whole lot or just in this film in particular?
Well, it carried on throughout, really, but it's not the actual, like, the whole idea of the Force itself that I don't like. It is the script and the dialogue that surrounds it all. All this search your feelings and all. What the fuck does that mean? I mean, you hear it said so many fucking times throughout Star Wars. I haven't got a fucking clue what they are talking about. Anybody?
Yeah.
Well, I always
I think
assumed.
what he's trying to say, you just meant trust your instinct.
Then say trust your instincts.
Yeah.
We'll know what the fuck you're talking about then.
I think a lot of George Lucas's writing for that mind was the fact that he was trying to say trust your instinct without saying trust your instinct. He kept saying it.
Well, it's a galaxy far, far away. I mean, their English is going to be a bit different.
Well, because you had in the first one you had Obi-Wan Kenobi saying the Force is an energy form that penetrates us and binds us and all this stuff, and then so it's like you learn to trust your feelings, Luke. So he was doing all that, and then it was just like right, okay, and then it was like, well, search your feelings because you have to search them because you got to dig down deep, and then he was trying to say trust yourself, all this stuff, and he just kept coming back to it. It just kept so he was trying to find new ways of saying trust your feelings, and that's all it was. And then it just kept going and going and going through film after film after film, and then it just became a thing. Then didn't it? It just became it became language. It became known language. It was stuff that people could say on the playground. That's what it was.
It sounds like it came from there as well. Yeah.
Well, that's where it went for bloody episode 7. I know that.
Yeah.
Well, so we got to get into Empire Strikes Back. We've got to dig into the magnificent beast that is Irving Kershner's masterpiece.
Yeah, for me, this is the best of the Star Wars series. I think it's somewhat close between the first two, but I do think Empire takes it. And even though we've been saying about Darth Vader really just being someone's lackey, in Empire Strikes Back, he really is ruthless in this. I mean, he just does not give a shit what he does to anybody.
Yeah, but he's also had his arse slapped by the Emperor because he just blew up his bloody Death Star. I mean, if you've seen the Robot Chicken sketch, you've seen that before.
I think that.
I have to say, even though I think Empire is the best of the Star Wars franchise films, without any shadow of a doubt, it's not my favourite. My favourite is still Star Wars. Not A New Hope, because the first time I saw it was on a dodgy pirate video my dad got from a dodgy shop, and that said Star Wars. It didn't say A New Hope because I had the original one. I wish he still had that tape.
I mean, like with Empire, first of all, the tone is completely different to the first film. It's much darker.
Yeah,
it's a much darker film, and I think this is where I think filmmaking goes well, is when you take a good idea and you hand it to somebody who doesn't want to do it, because they're going to take a different approach. And Kershner didn't want to make Empire Strikes Back. He really didn't. He'd seen Star Wars, and he was just like, I'm not making that. And they were like, God, don't do it. Use that. Use Empire Strikes Back. Make that instead. And then they were like, wait a minute, so I can make this. You don't want me to do this. You want me to make my own film. But it's still with Star Wars, with these characters. And that's what happened. It was that he made his own movie, which was... And this is, I think this is why Empire does work. Is because you've got somebody who isn't George Lucas in charge. And so all the cutesy dialogue gets automatically buried. And then you've got somebody then who was used to making... a British director, used to making British films, that's used to dealing with more um, straight edge topical films, I guess. And then ended up going right, and let's do this. Let's do this way, and let's treat it with a bit more seriousness. And then you ended up with, well, what happens if you treat Star Wars serious? Because you've got this Flash Gordon serial that somebody's actually going, do you know what? Let's put a bit of an edge to this. And
They certainly did that.
yeah, that's what happened really. You end up with a film that it not only introduces a whole hell of a lot of new characters, but you've also got a movie then that tries to flesh out these characters by saying, look, these characters are people that are already known to these people. These are these people's friends. These are these people's
Yeah, they've got a history there between them.
Yeah. So, and by the way, I said Irving Kirshner was a British director. He's an American here, so I should have straightened that out first before people jump all over me.
Oh, okay. I thought he was British as well, so yeah, I made the same fuck up.
I thought he was German, so yeah. But we're all in it. We're all in it together.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so it's one of the things. But he was a director that was used to making more stronger material stuff. I don't say stronger material, but he was used to making more more straight edge stuff as opposed to, because Star Wars is a bit more of a romp, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's science fiction fantasy.
Yeah. So, but yeah, you get into that, and you take the romp side of it, and just give it a bit more of a serious tone. Just treat it like it's real.
Yeah.
Well, I remember, when I was a kid, when I first saw it. I mean, when did it come out? 81, was it? It come out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I was 9, and I remember the first time I saw it, and you could tell straight away, even as a kid, that the tone was different. But there's one bit that always stands out to me, and it's the bit where they torture Han Solo. And
I had a feeling you were going to say that. Yeah.
You see all the needles on the table, and it cuts away, and there's a few sparks, and you hear him screaming, and they drop him back in the cell into Chewie's arms, and Chewie does he's like at him, and then Han goes, "They didn't even ask me any questions." So I remember as a kid thinking, "Fuck." That's dark. I talk to him for the sake of it.
Oh, that's one of the reasons why I think that in this film, Darth Vader does come across as being so ruthless. Because, he does that, and he just doesn't give a shit. Yeah. And then when it's suggested that Luke Skywalker may not survive the freezing process, he's just like, oh, we'll test it on Han Solo then. He doesn't care. Yeah. And that's proper on-screen villainy for me.
Yeah, but again, he's only able to do that because he is surrounded by his lackeys.
That's true. Yeah.
He couldn't do it by himself. But that's what makes him good. That's my whole point. It doesn't lessen Darth Vader. It makes him so much more interesting. So much more interesting. Without that, if he was just this big unstoppable force, he would be shit.
Yeah, and you also know that the ending would be like ridiculous. How are you supposed to stop a character as powerful as that?
Exactly.
The reality would be you can't, but someone would, and it'd just be
just unthinkable. It's just nonsense. So, but I mean, if I'm thinking of my experience remembering Empire Strikes Back to the early days, because let's be honest here, right? We've all grown up in the UK. Star Wars meant Christmas.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah. It was Boxing Day, or it was Easter. It was never on any other time. So I'm thinking of me sitting in my parents' house as a kid, probably in the front room because my parents were watching something else on the other TV. So I'm sitting there watching on a 14-inch portable. And I think that the scene that probably sticks out for me, from my memory of Empire Strikes Back. I'm probably going to say Dagobah. Because it was such a contrast to the first film.
Yeah,
Well,
it
yeah,
certainly was
done
that.
away
Yeah.
with all the straight edges and all the cleanliness of the Death Star, and it was beyond the ramshackle rebellion and all their rusty ships and that. This was literally
This is
a swamp.
Yeah, and like, and I don't think that like there's many things I can compare it to really, because in contrast to the first film, again we're talking about contrasts really, in tone to the film, but the settings were kind of contrasted as well, massively contrasted. You know, suddenly the clean stuff, you sort of knew where the danger was because it was clean.
Yeah.
So when you got to Cloud City, that's why Cloud City was always suspect. Mentally, that's why Cloud City is suspect. It's because it's a really polished, clean place. What does that remind you of?
Death Star.
Exactly. So it's instantly mistrust. You've got trust issues there. Even though you see Lando shows up and he's like, well, he's dressed sort of in the uniform, but it's open.
Yeah. I remember when I first saw it, I noticed that, and I was thinking, hang on, he's dressed like the baddies, you know. And of
But
course, yeah, there you go. He's a very casual baddie.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose in a way he was in that film.
Yeah, but so they did a lot of things like that. So I think it's the Dagobah scene I remember the most as a kid, because it's the cave scene.
Oh yes,
Because I don't think anybody really knew what the bloody hell was going on there.
no, I certainly didn't. But I was only 9 years old at the time as well. I had no idea what that was all about.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember I had heard that, oh yes, Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker, had the lightsaber fight in the film, and I remember seeing that scene, and I thought, is that it? That was bloody quick, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think back then it kind of went over my head a little bit.
Yeah. But there are lots of good moments like that in Empire, which I don't think there are in other Star Wars. I'm trying to think of other scenes in Star Wars that have those sorts of moments. Because when you think about Empire, you've got the frozen in carbonite scene. You've got
That's the scene that really sticks in my head.
yeah, and you've got the lightsaber battle with Luke where he cuts his hand off and tells him he's his father and all this stuff. You've got all these little. You've got the scene at the start on Hoth where he cuts off the arm of the thing when he first uses the Force to pull the lightsaber.
To get his lightsaber back. Yeah.
All these little moments that really just sort of go boom, stick in your head. You know,
sorry, you talking about Hoth? A bit of that always makes me laugh, and it still makes me laugh now. Is you had that whole bit in the cave where Luke uses the Force really for the first time, and he pulls his lightsaber from the snow, and he cuts the I can't remember what the monster's called now, but he cuts his arm off, and then
Wampa, I think.
there's a Wampa, and in the nenext scene, Han Solo's like, oh yeah, and he uses it to cut the thing open like a bread knife to put him inside the tauntaun, which is is a great idea. I know what better way to keep someone warm. But it's just the way that
his guts spill out.
I think it's the way Harrison Ford played it so nonchalantly, like, oh, I'll just use that.
Yeah.
Really well
That's
done.
how it was, though.
And again, he did genuinely look like he had no idea how to use it.
Yeah.
It was very unwieldy in his hands. So again, it was well done. If it was done today, he'd have been able to probably bloody carve out an entire tent out of the fucking thing, you know.
Yeah, he just carved a bloody thing out of the mountain. It's just well, you could have built rocks. You could have just used the Force and just gone, I don't need to. I'm in tune with the Force.
All the other people would have come along, and there'd have been neon sights that said Han's Bar. Come on in.
But I think that's what was great with Empire. And the other thing as well we haven't really talked about that much really is Carrie Fisher. Because Carrie Fisher was actually a lot better in this one than she was in the first one.
She had a lot more to do. She had a lot more sort of like screen presence as well in this one.
It's not only that. In the first one, she was kind of just bitchy.
Yeah.
In this
one, she was bitchy a fair bit in this.
Yeah, but she had attitude in this, but it was contrasting with Han Solo. She wasn't the same with everyone. When she would talk to Luke and everybody else, she had charm. It was only thing with Han Solo whereby they were rubbing shoulders and just really sort of getting on each other's nerves because of the tension between the two of them. That really, to me, was a better performance, and she delivered the better performance as well. It was much better than, again, it was better than the first one.
We'll definitely be talking about Carrie Fisher in the next
Yes.
film. I know, Will. Yes.
But I think that like she really sort of found her groove. She stopped being bitch of the week and just became, you know, a bit more.
She became Princess Leia,
rounded.
basically.
Yeah, rounded. Yeah. And I think it was the same for a lot of people, because I think the acting steps up in Empire Strikes Back. I do really think there's a change in tone with the acting as well. And
Well, I think a lot of reason for that as well is as we said when they were making Star Wars, a lot of people, you know, Alec Guinness has been well noted for saying he thought it was a load of bollocks they were mucking about and that. When they saw how well it done, and once the story was pieced together, then of course it's like, you know, this is something really good. I'm going to put some effort in, and I think that's why the acting stepped up a notch in Empire as well.
But again, having Kirshner helm the film as well would have been a different thing. She probably wasn't going to settle for the same shit as George. But George Lucas doesn't like getting involved. He's very much sits back and goes, okay, do it again.
Was George Lucas executive producer for this one?
Yes.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But he had no directorial duties. He had more on Return of the Jedi, which is why they had Richard Marquand direct Return of the Jedi, because obviously they had a strike on as well, and they couldn't get any directors in to direct the film. So
God, can you imagine that happening today? We need a director to direct this new Star Wars film, but no one wants to know. Oh, hang on, that did happen in Solo, didn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
For Marquand, well, what happened was the fact that Marquand wasn't part of the union, so they had to find a non-union director to direct Star Wars, because all the union directors you were forbade from working on a film while all the directors were on strike. So only a non-union director could work on Star Wars. So that's how Marquand got the job. So, yeah.
Well, if we go back to Empire, now this is me playing devil's advocate. I'll say now, I do not agree with what I am about to say. Mm-hmm. But you do hear fairly often people criticising The Empire Strikes Back by saying that it doesn't have a beginning, a middle, and an end. It has a middle, and a middle.
It's a middle
do you agree? And
it's the second act of a play.
It is the middle instalment, and we knew before Empire came along that this was going to be, you know, the 3 films, and we all thought that the 3rd film was going to be Revenge of the Jedi, if you can remember that far back.
The thing is, right, so here's the problem, right? Anytime you want to make a sequel, and this is why Empire works hands down better than a vast amount of sequels, it's that Empire is saying, okay, so the heroes had their win, where do we go from here? Well, where do you go from a win? Okay, you take a loss.
You can only go down, yeah.
Right, so this is the film where everybody has an ass kicking.
Yeah, big
and
time.
Everybody has an ass kicking. Everybody. Yeah. Even Vader has an ass kicking. Not only does he have an ass kicking, he has a talking down too.
Yeah.
He's literally forced onto his knees to talk to his daddy.
Yeah.
Because Palpatine makes him his bitch. Then you've got Luke, who has a whooping.
Yeah, Leia, big time.
Leia does. You know, she goes through some shit because of what happens to Han. What happens to Han? Well, he has a kicking.
Yeah.
Everybody has an absolute bitch of a time.
C-3PO loses his legs.
Yeah, not as many times as Vader, but it does happen. Yeah,
that's talking about what happened to C-3PO is this is one bit of fan fiction that I saw. I could not believe it. It was done like a comic strip, and it was set during Empire Strikes Back. and Darth Vader is there, and he's found the remains of C-3PO in the jungle. You know the bit I'm talking about, are you?
I don't. Carry on.
Right. And it's got he's holding the head of C-3PO, and he's sort of like looking, well, okay, if you imagine behind him, he's looking like really crestfallen, and he's like, oh. And I'm reading this thinking, did this cunt who's drawn this actually watch The Empire Strikes Back? Because Vader did not behave remotely like that throughout the whole film. The other thing is, it was established already that all protocol droids look the same. How the fuck did he know which one this was? I couldn't believe it. It's just trying to put in all of this sort of sympathy vote to make Vader look as much of a victim as he is the villain, and I hate it.
Yeah, they turned out the audience was the victim.
Yeah.
I mean, so because we are shuffling around a little bit,
Right.
With this, I'm gonna just say this outright. Darth Vader building C-3PO was a pile of bollocks.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Given this already baked into the story, that C-3PO was on board the ship with Princess Leia, is something that's called a protocol droid that is basically a butler, likely to come from there or be built in the arse back end of nowhere by some kid.
Yeah, it was ludicrous, wasn't it? I mean, the amount of monumental coincidences that happen within these films is just staggering. You know, everyone's related to each other. That droid that you got, you know, you just happened to stumble across it. Oh, it was your old man that built that. Like, what? And
here's the thing, though. But what benefit was it of that?
Well,
when did you ever see Darth Vader ever build anything?
Yeah. Yeah, it served no purpose at all other than to just have, well, I'm guessing anyway, that, okay, you had another tenuous link between the prequel trilogies and what we'd seen already. But I mean,
imagine, like, you'd have to have this scene where we went to Darth Vader's quarters, and it looks like the inside of Adam Savage's cave. like we don't like. How does Darth Vader spend his downtime? Well, I'm pretty sure he's not busy and tinkering with shit.
But the thing is one of the big popular things of the original films was the droids. I mean, whenever you saw the musical events, you always had a shined up R2D2 and C-3PO on there. So they were a big thing, and they were very successful toys. Everyone wanted an R2D2.
Yeah.
So they felt they had to shoehorn them in somehow.
Yeah.
For toy sales, and that is the problem. Because of how well the toys sold for the first three films. You know, I know I'm jumping forward a bit here, but I remember seeing the trailer for The Last Jedi. And as soon as I saw them little pog things, the little birds, I thought, "Oh, that's this year's Christmas toy."
Yeah.
Whereas it was new to have toys for a film like that back in the late 70s and early 80s, and I think that's why they tried to shoehorn C-3PO and R2D2 in.
Here's the thing: I don't mind them having C-3PO and R2 in it, right? I really don't. But the thing is, what they've done is that they had C-3PO and R2D2, and rather than try to do something new with those characters, they just brought in something new just for the purposes of toys. That's all they were. And it was like, oh, these things have got stale now. I don't give a shit how stale they are. I'll guarantee you, if you put a C-3PO and R2D2 versus a BB-8 on a shelf, I'll guarantee you which one's going to sell first.
Yeah.
And which one's going to sell more of. Because nobody gives a shit about how many times they buy it. This one's an 8-inch figure, but that one's a 4-inch figure. Well, I want both.
Yeah, we'll have both, yeah.
But I mean, in terms of, we get back to Empire Strikes Back right now, in terms of how the film changed and how it made the tonal shift of the film. It was a lot more declamatory in its makeup, in how the film was done. There's a lot more smoke around the place. There's a lot more mist. Everything evolved around smoke and mist. You know, the cave was misty on Hoth.
Yeah.
You know, the Dagobah was misty. You know, you had all this smoke in the cave where he fights Darth Vader in his nightmare.
Yeah.
That's all filled with smoke, and it's
all the steam around the carbonite chamber on the
yeah. Well, that's how tough Darth
Must be,
Vader is.
yeah.
You put a pipe in his face with steam in it, and he goes, "Oh!"
yeah.
You hit him with a pissing CO2. He could be defeated by a pissing fire extinguisher. I mean, come on. I love Vader, I really do, but don't be a bitch. Ah, Christ.
Well, here's something to consider. I'm going on the safe assumption that you all know that there were actually 2 sequels written for Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Would Splinter of the Mind's Eye have made a good film? Assuming you've read it.
Right. If we're dealing with, like, you know, for example, because I know a lot of it was evolving around the fact that they were looking for kyber crystals and stuff like that originally, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, would it have made a good sequel? Anytime somebody runs a treatment, it could go either way. It's impossible to say how a film could go. Because, just to give you some idea of how films can change, you can make 2 identical films with identical script and make 2 entirely different films. For example, right, both Casino Royale from the 1960s and 2006 were based upon the same book.
It couldn't be more different if you tried.
Exactly. So it's really difficult to say something like that because it just comes down to the fact that how is this going to be treated? Who are you going to what's the idea?
Chris, have you read it?
No, I haven't read it. I knew the Splinter story was a thing, but it's not one I've read.
No, I mean, I don't think it's that great a story. Well, I mean, it was written by Alan Dean Foster, who I do think is a good writer. I especially like his novelisations of films. But this, I thought, was quite lacklustre. I believe it was written so that it could have been, if it was going to be turned into the Star Wars sequel, it would have been a much lower budget.
Yeah, but it's something that you can also pad through as well. See, so you put the basic bones in there. Because, like, for example, just to give you another example there, Mario Puzo, who wrote The Godfather, had done the original draft for Superman the movie. The original draft for Superman the movie was reworked 6 times before Tom Mankiewicz stepped on board. And by the time Tom Mankiewicz stepped on board, it reflected, it was the similar story, but it had so much crap in it they had to drag it out. Tom Mankiewicz was literally going through the script going, we're not doing that, we're not doing that, we're not doing that. Because it had nonsense dialogue. I mean, at one point they had Tell Us of Alice in the film, as Kojak.
Right, okay.
It's genuinely, it's in the original script. Not making it up.
Fucking hell. I mean, that is... Yeah, that's a jump, really, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
I remember my nan used when she was alive, bless her. She used to watch Kojak a lot when I was a kid. When I used to stay with her, and I don't ever remember Kojak visiting Metropolis. I mean, he was in New York a lot, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But
they had all our nonsense in that. I mean, it's literally. So when it comes to could this have been a good film, it could have been a knockout. It could have been, but we'll never know because we never seen it. No. And I mean, to be honest with you, truthfully speaking, Star Trek V could have been a brilliant film, but it wasn't.
It wasn't brilliant. I don't think it's that bad, though.
Man, like I said, it's. You imagine what went wrong with that film when to have money sucked out of the budget. Like, it was a £36 million film that ended up being made for 22 million. You know, it's nonsense stuff. But
Yeah.
it's just because though you can't make a film like that and expect it to perform. You can't. You can't pull 2/3 of a script. I explained to my son the problems with Superman 4, and like
Well,
he
that
was like,
film had a lot of problems.
yeah, of course it did. But there's 40 minutes of film missing. There's literally 40 minutes of film that they have that's in the can that they could have added to the film that because the original cut for Superman 4 was 40 minutes longer. Right?
Okay, this I didn't know.
Right. So the other part of this was that do you know when the film was in the cinema? There was still 6 months of filming to be done.
No, I had no idea about that. So what the fuck, are they doing?
Yeah, they've done a rough cut of the film and then put it in the cinema. Because the studio that was making Superman 4 was folding. So instead of waiting for the film to be made properly and trying to ride it out, they thought, shit, let's put this in the cinema because we need to make the money back now because we're about to go under. So instead of that, they took the money from Superman 4, put it into Masters of the Universe, and then the whole thing went to shit.
Yeah. After releasing those two films. Yeah. So after releasing those two, the studio deserved to go under.
There's 40 minutes of footage that we currently know of that you can see. I don't know how much of it is existing, but there's at least 30 minutes you can watch, whereby you can see whole scenes that have been cut out of the movie to just there's loads of stuff. I mean, to be honest with you, recently I didn't even know it existed myself, but I just watched the 3-hour cut of Superman the movie with an extra 40 minutes. I didn't even know that thing existed. But I didn't know. Yeah, well, I just bought it and watched it. It's like I'm watching the shit out of this. It's like a whole different film. But so could you make these movies good? Yeah, you could. You absolutely could. Have they? Nah.
No.
Do you know why? Because they're not interested in making. This goes back to what I was saying about how they make the first movie. Nobody gives a shit about the first movie because it's unknown.
Yeah.
So there's no pressure. So the director can make the director's vision. That's when you get the best movie. That's always normally when you get the best movie. There's very few exceptions of this is the sequel and this is better. There's maybe Terminator. Rare. Terminator's probably.
I don't know. I prefer the original.
Yeah, you might, but I think statistically, Terminator is a better film in terms of performance and how it's rated globally.
Oh, that's on that side, yeah.
Critically as well, it's probably rated. You personally might not like. There's lots of films out there I personally hate, but people are telling me they're absolutely brilliant, and I'm thinking to myself, we've watched a different film.
Yeah.
But I can't deny that its critical performance is still outstanding.
We've spoke about this before, Carwyn, haven't we? When we was talking about Christopher Eccleston's Doctor Who run, the BBC didn't care, which is why that looks and sounds and feels like such a good series compared to how it's gone on. Because for the same reason, that's like, go and make it.
Don't care. Don't matter. Don't make a blind bit of difference for us. As long as we don't have to spend a shitload of money on it and we haven't got anything riding on it, then go do what you like. And that's the same attitude with all. You look at all these major successes of movies that have the first film. It's very rare the first film is a multi-million known franchise. Like, it's different when they do a Bond film these days, because when they do a Bond film these days, it's working off the back of a reputation. Now, I haven't seen the last Bond film yet. So I can't really comment on that, but I can tell you historically, Bond films tend to go a particular way. They tend to do this. They tend to go very, very serious, then lighten up a little bit, then they go to a little bit ridiculous, and then go back to very, very serious. That's how it goes. It always goes in that way.
Well, you can certainly see that in the Roger Moore era.
Yeah, absolutely. And they always do it. Like they follow View to a Kill with the Living Daylights.
Yeah.
and then License to Kill, and then they go into Goldeneye, which goes into. It's always does this trend. It's always this trend. And it's the
Which
same
then
with
goes on to Invisible Cars. But
and again,
well.
Casino Royale. So you look at the fluctuating pattern, and a lot of films do it. And the reason for that is because a lot of films don't have the insight or don't have the following story to know what's coming next. They don't know what's coming next. And this is why Empire Strikes Back works really well. Is because they did know what was coming next, because the director knew what was coming next. Because he had gone, I'm not doing that. Right? And if the director goes, I'm not doing that, and then all the pressure's on the director to go, well, what are you doing? Well, I'm going to make this serious. It's a different tone of film. I have never known a franchise ever to make a serious film, a drama, a comedy, and then a musical in the same series. It's never happened. They've always followed the same tone because they always got the expectation of what did the last film do. And the Lethal Weapon 2 was not a musical.
No.
Lethal Weapon 3 wasn't a comedy. They all followed the same themes of the first film. They've never broken that pattern. Nobody's ever done it. They've done it in TV shows. Supernatural, for example. Supernatural just does whatever it likes. Which is why Supernatural was brilliant. But for things like Star Wars, they can change the themes of it, but they can't really change the genetic makeup of it. Which is why 7, 8, and 9 are so shit.
Also, it's an illustration of what you were saying there. That, with Empire Strikes Back, they knew what was coming. Of course, with 7, 8, and 9, nobody knew what was coming. In 8, no one knew what was coming in 9, and it fucking shows.
Yeah, should we jump on to Return of the Jedi?
I think so. One last thing, though, just to add about Splinter of the Mind's Eye. If they had made that, Darth Vader's lost limb count would have gone up because he would have now lost 4 arms. So, yeah. He's one who was glad they didn't go in that direction. Yeah. So let's go on to Return of the Jedi, which for me, this is where it all starts going downhill. There's a lot of things in Return of the Jedi I didn't like. And I don't just mean that over the years I've watched it and have realised, oh no, I don't like this so much. I didn't like it when I saw it in 83. But
it's interesting because like the first part of the film is a pirate film. They're on barges and ships and there's swashbuckling and all this stuff, and it's a different movie to stuff. Like they could have made episode 6 and then episode 7 straight after this. This didn't have to be the end of the film. They could have set this as let's rescue Han Solo, and that could have been the film.
If they had done that, made that the whole Jabba the Hutt bit a separate film, I think that would have been a much better idea. And I suspect
you say that, but if you'd have done that, you'd have had an entire film of Ewoks.
So you've always got to find the one major flaw in my arguments, haven't you?
No. If they'd made the Han Solo bit whereby they just rescue Han Solo, if it's all about rescuing Han Solo, it would have all been set on Tatooine. So you wouldn't have seen an Ewok.
No,
yeah, but the second part. So then, when we actually got like what would have been episode 7, and that would have dealt entirely with the final battle between the Rebellion and the Empire. Yeah, we would have had Ewoks galore.
No, you haven't thought about this, now have you? The only reason why the Ewoks were made is because they couldn't afford to make all those Wookiee costumes. If it had been the entire film, they would have had the budget. So
then we'd all hate Wookiees.
Yeah, but you'd have had it.
We wouldn't have hated Wookiees anywhere near as much as we hate Ewoks.
It would
let's
have been
face
set
it.
on Kashyyyk.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been set on Endor.
And we would never have got Caravan of Courage. We would never have got, what was the second one? Was it Battle for Endor or something? Was it? Yeah, we wouldn't have had either of those two things either.
So So if they'd actually made Episode 6 just the rescue of Han Solo, we'd have had a better Star Wars altogether.
Yeah, and then some. Because
I
I
mean,
mean,
the opening with the whole pirate ships and everything, and the whole hats, because they would have dealt with the hats. It would have been good. He wouldn't have just been this fat slug that just dies. You know, it's great because it's great when you can make a character that you can just absolutely hate and gets a comeuppance. That's fantastic. Particularly when it's something that is just like so disgusting to look at as well. It's so easy to go, you know, I hate that thing. It looks revolting, and everything they do with Jabba is revolting.
Yeah.
You know, he's got the slob that's always on his lip. It's just disgusting.
Do you think that's why they made such a drastic change? Because, of course, we did when they filmed the first one, and you had Jabba the Hutt there, and he was that fat Irish bloke. So, do you think that's why they changed it for that effect?
No, I think they changed it because suddenly they were using a hell of a lot more puppets, and there was a lot more of let's get Sesame Street involved.
Because we wind up with Salacious Crumb and all that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So there's a lot more of those things going on in it. Some of it works, some of it doesn't.
Oh, you got to say though, the original puppet for Jabba was really well done. I mean,
yeah.
Look, I'm not knocking the quality on what they did. It's just the fact that you know, you had Yoda, which is a puppet which worked extremely well for a physical puppet. Even though, you know, it had limitations in the lip movement and everything. The second they overdid that with the CGI, it didn't work.
Yeah.
The second you made something articulate like that, it just didn't work. And with regards to, there are too many puppets in Return of the Jedi for sure. But it was a kind of it was kind of them doing the cantina again, but making it nastier. It was the flip reverse of the cantina. So there's a lot of mirror stuff going on in Return of the Jedi. It's one of those things whereby it's good to have, but it was a case of, because obviously like the first one was Mos Eisley, and it was like, right then, this you'll never find a bigger bunch of bastards anywhere. And it's like, well, no, you can. You're there.
Yeah.
You know, it turns out Obi-Wan was wrong. But the fact that it made Jabba, and the other thing as well was the fact that they'd been building Jabba the Hutt throughout the films. It was a case
all
of
the constant references, yeah.
So this is the time that you actually finally got to see him, and then he got offed. And it was like, Han Solo didn't even get his revenge on that one.
No. He was pretty hopeless throughout the whole situation.
Yeah. So, I mean, really, the final of Jabba the Hutt should have been, you know, Han Solo walking away from a slow explosion behind him.
No, I'm glad they didn't put that in. No, please, anyone from Star Wars Productions who may be watching this, don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like there should have been a comeuppance of him shooting him, or there should have been him strangling him, or there should have been something.
Yeah.
For him to get a comeuppance. It was good that the fact that they chose Leia, and actually had her dressed in that sort of humiliating outfit, which is brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure Chris will get his moment on that in a bit. You've been dying to talk about it since you knew this video was being done, so don't deny it.
I will deny it.
Bikini.
I will deny it, but yeah, I mean, I've you know, you can't knock. I mean, Carrie Fisher worked out like a beast to look the way she did in Return of the Jedi. I mean, she really did. She worked out. I would imagine she probably starved herself here and there because I mean, times have changed now, but back then, you know, if you were a young woman and you were going to be put on camera like that, you didn't want any bit sticking out that shouldn't be sticking out, and you know, you can't knock her for that at all. And no, I'm not going to go on about it. It's a humour point, but yeah, she looked very nice in that bikini.
Have you seen the photo of Carrie Fisher with her 2 stunt doubles?
Yeah.
It's really good. They're on a beach. It's really good.
Yeah.
It's really good.
I will also add that Carrie Fisher absolutely detested that costume.
Yeah.
Well, she would do, wouldn't she? I mean, it was just about covering her up.
The whole point of the costume was that it's supposed to be this humiliating costume.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah, it is, and it was because of the way she infiltrated the palace. That's why Jabba wanted to humiliate her with it.
Yeah,
because she tried to humiliate him.
But I mean, the other side of the film though is the fact that you've got this whole moment with Darth Vader and Luke, and I don't think a lot of people have really snared onto this idea, right? But I'm gonna put something down that I think a lot of people have overlooked. In Star Wars, Darth Vader did not know Luke Skywalker was even a thing.
Yeah.
Right? He found out that there was this person called Luke Skywalker in between Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back. Right? By that reckoning, if you follow the beats of Darth Vader's actions from Empire to Return of the Jedi, it's a long, long build in that guy turning. It's a long build. Because if you look at how he acts with Luke across, when he goes from him finding out that he's got a son to him actually throwing the Emperor in the pit. If you look at his behavior, it actually does change throughout Empire towards the end of Return of the Jedi. And it's really clever actually in how it's done. And a good example of it is, so when he finds out that, because in the original, obviously they've changed the dialogue now, right?
Yeah.
But in the original scene where the Emperor talks to Darth Vader, he says to him, "We have a new enemy. His name is Luke Skywalker." That's where Darth first finds out. Right, in the original storyline, right, and then Vader says to him, "Well, you know, he'll join us or die." But after that moment, he doesn't kill him, and he could have, and he didn't. And you're starting to think to yourself, "Well, why didn't he?" And then when you find out that he's his father, it's like, so what's happened to Vader here? Like, if you really think about the character of Vader, what the hell is going on in this guy's head? Because he didn't know he had a kid. He didn't know about Luke. He didn't know about Leia. He didn't have a clue. So as far as he was concerned, his wife died and died without children. So to find out that he's got a son, the fact that Luke's a thing, he's not going to want to kill him, and he doesn't want to kill him. Like, I know this person's a stranger to him, really, technically, but to find out that he's his son, there's a lot going on. You imagine being told, "Oh, by the way, this is your son." Like, that's going to be a hell of a shock to take.
Oh, yeah.
And then when you follow it through to Return of the Jedi, there's this lovely moment in Return of the Jedi, which I've always pointed to as this is the moment where you know things have changed. And that is the whole bit whereby they arrest Luke in the forest, where Luke turns himself in.
Yeah.
And he has that whole conversation with Darth Vader. And Darth Vader says, "Well, you know, I'm going to turn you over to the Emperor now and all this stuff. You know, he is your master now and all this thing." And then Luke says, "Oh, my father is truly dead." And then he walks off. He has the final word. He steps in the elevator and he's gone. The camera doesn't cut there. It could. It didn't.
No, it stays on Vader. Yeah.
It stays on Vader. And Vader walks up to the beam and he leans on the beam and he's just looking out to the forest and he's looking out. And this is the incredible bit of psychology that people always miss. All the other times when Darth Vader does something, he's facing a wall. He's facing an internal thing. He's facing something solid. This is the only time Darth looks up at the stars in the same way Luke did in Episode 4. He's looking up to the moon. He's looking up. He's looking out, off into the distance. He's mirroring what Luke did.
I mean, I can safely say that had completely escaped me. I'd never noticed that.
It hasn't escaped me, and that's why I maintain that Return of the Jedi is not a shit film. It's just got shit bits in it.
Yeah. It does. And then, but that's the moment where you're just like, oh, right, okay. Darth's changed, or he's changing. You know, but it's a realization that's taking place from Empire. From the time he finds out that Luke's his son and he's alive and he's a thing and he's this good person and he wants good things, even though he's already killed 500,000 people, he's still a good person. You know, and him and his friends are about to do it all again or the next one. Yeah, it's that is the moment that Darth changes. Really, that's the spark. When it's the sort of the seeds. The Emperor plants the seeds of his own demise.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was alluding to before we started recording. When I said that I think of Return of the Jedi as a film of two very different halves, and you've got the stuff in space with Lando's attack with the Rebel entire fleet on the Death Star, and the story of Luke Skywalker on one side, and then you've got the let's sell some toys, cutesy ridiculous bit with the teddy bears on the planet. And
So-
even though that does fit into it because they have to turn the shield off to surround
Yeah.
the Death Star, it's like two very different films. In so much so that one section of the film is very blue in colour, and the other section of the film is very green. It's that
Can I
divided.
point out something that nobody's ever noticed? You
Go
know
on.
where Han Solo blows up the shield generator?
Yeah.
He's dead. Because he runs and jumps over the log and hides behind the log. Have a look at the size of the explosion.
Yeah, the explosion. That's yeah,
Fucking huge.
yeah,
There's a whole, like, I don't care how many logs you've hidden behind.
yeah.
You're dead.
Well, see, you say that, but I happen to know if you watch the original cut of the film before it was digitally altered and that,
He's
you
running
can
for the
actually
first
see
30 minutes.
you can see a reflection of the back of Harrison Ford in the big glass screen that Han Solo very cleverly erected around that so it didn't blow him up.
Yeah, he's running for the first 30 minutes of the film. Yeah, that's right. You have to, look, it's enormous. Have a look at the explosion. It's like it doesn't even blow out. It goes out as well. It goes out.
Yeah.
The forest. Do you think it would have been better? Because this is my problem with the whole Forest Moon of Endor. Star Wars tends to do planets. It doesn't do cities, right? Everything's a planet. It's not a desert on a planet. It's a desert planet.
Yeah.
It's not a forest on a planet. It's a forest planet. It's the same with Coruscant. Coruscant isn't a city.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a planet city.
Yeah.
It does everything on a planet size. So, is the Forest Moon of Endor a problem in Star Wars because they have already done Dagobah? Is it a problem in Return of the Jedi because you've already seen the shit and it's already been done better?
I mean, my problems with Endor don't really. Well, one of them is to do with the setting, but I've got no problem with the whole, using a forest again. It does seem like they are trying to go through as many different, sort of terrain as they can. We've had the ice world on Hoth. We've had, the swamp on Dagobah, the deserts on Tatooine. What's left? Oh, okay, let's have a forest then. So there is a bit of that there. But
Something different.
what could they have done?
Well, they could have done water. Because they did that with episode 2.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Well, Gino says.
Although, like I
The
said
Bugs
to you
Planet.
yesterday, Chris, if they hadn't have done a jungly forest thing, we wouldn't have had that brilliant Chewbacca doing Tarzan sound effect that I love.
Which they whittled back into episode 3.
My problems with the forest setting is there are quite a few scenes in Return of the Jedi that I just think are nonsense.
You mean the surprise attack by the Imperial Walkers? And the Ewoks already having set these traps up for them prior?
We haven't seen any of the Imperial Walkers around. Suddenly they all appear, but we've got traps already, set out for them.
They're exactly the right size for them as well.
Yeah.
But there's also...
This thing needs to stand here so these two logs can do this.
But you have, this, the Empire have built this entire shield generator, and yet there is this entire civilization of Ewoks practically on its doorstep, and the Empire have not noticed them at any point.
Yeah.
Then
The Empire, I like the fact that I do like to think the Empire are ignorant, though. I do like to think that they're so big and mighty that they overlook things.
it would explain some of the things going on in this. The other part is, you're in this very dense jungle location. Mm-hmm. So what means of transport are you going to use to get around? I know. Let's use a speeder that travels at God knows what sort of speeds, but are so fragile that you knock against anything and they're going to explode. That's the perfect mode of transport for getting through a forest, isn't it?
I mean, it's supposed to be like a step up on a scramble, I suppose, for the speeder bike. So I guess that, but I mean, I suppose the speed they travel at is ridiculous. I don't think the mode of transport is ridiculous. I think the speed they travel at is ridiculous.
If they had it, that sort of design, but have it going at a speed that makes sense. Then it would work. But when it's going so fucking fast, and if you blink, oh well, there you go, you've missed this tree that's coming towards you, and you're dead.
Can't break.
No, it's a bit ludicrous. But the most ludicrous scene of the entire film for me is during the space battle, when they take out the Super Star Destroyer. You've got this enormous, fucking great ship. Everything around it is shielded, apart from the shield generator itself, which they take out by just firing a few shots into it. Bang! There it goes. So it's no longer got a shield. So how do you take it out now? Take out the bridge. That's it. Problem dealt with. I mean,
the engineering department didn't know what was happening up there, so they just said, "Oh, point it down."
Yeah, I mean, it's. Why have they got these enormous great ships? And this happens again in Last Jedi. These enormous great ships, which are so fragile, they are destroyed so easily.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with that is the fact that I don't really like. I know the scene you're on about. I don't really like the fact that these ships are fighting. They've got all of space in the solar system to maneuver, and they're all flying in and about 10 feet away from each other. And it's like, that's, you need to. I get it, because you're going to tell this sort of like closed-in story because they want to get close to the Death Star. I understand that, but you've got all of this. And all around here, and all up there. You can attack this round thing from this side as well. You don't all have to attack from here.
You haven't got all come from the same direction.
You can come from here. You don't all have to be facing the big gun.
Do you notice
the working gun?
You notice there's a lot of sci-fi that does do that with space battles, because I suppose not a lot of people understand four-dimensional space. But I think the first time I ever saw someone filming something that used the fourth dimension of space was probably in 1994 in the last episode of Star Trek Next Generation in All Good Things, because you actually have another Enterprise coming from underneath.
And
I think that was the first time. It's like, I think I was almost shocked that they bothered to do that, because they don't normally. It's always sort of like that.
Isn't it strange, though? Because you've got to remember going way back to the old Atari Star Wars game. That's how you had to fight the bloody TIE fighters, isn't it? That's how. You literally had to fight the TIE fighters in four-dimensional space. Three-dimensional space plus time. So you literally had to fight them that way. So this game was out before, this sort of thing was happening. So people were thinking about it. It's not like it's just that it's taken so long to get to before we've actually seen it on screen, and it's it is it's a point of contention with Return of the Jedi, I think. I mean, it's good that they don't dwell on it, because it's like, that's not the point of the film, let's move on.
Yeah.
But,
I did like that throughout the whole space battle, actually, because all the previous space battles, when like TIE fighters had been destroyed, it did dwell on it. Here, you just, they're flying along, bang, and it's off screen straight away. It looked much better when they did it that way.
But it did start the trend of destruction porn, though, didn't it?
Well,
That's what it was. It was carnage for the sake of carnage. It wasn't coordinated.
I'll let them off on a couple of counts because there was quite a lot of that battle where it was beautiful. There was a lot of that battle where you had Luke being cajoled by the Emperor to lose his temper, and you were seeing a lot of it out the window, like flashes and that. And I thought that was really well filmed. That bit.
So here's the only problem I have with that scene. The window itself is out of focus, but the space battle is in focus. How?
Special future cameras.
That's not how it works. if the window frame is out of focus, and Luke is in focus, everything behind that should also be out of focus.
Yeah.
I haven't watched it for a long while, and I didn't remember that point.
Yeah,
so thanks for ruining that.
It's cool. When you go back and watch it, you'll see it. It'll be like, what?
Oh, I will now.
The other thing is, the battle looks like it's taking place at a fair old distance away.
Yeah.
Well, how long is that Super Star Destroyer falling before it finally hits the? Right.
I'm going to stand up for this one.
Okay.
When you first see the Emperor's throne room, it's nowhere near the front of the Death Star. It's on the top.
All right.
It's that tall spire.
Oh yes, yeah.
But that tall spire is on the top of the Death Star, which is on the very top of the Death Star. So the space battle is actually, you've got the whole front of the Death Star there.
Yeah.
And the space battle's happening over there. So it's quite a bit.
Yeah, it's supposed to be, is it 25-kilometer diameter or something of the second Death Star?
Yeah. It's bigger than the first one.
So, well, okay, yeah. All right. I'll give you that one then.
Yeah, it is quite a bit of a distance, but I mean, it doesn't explain how the focus on the camera works.
No, don't explain that. No, I ain't got an answer for that one.
Perhaps it's the light refraction through the glass. You see, because it's like another lens. You're not thinking about it properly.
I am.
yeah, I know.
Right. Well, there's one other character who is rather prominent, shall we say, in this that we haven't really mentioned, and that's the Emperor himself.
Yes.
I got to say, he does come across as being a bit. Sorry.
The hooded woman from Snow White.
Well, it does look like that's what he's been based on, but he does, to me, seem a bit stupid. Why? There you go, we got Emperor Palpatine right there. There we go. But why would he, when he's feeding the information, he allowed the rebel spies to know the location. Why did he let them know the real location? Why didn't he make one up or something and send them off somewhere?
Well, he did. Haven't you seen Rise of Skywalker?
Unfortunately, yes.
Fucking. Yeah, no, you raise a good point, but I think the idea was that, again, it goes back to the Empire being overconfident. They're always overconfident.
It's the only thing I could come up with. Yeah, he was so overconfident that they would win. Yeah.
Yeah, he was sure that that they were going to win. I mean, it was the same with Tarkin. Tarkin was like, "What, evacuate in our time of victory? Blow it up your ass." Yeah.
It would have been good if they had kept that line in. Can't quite imagine Peter Cushing being the one to say it, but...
I mean, it was something of the writing of the time that a lot of things were put down to overconfidence. That it was like, if you're overconfident, it'll be your downfall. It's been in so many films from that period. It wasn't that the person could actually figure it out and then beat them, and then because they were smart. It was, oh no, it's just because they were overconfident. We just kicked them in the nuts. And that's pretty much what happens here. It does lead to, though, with Return of the Jedi in particular, it does lead to the brilliant throne room scene. And that throne room scene is magnificent. I absolutely think it's one of the best directed scenes in cinema. Just for the choices of the lighting, the fact that you've got the Darth in and out of black, you've got Luke in and out of black. They're both wearing black as well, so you don't know which way it's going. Like Luke's never worn black, and all of a sudden he's showing up and he's dressed.
Yeah, at the foot of it, yeah.
And then these people are fighting in silhouette. Like literally, if you look at that scene whereby they're looking up the stairs and you got Luke with his lightsaber and his cross with Darth Vader's lightsaber, and he's in black. There's the window. There's light coming through, but it's all the stars behind, and it's just like this is good shit. And then they go down the stairs, and then it descends into darkness, and all the lightsabers are the only light glowing. And it's just, oh, it's so gorgeous, and everything's polished surfaces as well, so it's all bits of light bouncing off things on those blue panels that they've got around the place. You know, those segmented panels.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell they are.
Oh, no idea.
But it's, and then you've got the gantry and everything. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. And because they both fight on the same level, and that's what I like with that scene, is that it changes the power play. Because when it starts off, Luke is on the back foot. He's literally on the back foot. When the Emperor is giving him the whole, you want this, don't you? You know, he does all this thing. He is playing Luke. He's trying to get Luke angry. He's pushing his buttons. So Luke is on the back foot here. So when he does finally give in and go, right then, I'm gonna chop this bitch up, he's on the losing side. And then they do the whole bit of him fighting. It's only like he's fighting him, but he doesn't know why he's fighting him. I feel like he's been told to fight him by Yoda. You know, it's kind of like he's gonna lose this because he's passionate about what he's fighting for, but he doesn't believe what he's fighting for. And the mistake that happens at the end there is when Vader mentions his sister. Because that's when Luke has something to fight for.
He's got something to fight for, yeah.
And that changes it around. And then you get the whole bit whereby Luke just goes absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
It's just, it's brilliant. And then he's just like, I'm going to take your head off, you son of a bitch. Yeah, and it's followed up then by the scene where he's beaten Darth Vader. And I think what I like with the scene is it's the first time we realise Darth Vader isn't all human. Like, we've been told it.
Yeah.
But we don't really know. And it's only when he cuts his hand off and you see the wires sticking out.
Yeah. So there's another limb gone. Well, part of a limb gone.
Yeah. Yeah, that's his third hand.
Yeah.
Third right hand.
At this point, Vader's probably thinking, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
We're saying basically that Darth Vader is Trigger's broom, aren't we?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. He's lost 3 hands and 4 hands.
Yeah, 4 hands, 2 arms, no, 3 arms,
1, 2.
2 legs. I mean, he's not had a good run, has he?
Well, you can't without legs, can you?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. He's lost his right hand 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
That's a really far out way of making it feel like someone else.
Well, Dooku cut
Well,
his
he probably
hand
lost that as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, Dooku cut his hand off.
Yeah.
So there was that.
I think it was more his arm, wasn't it, rather than just his hand.
Yeah. Obi-Wan cut his arms off. His legs.
And his legs, yeah.
Luke cut his hand off. as well. Yeah, I mean the guy's just fucking rubbish. I mean, misplacing your keys is bad. Fucking hell.
Right, here is
But, yeah,
a follow-up question. Oh, no, go on.
Sorry, it's a good realization moment that Darth isn't all humans. It's like, oh, he's a bit robot, and then that leads into the whole scene with him picking up and killing the Emperor and giving that whole bit, because it goes on for too long. If you watch that scene whereby he's frying Luke,
Yeah.
all that bit,
Yeah.
and it goes on for too long. It's uncomfortably long. And it's meant to be. It's the best thing about it is the fact that it should have ended 30 seconds earlier, but it doesn't. And technically Luke should be dead because he should have been tasered to death.
Yeah.
But by the end, it's like Darth is like watching this shit, and this is the only good thing I think that ties back to the original, to the prequels. I mean, is that because Dooku shocks Anakin knows what it feels like.
Yeah, he knows what it's like. Yeah.
So the fact that he's watching it and witnessing it and living through it, it's like, oh, Jesus Christ, I remember that.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably the only good thing that really sort of reflects on that. That scene is brilliant. I don't like the part that they've added in the whole no.
No, I can't stand that either. Keep him silent. I wish they hadn't put that in.
Actions speak louder than words.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are a lot of things that they put in with all these like special editions and all these Lucas's constant tweaking, and none of them are an improvement for me. Just leave them as they were.
Yeah, the historical documents essentially of filmmaking. It's like him doing a special edition of Citizen Kane.
Yeah,
the original.
The thing is, now I'm going to play devil's advocate here because it doesn't bother me because the originals still exist, and I've got the originals digitally, totally untouched with the light bending around all the ships and stuff like that, which they touched up, and I've also got the Blu-ray box of the first 6 episodes of Star Wars. And I'm not someone that hates it because it's like, well, if I want to watch the original one, I'll watch the original one. It's his film; he can do what he wants with it.
Yeah, but here's the problem, Chris. You can't get a Blu-ray of the original because it doesn't exist anymore. You can't buy an original print. You can't buy the original Star Wars untouched, or Return of the Jedi untouched, because they literally destroyed the film making the special editions.
See, now the special one of the box sets I bought Star Wars on DVD. I bought Star Wars Empire and Jedi. Disc 2 had the original film on there.
It would probably been a rewash, but
it probably was. It was. I think it was taken from one of the Laserdisc versions, but they were
right. So that's it. Right. So this is how this has come into existence. So when they did the original films were actually transferred to Laserdisc, but the original negatives for the films have all been destroyed. They've all, how you could buy a plaque with a couple of strips of film?
Yeah.
That's what's happened to them. Every one of the films, they don't exist. You can't get. When they did the special edition, they washed, cleaned, and printed the film. They digitally remastered it, and then they buggered the shit out of it, and then that's the only. Here's the thing. As far as I'm aware, Lucas's hold on what they can do with Star Wars runs out next year, which means that if any studio has duplicate copies of the original print of Star Wars, Disney can release it. So that's the only way that it can exist is that, where they make multiple ones for cinemas. So they've got 35mm prints for cinemas. Those prints do still exist, but they are only replica prints. But it does mean that Disney next year could release the original untouched versions of the film. That's the only good thing. All the original cans, all the original prints that they made, the original 35mm negatives, they've all been destroyed. So it's shit.
Yeah.
And that's why, and by the way, it was a stipulation that Lucas put on when he sold Star Wars that they would only show his version of Star Wars, not the originals, even though he made the originals.
Yeah, I was like, even though they're as much his as the others. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking.
But yeah, I think with Return of the Jedi, that's what you end up with is this gestalt film, whereby it drifts in quality from this is really fun to the fuck is this. So I mean, I don't know. Like the Sarlacc pit scene is really really good, but then it goes wayward, and then it goes into slapstick comedy with C-3PO landing arse to face in the dirt.
Yeah.
And then you get all the whole Forest Moon scenes and all that. But then
I think overall there's more good than bad in Return of the Jedi, much
Yeah.
like Darth Vader himself.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's a better film than Luke Oza makes it out to be. But you know, that's a personal opinion. You know, everyone's entitled to think what they want. He hates it, I don't.
The thing is, I do like a lot of Return of the Jedi. I just think that it's geared to a different audience.
Yeah.
I feel like Empire Strikes Back was geared to more the adults that grew up with Star Wars, even though it was only like 3 years later.
Yeah.
Whereas I think Return of the Jedi was geared more to a younger audience, to a younger crowd. It was the can we sell this to Kenner?
Yeah.
And I think that's just the way it goes. But also, we do get the bloody brilliant scene between Luke and Sebastian Stan, which, for the life of me, this is the honest truth, right? I saw this person that reacted. They'd never seen Star Wars before, and they'd be reacting to Star Wars. They watched Star Wars, then they watched Empire Strikes Back, and they watched Return of the Jedi. And there was this brilliant moment, fucking brilliant. The person that was watching it had watched the whole death scene with Darth Vader, whereby Luke takes off the helmet and all this stuff, and he's like, "Now go, my son," all this stuff. The only problem I have with that scene is you can clearly drop in a after that, and it fits in perfectly. And this is the only problem. But the whole burning scene with when Luke sets fire to the body and all this stuff, and it's like,
And the music. Oof.
oh yeah, absolutely the music. And that's amazing score. The whole fight scene, that whole end is John Williams' masterpiece. But you get the end of the film then, whereby they're all celebrating, all that stuff, and then this person watching the film, and it's like, there's Yoda, there's Obi-Wan, and all of a sudden Hayden Christensen appears and she goes, "Who the fuck is that?"
Yeah.
Because if you've not seen Star Wars before, in episodes 1, 2, and 3, you don't know that that's Anakin.
No.
Because you've just seen what he looks like, and it's Sebastian Stan.
Yeah.
See, that is the one thing I do disagree with George Lucas's tinkering. Is I thought it was Sebastian Shaw. Is it Sebastian Stan?
Oh, it could be Sebastian Shaw. Yeah, you could be right there.
I can't remember now.
It's one or the other.
Anyway, when he appears at the end, because I know the excuse given was he reverted back to how he was before he turned to the dark side. And I'm like, no bollocks. He died. He basically he returned back to the good side of the Force, and he died as an old man. So that's exactly how we should look.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sebastian Shaw. Sebastian Stan is the guy who plays Winter Soldier. I do apologize. Who actually looks like Luke Skywalker. That's where he gets confused. Absolutely. He should look like a 55, 60-year-old man. He shouldn't look like the 22-year-old, because Yoda doesn't.
No,
Yoda looks like
Obi-Wan doesn't.
Yeah, when he actually popped his clogs, he basically turned his back on the dark side to save his son, so he'd redeemed it. So I mean, basically, the first 6 films is the fall and rise again of Darth Vader, of Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason I accept the prequels, because at least they got the story right, if nothing else.
Are we moving into Phantom Menace?
Well, we're gonna have to, aren't we?
Yeah, we're covering that.
Can I just say one thing before we do get to talking to Phantom Menace? How fucking brilliant is Duel of the Fates? How absolutely fucking awesome was the masterpiece score for that? That sold that film better than anything else. Let's put this into context here. A piece of music written by John Williams for a movie was number 3 in the charts.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that movie! I have never ever anticipated a film like that ever. I can't tell you how. It's trying to explain to somebody what it was like in 1999, knowing that you were gonna see a brand new Star Wars film, and because the only thing we really had was Duel of the Fates, and the music video which showed like the lightsaber battle, or some of the lightsaber battle with Darth Maul, Obi-Wan, and Qui-Gon, and it's trying to put it into context to people, because just to give some people an idea of how different things are to how they might have been or how they were conceptually. I had never, ever, ever conceived the idea that a Jedi Knight would look anything other than like a knight. I had never thought Jedi Knights looked like monks. It had never crossed my mind. When I thought Order of Jedi Knights, I thought knights, swords, knights, armor, horses, knights. But space knights, so space horses and space armor. But I'd never thought, because it had never, it was only when I saw, oh, fuck, they all dressed like they just got out of bed. like that's what it had never crossed my mind that was the thing. I had never thought, and because usually the other reason why I thought that was because I thought Darth Vader's armor was more of his Jedi Knight armor. It had never occurred to me that it was just because there's no need for the fucking helmet. Respirator, I can understand. But I thought the helmet was Knight helmet. You know, I thought, oh, Dark Knight helmet. That's and the shoulder guards and everything. It just occurred to me. It never ever crossed my mind that it was only Darth Vader that dressed like that, because he was a bit camp, I suppose. I don't know. He liked capes. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you remember what it was like seeing the Jedi? Do you have these similar thoughts on the Jedi?
Well, I always assumed that Obi-Wan in Star Wars was dressed like how the Jedi would. So I did always assume that, when we were going to have, multiple Jedi in the Phantom Menace, that they were all going to be wearing, like, monks' robes and all that sort of thing. And to a degree, they were.
So use my because this is where my mode of thinking went, right? And this is why. In the first film, he mentions that them being knights and fighting in the wars. And I was thinking of Crusades. So that was my line. That was sort of my throughway into thinking about, because I'd seen all these.
And thinking about it, he did say that he was, not is, a Jedi. So that could have also, backed that up. But I mean, like, so when I saw Star Wars, I was 7, 6, 7, something like that, and my 6-year-old brain wasn't really thinking that far ahead, But when I saw him and he said, he was once a Jedi Knight, so I just assumed that was what Jedi looked like.
And it had been over 20 years, so it was just like, you're just wearing his bedclothes.
One thing I wasn't expecting that they did, and there's no reason for not expecting this, was the fact that not all of the Jedi were human.
I like that.
You got a good sort of like spread of different like civilizations or whatever,
You also had the fan favorite in Kit Fisto. Fan favorite Jedi. He's a good-looking boy.
I'm trying to
Squiddy
remember
head.
which one. Oh, okay, right, is that one? Yeah.
What about you, Chris? What was your thought on the Jedi at the time? Did you ever think that the Jedi were like pacifist monks, given that they were armed to the shit?
No, I didn't think of them as pacifist monks, but the way I assumed their kind of look would be more like Luke's was in Return of the Jedi. You know, like the dark clothes with the cape, still sort of like a cape and a cowl, which is quite monkish.
Mm-hmm.
But I had always assumed that you know, the way Obi-Wan dressed suited being on a hot planet like Tatooine. But
Yeah.
I didn't think of them in like you were saying, like space knights. You know, with space horses and what have you. I just assumed.
I
You
think
know,
it was just because Brave Star was the thing at the time.
Yeah,
as well.
it might well have been, and maybe it's because I'm a couple of years older than you. I don't know.
Yeah.
That does make a difference. But it's
Yeah.
at the end of Return of the Jedi when Luke refuses to kill Vader, and he turns around to the Emperor, shuts off his lightsaber, and says, "I'm a Jedi, like my father before me." I assumed he'd dressed like a Jedi from what he'd been taught and what he knew. So that was what I was expecting from the Jedis.
But that's another good point there, because Luke dresses nothing like
No, he doesn't.
any of the others. So it's kind of like it's a little bit all over the place. They kind of redesigned the Jedi based entirely on what Alec Guinness wore.
Mind you,
and he was a fucking hobo.
Mind you, in Return of the Jedi, of course, up until that moment when Luke Skywalker refuses to kill Vader, he wasn't a Jedi. Not yet.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah. And the thing was as well, Yoda doesn't even wear the same clothes as Obi-Wan in the original.
Well, they wouldn't fit him, would they? Have you seen the difference in size between Alec
No,
Guinness and that
he doesn't
puppet?
even wear the same clothes as what he wears in the prequels.
No, I know.
So it's a case of this is a bit of a thing. But I never thought when I saw the trailer for the prequels, I never thought I was going to see people in pajamas. It's a bit weird, and the fact that they decided then to paint these things as holier than thou type of characters, which leads to a really huge problem, is because if you actually look at the prequels and the story of the Jedi are wrong.
They're also not a particularly nice bunch of people, I don't think.
No, they're
See,
not.
It's their way or no way.
That is one thing I liked about the prequels, is that they painted the Jedi that way, because that was kind of like the way it fitted in with the way Obi-Wan kind of extended the truth and skirted around the difference between Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader.
It turned Yoda into this, from this wise creature into this like, oh, we fucked up, we did.
Yeah.
And I don't like that. It retrospectively screwed the pooch on that. With Return, like in terms of Yoda being this like, you know, knowledgeable creature, and then you go back and to sort of fit this in. I mean, like, I remember. I'll tell you what I do actually like the Phantom Menace for the most part. It's just the fact that it's an hour too long, and there's a lot you can cut out, including Jar Jar Binks.
Oh, yeah.
If you dealt with that sort of situation, because there's a lot, and I understand Lucas's thinking on this, right? I really do. There's a lot of big, beautiful spectacle shots in Phantom Menace, but you don't need to sit through 15 minutes of pod race.
No, you don't. The pod race is very superfluous.
Yeah.
Just while we're on this, then, you've mentioned Jar Jar Binks. Now,
Yes.
a favourite with the children, not so favourite with the adults.
Yes. It's
what
great
do
if you watch him on YouTube, and they've doubled the speed of the footage, and they play it to yakety sax. It's fucking hilarious.
So what do you think of the fan theory that he was going to be a Sith?
Here's the thing. In the TV series The Clone Wars, they actually do bring back Jar Jar Binks, but they actually do fix his character in that they actually just make him more of a klutz as opposed to an idiot. So he's actually more in control of his faculties. He does know what he's doing, but he just can't help himself because he's got 2 left feet. So and there's a brilliant scene. There's a brilliant scene where all the stormtroopers, they're all around, all the clone troopers are around, and they're like, we're backed into a situation, and we're all outgunned. It's like, what do we do? And they send down Jar Jar Binks, and it's like, sir, shouldn't we back him up? And he's like, well, just wait. And he goes to climb on board this tank. He trips, slips, falls, hits the gun, and takes out the other ship next to it. And it's like, I see what you mean. And it actually does work because they've nailed what was wrong with Jar Jar. Like
I was going to say a lot of people might not know about it's a fan theory.
Yeah, that he's supposed to be a Sith.
But the thing is, right? The thing is, now I don't really buy into it myself. But there's a couple of bits that make me think, oh, maybe that's what Lucas was going to do. But because he was so universally hated by everyone over the age of 6, he changed his mind.
No,
then this is a question then from the Phantom Menace.
Mm-hmm.
Why are there certain scenes where a completely CGI character is pretty much mouthing what the other actors and actresses that are real people are saying, and particularly Princess Amidala, Padme, whatever you want to call her, and all of a sudden they said there's 2, and Count Dooku appears from nowhere in the second film. I'm wondering if that might have possibly been a thing that's been painted out because of how much people complained about Jar Jar Binks, because he is an irritating character.
I think George Lucas likes to put in silly characters into films as comic relief because he does it in all his films. He always puts in these putsy types characters into his films. He always has. It's in Indiana Jones, in all of them. But the thing is with Jar Jar Binks is that he was trying to catch lightning in a bottle. He didn't realize that he still had it in the bottle anyway because he hadn't got rid of it. It was still the bottle, it was still, you had C-3PO, you didn't need Jar Jar.
Yeah.
C-3PO is enough. Imagine what you've done here is taken C-3PO and turned it up to 11 and called it Jar Jar. And the problem is that he's an imbecile. And imbecile characters very rarely work. Particularly when they're supposed to be in a scene of competence. And it bounces people out of the scene because they can't believe the buffoonery. Right? And it's you can't take that sort of scene. Here's the scene. You've got a battlefield scene set up, people are gonna die. Right? You've got this klutz then juggling balls and just running around the place like a bloody idiot.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't work because it's totally different. You take out the context and have a look at the Yakety Sax video with him, and it's pissing hilarious. but it's because it's totally out of context. And it's by itself, so it stands alone. That does work, but it doesn't work inside the film. The whole fart jokes and things with Jar Jar, just like, stop.
Yeah.
This isn't that film. Yeah. Like, Richard Pryor is not in this movie. Go away. It's if he was, and even then, if he was, it would have been a different film. But the thing with Phantom Menace is the fact that it's got it looks beautiful. It really does look beautiful. Naboo looks special. It's an absolutely stunning place. All model work, no CGI. So that's amazing, and part of it was filmed in Italy, of course. You've got some really great designs in the fact that it's the most Flash Gordon looking film that they made.
Yeah.
All the ships are these 50s classic era sci-fi looks.
Which I'm pretty sure that was the intention, wasn't it, from the start? They wanted it to look like that.
Even the guns look like ray guns. You know, it's Ronald Ray guns. But they all do, and it's a really beautiful looking film. It just goes on for too long with a lot of people sitting around talking.
Yeah, there is way too much of that. I'm sure they could have cut a good half hour or so of that out.
Yeah, E.T. makes an appearance. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't mind that. That's just a fun little thing in the background. I do. That's one of the things I do. Go, oh, I see what you did there. I like that. But yeah, I mean, like, there's the things that they should have cut out. I mean, I wouldn't have made episode 1 that way anyway. I wouldn't have done it that way. Anakin was way too young for me as a sort of a senior cast member, I guess. He was what, 10, 8?
Yeah, it didn't do Jake Lloyd any favours anyway, did it? Really, it basically fucked his life up. So,
but how was it going to? Because like the boy geniuses don't work. They don't work. And fucking Star Trek: The Next Generation should have given them the clue on that.
Yeah.
Right? They just people don't, unless it's a comedy. You know, like, oh, this is the comedy scenario of this kid's a genius and everybody and nobody else knows. You know, it works for Stewie and Family Guy because it's the whole point of it is he's an evil genius. But for a character like that, nobody likes smarty pants kids.
No.
And this thing, like, I think the pod race was enough. I think the pod race was enough to go, you've done enough for this movie. This kid needs to be given the backseat until he becomes a Jedi.
Yeah.
He didn't need to be the one that took down the robot ship. Like, he didn't need to fly into space. He didn't need to, like, the fact that he sat in the cockpit. If he'd just been sat in the cockpit in the dock when they were all having that fight, and just been sat there and gone, oh right, I've got the guns working now. I've taken out a couple of these droids. That's fine. That's more than enough. But to fly into space and take out the pissing base ship, it's too much. You got all these trained pilots that couldn't get inside, and all of a sudden this kid just...
Yeah, this 8-year-old kid comes along and does it, you know, boss, done. Yeah,
and he built C-3PO.
Oh, yes, yeah. I mean, fucking hell, is there anything he couldn't do? 8 years old.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, just stop, put the foot on the brakes, and then you get the dancey scene, the great, you know, choreographed dancing from Darth Maul and Qui-Gon Jinn.
Yeah.
And Obi-Wan Kenobi. Good casting, by the way. Great
yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan, because originally they was going to cast Nigel Havers as Obi-Wan, and he turned it down for whatever reason. And I think I actually think Ewan McGregor, when he obviously he toned down his Scottish accent a bit, and he was trying to mimic to a certain degree Alec Guinness.
Yeah.
And I think he done a fucking good job.
Yeah, I do, but I think it was good all around. Qui-Gon Jinn, what's his face?
Liam Neeson.
Liam Neeson. Yeah.
You know, he did a good job. The fact that they had Samuel L. Jackson in the film, and have you right? I've got to ask this: have you seen the fan film, The Emperor's New Clones?
No.
Oh my god! It's my favorite spoof film ever. It's this entire film, and it's based all around Star Wars, about the prequels, the whole thing. But it's lunacy, and I mean, you would love it. The end scene is them singing "Join the Dark Side, Step in Time." It's fucking brilliant, right? It's good quality production as well. But the whole bit with, I mean, just to give you some idea of how how crazy the film is. Luke and Leia are twins, but one's 10 and one's 19. So it's crazy. It's absolutely, but it is genuinely, it's my favorite fan film that I've ever seen, and particularly with Star Wars as well. But it takes a look at all the things that's wrong with Star Wars, and when they put Samuel L. Jackson in there, he's just motherfucker. Did you say what? Say what again? And it's just brilliant. But to see Samuel L. Jackson in a Star Wars film, did that ruin it for anyone? Because
Samuel L. Jackson? No, it didn't ruin it for me.
No, me either. I think anything with Samuel L. Jackson is brilliant. He's one of the best actors in the world.
I'm only asking because, like, I think a lot of people would have gone, like, oh, you know, we saw him in, like, you know, Pulp Fiction, we saw him in all these other films. I'm just wondering whether or not it was like, oh, and this guy's a Jedi now? Because if you look at the history of Star Wars, they weren't big on putting known actors in the films.
No, that's true.
There's one or two, but there's not like an ensemble. Whereas now they make in Star Wars, everybody's like, I want to be part of it.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you that they've done that, but I am pretty good at you know, even if there's an actor I can't stand in real life in a film, he's not playing himself, so I'm quite happy to watch him in a film.
I mean,
you know,
they went nuts. I mean, Daniel Craig's a stormtrooper, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
I mean, I watched when I watched The Phantom Menace. You know, I thought first of all, Samuel L. Jackson, and then for the rest of the film, he was Mace Windu. You know, it was as simple as that. So no, I didn't find it too jarring. But then I'm happy to see him turn up in anything. I'd be quite happy if he was the next Doctor, to be honest with you.
And we got the first appearance of Keira Knightley. Most people forget that Keira Knightley was in Star Wars.
Yeah, she played the decoy Amidala. Yeah,
she did. Yeah.
Oh, with the ridiculous hair and the ridiculous makeup, and just every scene, I just thought, how are you supposed to take this character seriously?
Have you seen Carrie Fisher's roast of Amidala?
No, I'd never heard of it until you mentioned it, but I already want to.
So, have you seen, like, George Lucas gets the AFT award?
Oh.
She walks out. She literally shits all over everything. like it's unbelievable. There's like the cream of the crop of Hollywood are like doing this whole tribute to George Lucas, and she walks out on stage and she's like, "That bastard said I couldn't wear a bar." Like, and that's how it starts. And she goes off and it's just a rant for 10 minutes. It's amazing. It's absolutely brilliant. Which she calls her Queen Armadillo. It's outstanding. You should watch it.
It's one I'm going to look up.
It starts off with William Shatner. It's brilliant.
There's nothing to lose here. This is a win-win-win-win. I mean,
you're saying all the right things. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, seeing Carrie Fisher rant for 10 minutes, that's
gold.
Pure gold. Yeah.
It is gold. She's blaming him for everything that goes wrong in her life. She's just shitting all over everybody. Because I mean, even like we're gonna jump to this later, but did you ever see her on Graham Norton with Daisy Ridley?
I didn't see that one. I saw the one where they had Mark Hamill, Daisy Ridley, and John Boyega.
No, anytime. I love Carrie Fisher, right? She used to come to the book festival, and she used to do a one-woman show, and she was amazing, right? Blind. If you ever get to see a one-woman show, Carrie Fisher, watch it. It's fucking outstanding, right? It's hilarious in every way, right? But her advice, I'll never forget this ever. She said that Daisy Ridley, like, could you give Daisy Ridley any advice? And she said, don't screw half the crew. This is what you're dealing with, like.
I'm sure it's good advice, though, you know.
But it felt like she knows.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. When this video's finished, Chris, you should dedicate this to the memory of Carrie Fisher, just because she was such a beast.
Yeah. Honestly, you gotta watch it. Yeah, like anytime. Seriously, watch her one woman show. because it goes through a load of whole things, even the bits whereby, that thing that happened about was it 15 years ago, where she's talking about a friend decided to stay over, and it was like nothing. It was just like they were just having a good time. They weren't. It was nothing sexual or anything like that. But they decided to stay over. She was like, oh well, may as well sleep in a bed with me. So she did. Her friend just stayed in the same bed as her. They woke up in the morning, they were dead. That was it. They fucking died in the night. She woke up in the morning next to a dead body. She's like, fuck.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like it took me a while to go back to remember that happening in the news, and I was like, "Fuck, I forgot about that." I was like, "Jesus Christ!" And she's like talking, she's totally sincere about it. She's talking about drugs, alcohol. There's nothing off the table. It's amazing. It is. You should. Anyway, back to Star Wars.
Okay. Well, we're on the Phantom Menace. So we got the character of Darth Maul.
Yes.
I, for one, am rather glad that he's not in it for very long.
Well, all the Siths should be spared. They should all be sparingly used. You overplay your hand. The only person I do believe really I would like to see more of is a Sarge Ventress, which is if you don't know, she's a Sith witch, and she is in the Clone Wars, and she is fucking brilliant as a character because she is so complex as a character. But that's Dave Filoni view. But yeah, Darth Maul, because Darth Maul doesn't die in the episode 1.
Oh, this is one of these bones of contention I have with. It happens a lot with Star Wars fans. They just cannot accept that a character has died.
Yeah.
He's sliced in half, for fuck's sake.
He shows up in Solo.
Yeah.
Has he got the spider? Has he got the spider legs in Solo?
Yeah.
But the thing is, right? So the one thing I did like with Clone Wars with Maul when they dealt with that whole scenario was why it played on the character of Palpatine more than it did on Darth Maul, because it felt like why he was after Luke instead of Vader, because he was damaged. He was damaged goods. He was only dealing with Maul or with Vader because they were the best that he had. The second he saw better, it was like, oh fuck, this is new and shiny.
Yeah.
So when Maul shows up again in Clone Wars, he has an absolute whooping off Palpatine. So it's like, there we go. It's dealt with now, and his death is brilliant. His death is the episode Twin Sons in Rebels is absolutely astounding. For 25 minutes of cartoon that you're watching in Rebels, it really does deal with the death of Darth Maul, and he's dead. I mean, he's outright dead.
Oh, so okay, we can actually say he is dead at long last.
Oh yeah. No, Obi-Wan kills him, and it's over. Like it's literally like Obi-Wan has had enough of this shit, and that's it. But it's a good moment because he kind of realizes, in the moment when he dies, he realizes where he's made his mistake.
Well, I would imagine getting sliced in half by Qui-Gon Jinn is probably...
No,
it wasn't Qui-Gon, was it, who did that?
So, put a big spoiler alert here, but they fight it on Tatooine, and Obi-Wan is actually safeguarding Luke. And the homestead is off in the distance, and you can see Luke playing outside, and Obi-Wan faces up to Maul, and he basically kills him. He's just like, it doesn't waste any time at all. It's just like lightsaber out, boom, 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 dead. And that's it. And as he's lying there dying, it's like Maul's like, is he worth it? And it's like, yes, he is. Is he the chosen one? And Obi-Wan's just like, yeah, he is. And it's like, I'm sorry. And then he dies, and it's like it's over. It's gone. You know, and it's a beautiful, it's genuinely, it's a beautiful episode. But there we are, back to episode 1, which isn't so beautiful.
No, it's not so beautiful.
Well, to compare it a little bit then to what would eventually be retitled A New Hope. The budget on the Phantom Menace was 115 million.
Yep.
And its box office in dollars was 1.027 billion, because a lot of people were quite happy there was a Star Wars film at the cinema.
Yeah, but again, it's only 10 times what they spent.
Yeah. So that's what I was going to say. So it's effectively, it's made the same sort of percentage as the original Star Wars did.
What was the total gross on Star Wars?
No, actually, no, it hasn't got nowhere near what Star Wars made. No, Star Wars was 11 million and 700 of.
So again, we're talking about a film that made 70 times what they spent. Well, I mean, again, with Phantom Menace, though, I think there was a lot of hype behind Phantom Menace, more hype than I've ever known, really.
Yeah, I remember. God, dear.
Yeah. The last time I remember hype like that for a film was the '89 Batman. That was the summer of Batman, though. I mean, it was just like, Jesus Christ, it was everywhere.
I think this was far more hyped than Batman was.
Oh, probably because it was in the MTV era as well. So it was splattered everywhere. There was lunch boxes and everything. But I think the failure of Phantom Menace, I don't entirely put down to the story. I think that it is this is why I think George Lucas should have had an Irving Kershner to direct it. Is because I think they would have made different decisions to what George Lucas would have wanted.
Definitely.
This is a classic example of making and getting exactly what you wish for. He had too much money to spend on it. It was his own money, by the way. I know you said he was. I mean, this is how much money Bastard made. He spent 110 million on it, but it was out of his own bank. The studio had no say in the Phantom Menace.
Oh, that I didn't know.
No. This wasn't studio finance. This was George Lucas finance. He paid for everything out of his own pocket, out of his own wallet. He didn't want the studios involved. He had the studios to release the film, but he didn't payroll it.
I'll tell you another problem with this, and this was something that I mean, I'm sure Jeff will watch this. That Jeff said to me the other day was the difference between Star Wars and the Phantom Menace was the Star Wars. George Lucas went out to Tunisia and he came over to England, done all this stuff. By the time the Phantom Menace come around, George Lucas had made enough money to be able to sit in an office somewhere and get stuff sent to him digitally, so he didn't go out on location to direct as much as he did before.
I mean, they did have problems on Phantom Menace. Let's be honest here. When they did the pod race sequence, they had a storm, because they did go back to Tunisia to shoot all that, and they had a storm which actually destroyed all the set.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that on the extras on the discs.
So there's a lot of money that they had to redo again. But here's the thing. When they made the original Star Wars, George Lucas had to be creative artistically. When they made Phantom Menace, he could do whatever the hell he wanted and have everything made especially.
Yeah.
So if it didn't look right, he could literally go, what does this alien look like? I've got a row of aliens here, I want that one. I don't like that one, let's change that one, let's change this, change that, and make it look like that. You couldn't do that on the original. He had to rely on the talents of the people and trust the people. There was no trust on Phantom Menace. No trust. It was make this way because I'm George Lucas, high and mighty. And look, it was his money, so screw it.
Yeah, and let's face it, it was a no-risk thing. Even though he's pouring in like over 100 million, he knew full well he was going to more than make it back.
Of course.
So, he probably did get a bit of a sort of like God complex during the making of the thing.
And it didn't help the fact that the producers on the film were blowing smoke up his arse, telling him how great he was. He didn't have anybody there to say, George, don't be a dick. That's all, literally. I mean, if you look at any time, you need somebody to shoot him down. You needed somebody to really just say, look, George, I get where you're coming from, but that's a shit idea. And nobody had the balls to do it. Nobody. I mean, there's the famous story whereby, when they were doing the first Star Wars film, and he had handed the script to Harrison Ford, and he read it, and he was like, George, you can write this stuff, but you just can't say it. You can't do it. And it never occurred to George Lucas because suddenly he was George Lucas, man almighty, and that's what it came down to.
Of course, the problem is, of course, that if anyone had said to him, "Oh, you know, don't be fucking ridiculous. This is shit. You got to change it."
Yeah,
He probably would have just said, "All right, you're out on your ear. Get someone else in who will say it's great."
and that's the huge problem is the fact that, and again, all he had was yes men. I mean, Rick McCallum is the biggest ass kisser I've ever seen. I've never known anybody to kiss as much ass as Rick McCallum. This was a guy that knew where his paycheck was coming from, and was like, George, that's a fantastic idea. Oh, George, that's a brilliant idea. George, those would look amazing. You're talking to the fucking light switch, but it's fucking. What are you doing? Like, I mean, that was an odd. Didn't you think that was an odd thing that it was for the first time ever the doors in Star Wars, the doorways in Star Wars had light switches? Didn't you ever notice that?
Right, I didn't notice it.
No, not did I.
it had never occurred to me, and I've watched the prequels as well. It's only in the prequels. If you look at the prequels, they go to the doors, and the doors got fucking light switches next to them.
No, I never noticed.
It's subtle things, though.
Well, it's obviously, it's 20 years in the past. It's before automatic lighting was invented. I mean, come on, Carwyn. Suspension of disbelief and all that.
but speaking of little things that, there's one. It may seem like a really minor thing, but it is such an irritation for me. And we're going back to Darth Maul.
Yes.
His name. When did Darth go from being somebody's name to suddenly becoming like a title, and everyone who is a Sith is called Darth something or other?
I don't know.
Because in the first Star Wars film, Obi-Wan he calls him Darth, so he's using it like a first name. Because if it's a title, then it would be like going up to the Queen and saying, hello, Queen, rather than, using their name. So it makes no sense. It sounds ridiculous. So it is a name. Why did they have to then change it so that now every Sith is called Darth something or other?
Well, this is the thing. This is what I know where you're coming from here, but again, this is whereby I think Dave Filoni is brilliant, because a Sarge Ventress isn't Darth a Sarge Ventress. She's just a Sarge Ventress.
Yeah.
She's a Sith witch, but she is, and she's stunning. She's, I love her. I do love her. She's such a cunt.
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
No, but that's how she is. But more a brilliant character. But no, you're right. I mean, it was Darth Sodomus, and come on.
Yeah.
Although we did have Count Dooku, who wasn't Darth Count Dooku or Darth Dooku, so I suppose
he was Darth Tyrannus, though.
Yes, he was. Yeah, he was Darth Tyrannus.
All right,
which
enough.
I think is one of the most ridiculous names I've heard in science fiction.
Then you got Darth Bane.
Yeah.
Darth Sidious.
Darth Plagueis the Wise.
Yeah, that's another one. Well, we'll come back to that when we're doing.
I have to go back to the Emperor's New Clones mind, because there's a brilliant scene in that where they talk about Darth Tedious the Weary. Listen, have you ever heard the story of Darth Tedious the Weary? No. Don't bother. It's quite dull. It's awesomely brilliant stuff. But yeah, I mean, the Sith. I mean, I wish there was more. Maybe it's a cast. Maybe there's just a cast of Sith that have to be Darth. I don't know, because there are others that aren't. Because obviously we're gonna get around to this at some point, but the Knights of Ren, a different thing.
Yeah. Are they actually Sith though? That's the thing.
I don't know.
Yeah.
4th, 5th, and 5th.
Yeah, I actually have quite a hard time saying Sith. I've got to really concentrate to get the word out. So.
But I don't want to dwell too much on bloody episode 1, because I think I think there's not a lot to cover, really, is there?
No, there isn't. For a film that goes on as long as it does,
There's a lot of
there
trade
really
negotiations.
is. Yeah,
There's a lot of talking.
It's it's 2 hours of next to fuck all happening.
Yeah.
Let's go on to the Clone Wars because this is so much better.
Attack of the Clones. Right?
Attack of the Clones, or Sending the Clowns,
Yeah.
as I like to call it. I mean, is it the worst of the prequels?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, I used to like it more than episode 3, but here's the thing. My reason for not liking episode 3 came down to one scene, and that's the only reason why I didn't like it. Was the fact that episode 3 literally came down to one scene that I was going like, this is why you hate this film completely over the others, and if you ignore this one scene, it's actually a lot better than the other two. So yeah, I used to like Attack of the Clones the more, but now it's no.
I'll tell you what. It's funny you should say that because I think with Attack of the Clones, for me, it's one scene that lets the whole film down, and that's the scene between the opening credits and the closing credits. That's pretty much the scene that lets it down for
Well,
me.
let's be honest here. There's an entire scene that George Lucas made up on the fly, like just an entire 20 odd minutes of film that he just shot on blue screen because he was like, oh, we need a bit to put in here. Why? I feel like. And it's the whole bit with Anakin going to Geonosis. I was like, that was just entirely made up. It wasn't in the script. They'd finished shooting. They had to call Hayden Christensen and bloody what's his name back. They'd finished shooting. They were off making another film. They'd have called him back, set him a blue screen in Leavesden and a blue treadmill, and then just do the whole. Just because George Lucas wanted to. That's where you got a CGI R2-D2 and C-3POs because they had to make them because they didn't have the props anymore. So they had to make them out of CG. So all the stuff, that entire scene is nothing but CGI. Because they'd wrapped as far as they were concerned. They were done with episode 2 3-4 weeks ago. And then all of a sudden they get a call saying, come back, we need to shoot a little bit more film. How much? About another 20 minutes. How much?
Now, how long would it take to film 20 minutes of film footage?
Well, the way he shot it, about 2 weeks. Because he was literally making it up as he went. He was literally going, let's do this, and we'll cut and cut and cut. He was getting him to do all sorts of stuff that he could just cut and paste together. It was all roll around on the floor, do this, move left, move right, move this, swing this way. Doesn't matter which way you swing the lightsaber, you're going to hit something because we're just going to put it in.
Yeah.
See, now the funniest bit about that whole section is George Lucas put that in, made the film longer because he felt the film was lacking pace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's the end bit is actually pretty decent, whereby they go on the hunt for Dooku. Unfortunately, it ends with the Yoda Dooku lightsaber battle.
Yeah, that is not the highlight of any film. That.
Again, I always this is just my brain thinking this, right? I don't know about you, right? But my whole thing with Yoda was the fact that he was so powerful he didn't need a fucking lightsaber.
Yeah.
That was the whole thing.
I always assumed that Yoda at no point used a lightsaber because he didn't need one. After what we'd seen in Empire and to a degree in...
he can throw an X-Wing at you. Why does he need a sword?
Yeah, if he's got the ability to shift an X-Wing, then, he's powerful enough. He doesn't need a fucking lightsaber as well. Let alone a special mini little one that he can hold.
It was the fact that when they animated him, he looked like one of those fucking yo-yos you used to get in the 80s with the LEDs in it.
Yeah.
I mean, if he can move like that... yeah. He can move like that while he's engaged in a lightsaber duel. So why is he then hobbling around in such a way that he makes me look athletic the rest of the time.
The other thing as well I don't like about it, right, is I'm sorry to shit on the animators here, right, because I know these people work hard and I know these things, but they don't know how to act. The whole bit whereby Yoda is trying to use the Force in those scenes is terrible.
It looks like he's trying to squeeze out a shit.
It's overacting, and it's like these people don't realize that he's not acting for people 6 miles away. He's acting for a camera, and it's a virtual camera because he's a CG puppet. But when he's trying to hold the ceiling up, they've got to show him do this huge grand gesture, and him going,
yeah.
And you're like, you don't need to do that. The puppet didn't do that. When you watch the puppet lifting the X-wing.
Yeah,
he closes his eyes
just
and
that, yeah.
And you don't need to do all these grand dramatic gestures. It's over the top nonsense, and it's and it doesn't look good. It doesn't. We get a nice little bit with what's his name, Django Unchained Fett.
Well, this is another thing that irritates me about the film. Why did it have to be Django Fett? Why did we have to have yet another father-son, or father clone?
I think that's just because George wanted fathers and sons. He just wanted family. He wanted Star Wars to be family, so it's family throughout the start. So that's the only reason for it, is the fact that he always wanted it to be families that were in this fight.
I'm not surprised it's as wafer thin a reason as that.
Yeah, it's pretty much it, because it's family throughout. That's all it is. It's not thematic in the same way that the first 3 films were with the prequels, but
well, it really does feel like it has just been thrown in for the sake of it, and then, like you say, yeah, that's exactly why it was thrown in.
Yeah. But I mean, there's so many things with Attack of the Clones that there's things that I do like all the scene with the cloners, whereby I think this is really clever. I like this whole thing whereby, okay, there's something going on. There's a rogue Jedi out there somewhere that has set up this whole thing on Kamino, whereby you've got all these this army that's been cloned for this unknown reason. So it shows like the power play in process, and you know that it's been at least 10 years. Well, what happened 10 years ago? Oh yeah, Anakin showed up. All right, okay. So everything started in motion there. It kind of shows the cunning of the Emperor, to be honest with you. But it's in some places it's too convoluted. It's just too like, why are you trying to get the Why have you got... Because here's the other thing as well, right? This is why it doesn't do any favours. When Obi-Wan goes to Kamino, he is sent there to arrest Boba Fett, to arrest Jango Fett. He's got no powers. He's not the authority. They've already established this. The Jedi are peacekeepers, but they're not authority. He has no business going to this planet to arrest this guy, and he has no right to be there. Even if the guy has done something incredibly wrong, which he hadn't, but even if he had, he still has no power to go there because he doesn't have the bloody authority. So it just paints the Jedi as a bunch of bastards.
Yeah.
And, because you imagine, he's just like, because they even say to him, arrest him, bring him here, we'll question him. What the fuck are you?
Yeah. It's like they think they are they think they are the law, and it's their way or no way, and it does paint them in quite a bad light.
I mean, he didn't even have a fucking warrant, did he?
No.
Well, do you think that was intentional to paint the Jedi as, they're not all good, and they did have this arrogant presumption about them?
Right, so it would have worked had they not painted them in the first film as the monks, as the peacekeepers of the galaxy. It would have worked had they not described them all as being pacifist. You're a bunch of pacifists that like slicing people up with lightsabers.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nonsense. you're talking shit. Like you can't do that. It would have worked had there been, if they had said like, what if they had done it like a samurai? If they had looked at the Jedi like the samurai, that they've all got different personalities, that they're not peacekeepers, they're not all following this guided like this code. But what if there was like, these people were just being trained to defend whatever the realm or the kingdom or whatever, but was still like personal wise, you could have one that was a total prick, and one that was, a pushover. You could have all these different characters, but you don't get them. They all had to be these, yes, my son.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, with the influences that Lucas used in like Star Wars, with the Seven Samurai and stuff like, I'm surprised he didn't go down that route. To be honest with you, because he'd already kind of touched upon it a little bit.
It's not only that, right? So those sorts of films as well have a great deal of humor in them as well, in terms of they color the characters in such a way that you can see it in almost any Jackie Chan film or any Asian movie that comes out from Indonesia, from Japan, from China. All these films have this one very good theme of this is a serious situation, but at the same time, these people can laugh at something because they've got. You never see people laugh in Star Wars.
No.
It's a weird thing. Nobody ever laughs at somebody falling over, which you would do. It's like, look at that twat. There's oddities that happen in the series whereby you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do that, but that's okay. And it's like, that's a bit fucking weird. I mean, we've got. By the way, if we are talking Attack of the Clones, we have to address the absolute shit show that is Hayden Christensen in this film.
Oh, there's no getting away from it, is there?
I don't want to have to insult Wood, but you know where I'm going with it.
Oh, fuck me.
It's it is hard to know where to start with it. Was he seriously the best they could find for this role?
Well, the thing is, Hayden Christensen is a fucking good actor. I don't know what went wrong with this film. He is a good actor.
Lack of direction. Yeah. Are you aware of how standoff George Lucas is as a director?
No.
I remember earlier I was saying like he just sits there and goes, "Oh, you're okay." That's how he is. He doesn't give any. George Lucas doesn't tell people what he wants to see. He just tells people when they're doing it wrong, which is fucking annoying because how are you supposed to know if you're doing it right or not? If you haven't got a consensus as to what you're supposed to be making, how can you possibly? He's letting the actors find it, which is great. That's fine for rehearsal, not for the fucking film. You should already have read the script, gone through the script, done the read through, done the rehearsals, known what everybody was doing, and then go make it. Not fucking make it up as you go in. And this is why George should have handed it off to another director, because another director would have just sliced out this shit and gone, "We're not making that. We're not making that. We're not making that." It's a huge problem with the film. And again, they didn't really know what they were making, to be honest with episode 2. Because it was the in-between film. It was not... it was the stepping stone to get to the third one. And given that... You imagine how... I mean, look. George had a really difficult time making the prequels. He had to bridge... He had to make 3 films that bridged the gap between the first film and the third and the fourth. He had to fill that blank in. So he couldn't put too much in the first one. He couldn't put too much in the second one. He had to make sure that there was enough left for the third one.
Trouble is, he made a right bollocks up of it, because by the time the third one came along, there was so much that had to be resolved.
Yeah, but it's just the fact that. But we're going back to Hayden Christensen though. My fucking god, I don't know how you. I find if you watch his performance honestly, he's just creepy as shit. He keeps rubbing her fucking shoulder and stuff. And it's like, stop, you fucking like.
Yeah.
And people just go along with it. Again, she should have just decked him.
Yeah. That would have been, the reaction that would have made sense.
Yeah.
None of the reactions that you see, especially when it comes to when he's with her, none of her reactions make any sense at all.
No.
She would have been saying, like, "Fuck off, you creepy little shit," and that would have been the end of it.
But the other part then is that the very next scene they're on bloody Naboo, and she's decided to get on a bloody tight leathers. And I think to myself, you are doing yourself no favours here. None at all.
The thing with that whole relationship is, I mean, she met him when she was the age she looks now, and he was like an 8-year-old kid. I mean, it's pretty much like the teenage boy's dream of shagging his former babysitter. I mean, can you imagine if it had been the other way around? If Padme had been 8 or 9 in the first film, and then sort of like the second film was a few years later, and Anakin was trying to crack onto her, the other way around, people would have been screaming pedo from the rooftops.
It's cradle snatcher.
They should have, to do it that if George Lucas obviously had written the whole story out, apart from the bits he made up on the fly, he must have had a framework. He should have made Padme, Princess Amidala, a younger character in the first film. He still could have had Natalie Portman in the second film playing the part. If they were of a similar age, it would have worked better. It wouldn't have excused
just had an older Anakin.
Yeah.
But so if you might be aware of this, but actually George Lucas got the ending for Episode 3 from a book, from a Star Wars book that somebody had written. He didn't come up with the concept.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The whole thing on Mustafa was not his idea.
Okay.
Yeah, after the Return of the Jedi, George Lucas commissioned a lot of people to write books for Star Wars, to write, so there was the Heir to the Empire, which is probably one of the most popular one that came out. But there was a lot of other ones which actually dealt with the origin of Darth Vader, of where Darth Vader come from, and the whole thing that turned Darth Vader to from being the person he was to the person in the suit. And it was a story. The fight actually takes place inside a volcano.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
Yeah. So that's how the original one. And George Lucas done what George Lucas did, and said, "Oh no, the whole planet's a volcano because he makes planets. That's what he does. You don't if you were to have a lake, you would be a lake planet. That's what George Lucas does. He couldn't make a biscuit; it would have to be a biscuit planet.
Yeah.
So that's just it.
Oh God, Dig! Imagine that saying to his missus, "I'd like a cup of coffee. Hang on a minute, I'll just send a ship off."
Yeah, exactly. But when it came to Hayden Christensen, then when he was playing Anakin, he kept playing him creepy, and he was like, he totally lacked sympathy for the character.
Oh yeah, there was no sympathy for him whatsoever.
Yeah, and he was just like, it was a great moment when he lost his ship with the Sand People. That was lovely. I liked that. It was like, oh, there it is. But at the same time, it wasn't enough to go, he's not likable. Like, Darth Vader to me was a tragedy. He was a good, according to Obi-Wan Kenobi, he was a good man, a good friend, and he succumbed to the dark side. Where the fuck was this in this little prick?
Yeah. Where's the good man? Where's the good friend? Half the time he's standing around saying, whining about Obi-Wan Kenobi is holding me back. The Jedi are all unfair and all this.
I'm more powerful than he is.
Yeah. So basically, Anakin Skywalker was Kevin the teenager in this film.
Yeah.
He was. Yeah.
So unfair.
Yeah, it's so unfair. It's just literally like, just shut up.
And this is the one where you do get that masterpiece of dialogue of the I hate sand, isn't it? Yeah.
It's so coarse. And gets everywhere up your crack. It's just...
Much like that scene does, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think I've only ever watched Attack of the Clones once because that was enough. Is this the one that's got the whole thing where Obi-Wan's hunting down General Grievous and he rides a fucking lizard about, or is that the next?
That's the third one. Yeah, yeah. That's episode 3.
Yeah, they kind of apart from the good bits of episode 3, of which there are a couple, not many. These two films kind of really blend together for me because you've got the bit, you've got a bit on the water planet, and you've got this, and it's like, oh, for fuck's sakes, which one's which?
It's got a shit chase for the bounty hunter, the shape changing bounty hunter for no reason. Only to just sort of just to show Coruscant, I guess, I suppose. And the whole bit with the Anakin who goes bloody skydiving out of the car and hits the windscreen and another one doesn't die. Showing that Anakin can actually drop several thousand feet.
No problem.
Yeah, it's just... The only good thing with that scene is if you look in the trench, you can actually see 2 TIE fighters chasing an X-Wing. That's the only good thing in that scene.
I've not noticed that. I
left-hand corner.
I am going to have to now sit through that scene again just so I can catch that.
There's an X-Wing flying through the trench and there's 2 TIE fighters chasing it.
The one thing that I really remember about Attack of the Clones is that we finally got to see what the unmasked Jedi looked like with their lightsabers out having a ruck, and they fucked it up.
Yeah. I mean, you're the general, the Count Dooku bit as well with, which is, some of that terrible blue screen in there. Jesus Christ, it's really bad. It's genuinely, Obi-Wan Kenobi is lit completely differently to the rest of the scene. So he's doing this whole thing whereby he's supposed to be looking down on Count Dooku and all that. And you can literally see all the blue fringing around him. And he's sort of this pale blue colour. And the rest of the set is all amber and yellow. And it's like, you have done nothing other than just click. There you go. Key light, click. There you go. Just turn up the tolerance.
I think they've sorted that out on the Blu-ray releases.
It's just shite. Oh, they couldn't have made it worse. It's really bad.
There's also some of the CGI on the other like alien characters there that are all part of the separatist movement. Just look laughably fucking shite.
Well, it's all CGI characters, all of them. There's no real characters. Even the clone troopers are all CGI. There's no. I've got a feeling only the human actors are actually real. I think everything else.
So everything else is CG.
Yeah. There are some model work.
There was one alien in it. I don't know any of the like incidental character names, but it looked like it had come out of some sort of 1930s cartoon. It looked that shit. And then you get the Techno Union with his, talking away, and then suddenly he's got a twiddle list, on here just so fuck off.
Yeah, it's not even what's it called? It's not even steampunk. It's crap punk.
Yeah,
it's rubbish. Yeah. And you get all that scene as well. It's not a very good scene.
No.
Yeah.
This film. No, it does not have a lot going for it.
I can't think of an outstanding moment, like an outstanding musical moment either, and that's hard to say for John Williams. Like, I don't think John Williams has a good
No, I can't think of anything from soundtrack wise that really stands out either. It's like everybody has had a really off, day or months or however long it took them to film this fucking thing. It's pretty shambolic.
I mean, what would you to me? Camino is the outstanding bit of this movie. It's just the water world. That's the only moment of this film that I truly... him having the fight with Django in the rain is probably the only bit that really sort of goes, oh yeah, that's different.
Yeah, although the Camino aliens look fucking ridiculous. Again, it's like, well, that looks like that's come out of a PC game from about,
right.
2000.
So I've got a feeling, if I've got this right in my head, the reason why the aliens on Camino look the way they do was George Lucas was giving his buddy Steven Spielberg a bit of a nudge because he based them on the aliens from Close Encounters.
You can kind of see it. Yeah.
He's done it a couple of times with Spielberg. He likes to give Spielberg an elbow in the ribs. That's where you get the whole shot where in episode 3 where the ship crashes and he does the whole Spielberg shot of going in through the window with the camera.
Oh yes.
And he does that because it's one of Spielberg's favorite shots. So he likes to do that. So I got a feeling that's why the aliens on Camino look like they're from Close Encounters, is because, and that's why E.T.'s in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of the better shots in the film. Where they fight in the rain and then he jumps into Slave One and fucks off. That's really well done.
And you get to see Slave One actually shooting his guns. It's got that whole rapid fire.
Yeah, so the speed that thing fires. Why wouldn't the Empire or whatever use those weapons instead of the shitty ones they got? That thing fires at a fucking hell of a rate.
Yeah, they can't afford it. Yeah, so I don't know if we've got anything more we want to add to Attack of the Clones.
I think the fact that we are sort of like drawing a bit of a blank on here, it does really sum up the film. It just leaves you totally cold.
I can't think of even good camera work in it. That's how stumped I am with it. I can't really think of a good shot. Maybe it could be because it was mostly filmed on blue screen.
Yeah, it probably is.
And everything else added in. So I maybe it's because the cinematographer had no say in how far somebody was away from the set or how far they were away from an object. So if you can't decide that, if you just decide that in post and going, well, there's a lamppost right here. Oh no, this lamppost is 50 feet away. It tells a totally different story. And if the cinematographer isn't deciding that, I don't know what to say. Like, I can't think of a great... I mean, you get the shit shotgun wedding at the end.
Oh, I mean, again, it couldn't feel more like tacked on if they tried. Why would we? Well, why would we even need to see a sort of wedding in the first place? Why have they got to get hitched?
Had they done it the other way around, had episode 2 been episode 1, so Anakin was already a teenager, and then at the start of episode 2 was them getting married, that would have been different. Because you'd have at least had time span in between to have gone, right, they've had a relationship which we didn't need to see, but now they've got married because they've fallen in love. So all the mushy stuff has happened off camera. We didn't need to see rolling in the fucking hay.
Yeah, in the grass. Yeah, fuck it, yeah.
We didn't need to see all that shit.
Yeah. Which, of course, ties in with what you were saying about Phantom Menace, and I totally agree that they brought in Anakin Skywalker as too young a character.
Yeah, way too young. Because again, it's not that he was too young. They didn't write it around the character well enough to safeguard the character, to keep him safe. Let's put it another way. Think of Newt from Aliens.
Yeah.
She does contribute to the plot.
Oh yeah.
But she isn't the sole destroyer of the Queen alien. Like in this, that's what Anakin does. Basically. In Aliens, she becomes the thing that the MacGuffin that Ripley's got to get back. She becomes the thing she must save.
Yeah.
Anakin doesn't become this. Anakin isn't that.
No.
Anakin is very much overpowered already. So, but even so, like, Newt in Aliens is a really good example of how you do a kid character, in that she survived this shit. She's gone through this crap, and it was enough, particularly in the moment where Ripley says to Paxton, this kid survived for longer than that, and she's got no training.
Yeah, no training. That
yeah, and it speaks volumes to Newt then. But that's enough.
It was enough then. Can you imagine filming that scene today?
Mm-hmm.
They probably would have.
Trying not to.
They probably would have put her in charge then. Yeah.
I mean, all the other times. I mean, people often look at the character of Ripley, and this is another one that I like as a character. It's just the fact that she doesn't do everything herself. Which is the fact that the whole. If you look at Ripley, Ripley's had to be saved several times herself. In the films. Now, in the scene where her and Newt are in the medical bay, she has to be rescued by Michael Biehn because they stuck inside the thing with the facehugger. So she's not almighty, all powerful.
Yeah, but she's still a strong female character, so they have the balance there. Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't bitch about it or complain. That's what makes her a strong character. Is that it's her resolve, not her physical prowess. She might not be able to beat the shit out of everyone, but you wait until she's got a fucking rolling pin in her hand. She take your head off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we can't really go any further with episode 2. I think we've squeezed every.
Episode 2 really is a sort of brick wall for every in every way. But I managed to survive that trip. It wouldn't be one of my vids if it wasn't interrupted by my need to empty a near exploding bladder.
Yes, we're moving on to episode 3.
Yeah, so speaking of which, yes, we'll go on to episode 3. Oh dear.
The best of the prequels.
It is the best of the prequels, but Lucas has really given himself a big old task, because for me episode 2 ends far too early in the story. I mean, the Clone Wars has only just started at the end of episode 2, so this has to cover the Clone Wars right the way up to
this is
the Empire.
This is the whole point I was making while you were taking a leak, and nobody ever saw it because we just cut it.
Yeah.
But we were talking to Chris about what happens in Star Wars and why I feel like they went too far back with the prequels. I think they you had to go back 19 years because Darth Vader couldn't have known that Luke was a thing. So they had to go back before Luke was born. Right, that's fine. But they went too early in the prequels then to really cover the story. They went too far back in time. So like Anakin was a Jedi Knight that fought in the Clone Wars.
Yeah.
We know this. It's part of the knowledge that we are given in episode 4.
Yeah, say in the first film, yeah.
And we don't. We should have picked up. Episode 1 should have picked up with Anakin being a trainee Jedi Knight. Episode 1 should have been trainee Jedi Knight. Clone Wars kicks off episode 1, and that's the way you should have gone. To me personally, episode 3 should have started with Anakin being Darth Vader.
I think that would have been a much better way for it to start off.
Because,
not necessarily with the armor, but he was already Darth Vader. Yeah.
I would have actually had Anakin being bouncing back between the two, because he's trying to hide the fact that he's Darth Vader from Obi-Wan and the rest of the Jedi, whilst at the same time doing all this nefarious shit for the Emperor. And I would have had him. I would have had the realization of Obi-Wan going, "Holy shit, he's Darth Vader," and that be the point whereby right then this is causes the fight. No, I saw him killing younglings. Like Jesus Christ.
Well, let's get my big bugbear
Does
about
Vader
this
no good
film done.
favors? He's killed kids. That's the level of killing he's able to do.
Yeah, killing kids. But with this film, we got to mention General Grievous. Where did he come from? I mean, I know there was this
on the left.
Yeah. And why is a fucking like cyborg or whatever constantly coughing?
So, as far as I understand it, he was meant to be a previous precursor to Vader, and the reason why he coughs is to show that all cyborgs have breathing difficulties.
Right.
So that's why Vader has breathing difficulties.
Oh, okay.
They've all got some sort of breathing difficulty. Even what's his name? Saw Gerrera in Rogue One. He's a cyborg, so he's got breathing difficulties. All of them do. It's just a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I always thought that General Grievous was kind of put in to show how far you could go and how far you could remove your humanity as a Sith Lord using the power of the dark side, and it's kind of like almost a portent of things to come that Anakin ignores.
Yeah, exactly. But he is a precursor to Vader. That's exactly why he was thrown in there. But it's too late. It's too late in the deal.
Yeah, far too late.
General Grievous could have been there from the start because he's a cool idea for a character.
Although, all he's missing is a top hat and a twirly moustache, isn't it? I mean, it's laid on a bit thick, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But I mean, again, you've just had Count Dracula in the previous film. I mean, it's you had a ninja in the first one, Count Dracula in the second one, and bloody Robo Bug guy in bloody the third one. So, but he's a cool looking, and again, it is very much in tune with sort of that sort of 50s sci-fi dynamic with Grievous. He's very much in, he's a Ming the Merciless type character. That's not quite Ming the Merciless, but he's meant to be a bit shit. At the same time, whilst also being a bit awesome as well.
So you're saying he's awesomely shit?
Well, I mean, it's like Darth Vader. He is like Darth Vader. He's a bit crap, but he's also a bit good. He's meant to be that way. I think they do make him a little bit too powerful. When they do the whole thing with the you fool, I was trained by Count Dooku, and he pulls out the four arms, starts the helicopter blades, and because to me, that he's automatically at a disadvantage against Obi-Wan, because all Obi-Wan's got to do is just twitch with the Force, and that blade's going to his side.
Yeah.
By the way, can we acknowledge here that George Lucas has no fucking idea how to fight with the Force?
Yeah, we can certainly acknowledge that because it's demonstrably the case.
Yeah, he has no idea how the Force works in during a fight. Like Darth Vader can choke somebody over a monitor, but can't crush a couple of these scatterbugs that are on top of Obi-Wan's ship. You're trying to laser them off.
Yeah.
I mean, the level of crapness that these people have. And you always get these fans going, well, if Batman fought Vader, he'd just kill him outright like that. No, he couldn't. No. He couldn't get rid of these pissing bugs. He couldn't do it. Batman would throw an electro batarang into his chest and that'd be it.
Yeah, there you go.
Come in Batman and drive off into the sunset. Christ, these people. And you get these people just talking about Vader like he's fucking this awesome indestructible Force. He was beaten by a half-trained kid that didn't know what the piss he was doing.
That's the complete point of Vader. Vader he's a tragedy. He's supposed to be the embodiment of evil. In the first film, he's like the embodiment of evil. But as you find out more over the Empire and Jedi, and then going back to this one, regardless of the films and how badly they were made and whatever, the actual story I find that the Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones work better when you've got the third film to bookend it, as when you've got the whole story. Because I've only watched I watched the Phantom Menace, and then I watched Revenge of the Sith, and I didn't watch Attack of the Clones until I watched all three in a row, and that's when the whole lot, even though it's full of absolute fucking padding and filler, it does make sense, and it's a better story once you've got all three parts.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be how films are made. You should be able to take each film. You shouldn't need all of them to make it work.
Yeah.
But that's one of the things with this. It does make the other two work.
The other thing as well, we were talking about this when during the break, is the fact that Anakin doesn't do anything heroic.
No,
there's no heroism from Anakin. He is just this whiny brat. And when you hear Obi-Wan talking about him in the later films with reverence of his friend, this hero, this guy who was a brilliant pilot and all this stuff, and it's like, where the fuck is this guy?
Yeah.
Where is he?
Yeah, because we haven't seen him for these three films.
I hate sand its course and it gets everywhere. Piss off.
Yeah. It is implied that he has done some heroic stuff, but of course, all off camera. We haven't seen any of it.
Yeah.
It's just, they just talk about it, and that's as much of
that
his
thing
good
on
side
Kid
as...
doesn't count.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you're not joking. It don't count. You know, we ain't seen it. We.
See, now, if they'd have put that in a film, like done what Carwyn said and started a bit further along at the Clone Wars, and actually shown us some of his acts of heroism, not only would have made more sense to the story, it would have made his tragedy that much more of a fall.
Yeah.
Because at the moment, I've got to be honest with you,
he's not wrong though. This is the problem with Darth Vader.
No, he's not
Darth
wrong.
Vader, according to the story of episodes 1, 2, and 3, is actually fucking right. It's the Jedi that are wrong.
Yeah.
Like, you might hate the Emperor, you might hate his policies, you might hate all the shit, but he's fucking right. The thing that's wrong here is everybody else. And it's hard for me to watch these films and not be critical of the policies, of the politics going on in it. When I'm looking at Darth Vader going, kill him. Fucking kill him. Go nuts.
Yeah.
Just fucking, these asswipes are enforcing their law that they don't have onto people that they don't know. They're making life miserable for everybody. They don't trust anyone. These pacifists have people under investigation. Spying on everything. Asking Anakin to spy on his friends to report back to them. They're fuck off.
Yeah.
Like no wonder Darth Vader was the result of this. It wasn't anything Anakin did. You fucking did it. Like, it's just idiot. Because had he been an actual hero, had he been an actual guy that had just gone, you know what? I'm sick of this shit. I'm gonna do my own thing now, or something had happened, or he felt that something. Because really and truly, to me, how I would have written Darth Vader. Early on, I would have ended episode 2. Like, to me, episode 2 should have started with the marriage of him and Padme at the beginning, and at the end, believed Padme to be dead. And that's what should have turned him into Darth Vader. Not fucking what happened in this. Because in this, it was just like, oh, he doesn't believe what he's been told, and so he's made a terrible mistake, and therefore I'm Darth Vader. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Like, in this, it's literally that he couldn't save Mace Windu, and he'd done a terrible thing, cut his hand off, and then got struck out of lightning bolted out of a window. Which, by the way, from what we had learned in the previous film, is a survivable fall.
Just about to say the same thing.
Yeah. Oh, you know what that means? That means there's going to be fan fiction where, Mace Windu has survived all this time, and that will crop up if it hasn't already.
It wouldn't surprise me. But I mean, it was just that moment. That is the worst moment in the film for me. This is what destroys Episode 3 for me. Is this whole scene whereby he becomes Darth Vader, because he's just like, I shall call you Darth Vader. That sounds good. Like, how did he know he wasn't going to call him Edna?
Yeah. He could have called it, and the other thing is, as soon as he does that, everyone seems to know who Darth Vader is.
Yeah. It's just like, fuck. Whereas, what I would have done is literally I would have had the Episode 3 start with him being Darth Vader, but bouncing back and forth the personas, struggling with his identity. You know, literally, that would have been the entire film of him dealing with the fact this conflict within him, his inner turn, because that's what Episode 6 is about. I feel the conflict within you. That's what the fucking thing's about.
Yeah,
there is no conflict. No shit. He just fucking went, yeah, I'm Darth Vader.
Yeah, he was quite happy to go along with it.
Yeah.
Actually, the worst part of the film for me is leading up to that point, when Mace Windu and the two other Jedi go to arrest the Chancellor.
Yep.
And you get what is by far the worst lightsaber duel, if you can even call it that, of the entire Star Wars saga. Yep. Because you've got
two Jedi with one swipe.
Right, he kills two of them. You look at the way they're holding it's like they've never held these things before, and so he offs them in no time. One of them, his move, he seems to take an age going, and the Jedi couldn't block that.
Yeah.
It's absolute shite.
Yeah. And then you get the whole lightning thing where he's bouncing him back towards him.
Yeah.
This guy's so in touch with the Force, he couldn't have just picked up the floor Mace Windu was standing on and splattered him into the ceiling.
Yeah.
Just undone the whole wedge and just gone.
Yeah.
Oh, what's that jam stain on the ceiling? Looks familiar. Yeah, say what again now, bastard?
It's
jam window.
Yeah, that'd be more like it. I think,
you know, he would have been dead.
All of those lightsaber battles in Episode 3, actually, all of them, including the overly choreographed Obi-Wan v Anakin one. They're terrible.
That is far too long. Now,
yeah, but he had the high ground.
I mean, it's become a meme. Yeah, it has become a meme, but it is ridiculous. I mean, are you seriously saying that because you have the high ground, therefore
it's the same high ground that Maul had, though? In fact, Maul had a better high ground.
And then some.
Over a pit.
Yeah.
And he was fully armed.
Yeah, how soon they forget. God, yeah.
Well, after that battle, I think the film picks up enough with the bits now, I suppose, that makes it slightly better. The whole speech with the high ground bit, where Obi-Wan's saying to Anakin, you know, you were supposed to bring balance to the Force. You know, he will, just not for another 20 years.
No, he did. He did bring balance to the Force, because there was only 2 Sith for a fuck ton of Jedi, so he wiped out the Jedi, so he brought balance.
Yeah, that's true.
He reset the weighing scales to actually being 1 or 2 Jedi and bloody 2 Sith.
Yeah.
But then we get the scene where he's lying down, catching fire. He's pretty burnt and smashed up, got no legs. His arms have gone again. Oh, that is the first time technically. Then we get the Sith where the scene where he's actually turned into Darth Vader. Now that bit I think is superb, where they put the robot legs on him. He's clearly in agony.
Yeah.
And the bit where the mask goes down, seals. And that first breath, I remember watching that, and the hair's going up on my neck. Where when he takes that first, you know, in, I was like, right, yeah, now he's Darth Vader, and then they ruined it by him going, no!
Yeah.
And popping loads of pots of liquid.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, they missed a beat there, though. They should have had a line with a droid there going, you know, as they building him up. It's like, what are you doing? Well, I'm sobering up. He's legless.
Oh God.
To be fair, Chris, it's normally me that makes a joke like that.
Well, it's not quite as bad as the Hello Chris one. I'll give you that. You know.
So you can have that again tomorrow.
Well, like
I can't wait. Can I dare to try and bring this back to talking about the films? There's actually one point that I'd forgotten about, and we just touched on it there. Why did they decide to make it that there are only ever 2 Sith?
I don't know.
Because that is a shit idea.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I
I always thought that because the problem with the Sith is that the Sith are supposed to be like evil. Well, if the Sith are evil, why would they fucking obey rules?
Yeah, they would be far more chaotic. Yeah.
Yeah, like if they believe in evil, in anarchy, and all this stuff, then why would they possibly believe in chaos and not like, oh yeah, we have to obey this?
Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to Google it. Let's see what Google says. Why? Oh,
I mean, are the Sith really that big a threat if there's only ever going to be 2 of them, and there could possibly be tens of thousands of Jedi? You know, there's no limit.
This is why the Jedi are wrong. It's because they are ruling via majority. They're not ruling because it's right. They're just following their own belief and enforcing it on everyone.
Well, there's actually a thing called the rule of 2. It says here on the Wikipedia site, which
I'm sure this is going to be good.
It says the rule of 2 was a Sith philosophy established by Sith Lord Darth Bane in order for the Sith to operate in secret and eventually get revenge on a Jedi Order following their near annihilation in the Jedi Sith War, inspired by the concept of a false dyad. The rule mandated that only 2 Sith Lords could exist at any given time, a Master to represent the power of the dark side of the Force and an apprentice to train under the Master and to one day fulfill their role. The philosophy of the 2 governed the Lords of the Sith. Well, I've read it, and I've got to say, what a load of bollocks.
Yeah. If there's only 2, how the fuck are they supposed to get revenge over the Jedi? If their own rule or whatever says, there's only going to be 2 of us. What fucking hell use is that?
There's only going to be 2 million. They scratched the fucking rest of the tore the bloody parchment. There's 1 million missing off that.
Oh, okay, that would explain it. Oh, God. Yeah, what a shit idea that was.
Dumb as shit. And the thing is, it doesn't help that when they try to enforce it, it doesn't make sense. Like within other, because it's so limiting that you can't do anything else. You're like, well, no, there can only be 2.
I've thought of an upside. I have thought of an upside, and this pertains more to Luke Koza than anyone else. Now, Luke Koza will tell you, and he'll be the first to admit, he is not a fan of people in the real world that claim they are Jedi.
Yeah.
And if they're abiding by all the rules, Chris, that means there will only be 2 people in the whole planet that will say they are Sith. So there's an upside for you. There's less of those wankers that post on websites saying they're Jedi. With their Swiss Army knives.
With their Swiss Army knives. Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but I don't like the philosophy. I think it's dumb. And again, but it's not only that. It pisses around. Like, I can believe that. Oh, there's only 2 Sith because Palpatine killed all the others. If you said that, I'd be like, yeah. That makes sense. No, the rest of it is bullshit. I mean, it's heavily implied that... This is the bit I do like in the film as well. It's heavily implied that Sidious killed Plagueis.
Now this is a bit I really don't like about the film because I'll be up front. I don't agree with that. To me,
I do like
he is just telling the legend. At no point does he say that he even knew
He
or
does smile.
met. Well,
And he does say, "Oh, you killed him in his sleep," and things like, "Well, how would you know? How do you know that?" Like it's very specific when he's talking about the story. There are certain details that he's quite specific about, and it's like, right, okay, and he does smile about it as well. He says, "Oh, it's ironic." It's like, it was you, wasn't it, you bastard? So that does actually work for me. The bit I don't like is this whole bit of he could even stop the people he loved from dying.
yeah.
It was like he's a Sith.
Yeah,
Pissing Maria from bloody Sound Music.
the other thing is, we've had two.
But here's the other thing, then, right?
2.5 films. Oh, yeah, go on.
Here's the thing I want to put out there. If that's the case, if Plagueis was in that situation, does that mean that the Sith were actually good people? Because
he could save people's lives, yeah.
And saving the people he loved. So that means he was capable of love, which is not something that Yoda was saying.
That's what I was just going to say. We've had at that point 2.5 films saying that the Sith are all evil, nothing else, and yet he's talking about saving people he loves. That doesn't sound all evil to me.
Sidious also said that the Sith embrace their passions.
Yeah.
Because the Jedi are forbidden to love.
The Jedi are forbidden to do just about anything that might be, interesting.
Yeah.
The only note I've got on that for myself is how much of that is what Sidious believes, and how much of it is he using to bend Anakin to his will, knowing that Anakin has had premonitions of Padme dying in childbirth. So a lot of that could be like, well, if I say this, he'll think this.
But Sidious doesn't know she's going to die in childbirth.
No, he doesn't know it. But didn't Anakin say to him that he'd been having bad dreams about it?
No,
I always thought it was those premonitions were things that Sidious was implanting in his head.
It's possible, but did Sidious? Because Sidious didn't know about Padme.
Well, he did say when he's sort of like revealing himself to be Sidious, it would save your wife from certain death.
Yeah, no. He does say, "Oh, the power to save Padme." He does say that, but I mean, he doesn't know that she's pregnant. There's this whole thing of because none of them know that she's pregnant, which is the whole thing of. This is why I think that they ballsed up this whole thing, the relationship, is because I wouldn't have even had Padme show that she was pregnant. She would have been pregnant, but I would have ended the second episode with Anakin believing her to be dead, but actually still being alive and giving birth to Luke and Leia. But I would have actually had that the whole thing of him that situation be why he becomes Vader in the first place, because him not being able to save Padme is a far stronger thing than, oh no, I cut Windu's hand off. I mean, it's just I don't. Oh, it's a shit scene. It's so. What have I done?
Yeah, and let's be honest, right? Throughout the prequels, Windu is basically an absolute cunt towards Anakin.
Yeah,
so
they are.
yeah, so
I
when
am
he's
firmly 100% on Anakin's side.
yeah, so when he's like, oh, what have I done? Oh, I'll tell you what I've done. I fucking helped kill that bloke who's an absolute fucking arsehole anyway. I couldn't give a shit.
Yeah. So he's to be trained then? No. Fuck you! What do you make good voice tests for?
Yeah.
Wanker.
Yeah, he's separated from his mum, gone through all of these tests, and then, yeah, he's just sitting there saying, no, we're not going to train him. Oh, no, fuck off.
He's pulled out of slavery, is he? So he has to obey all these rules and not get paid?
There's one thing we've neglected to mention. When we was talking about the Phantom Menace, and with good reason, we didn't mention midi-chlorians. That kind of died a death during the second two films, didn't it? The whole midi-chlorian story. They didn't really dwell on that for very long.
So here's the thing: they do actually bring it back up again in the Clone Wars, but they also actually explain that everything that you heard in Episode 1 was bullshit. It's kind of gone. No, that's not right. They believed the midichlorians to be the thing that channeled the Force, but they were wrong. That's how it's explained, pretty much. It's kind of like it's a false belief that it was proven to be false.
That's pretty much along the lines of the Deep Space Nine episode, More Troubles and More Tribulations, wherever it is, where they say to Wolf, "What are they Klingons?" And Wolf just goes, "We don't like to talk about it." It's just pretty much that sort of thing.
It's just like it's like it was a long believed scientific theory amongst the Jedi that has since been debunked. So they originally believed that it was the midichlorians, but then they had more proof that it wasn't. Because there was somebody who didn't have midichlorians in them and they were able to channel the Force.
Well, that's good, because it was a shit idea from the outset.
Yeah, it was a shit idea, but it is also a very convenient explanation.
Yeah, but I mean, things get debunked in science all the time, so that I'm okay with that. The things that have been, I mean, they've just debunked the neutrino, haven't they? The fourth neutrino that they were looking for. So they've just gone, they've been looking for this for 20 years, and so now somebody's gone, no, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Turns out everything that you've been looking for, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So 20 years of research in the fucking bin. There we go.
Yeah.
Excellent. Money well spent.
Yeah. But I mean, episode 3 has a lot of nice stuff going for it. Again, Mustafar, volcano planet, all that sort of stuff. It was nice. The whole thing with Darth Vader, Hayden Christensen, Darth Vader, his look was wrong. He shouldn't have looked. His hair was wrong. He shouldn't have looked like bloody Bay City Rollers member. He should have. It wasn't right. All this puffy permed hair. That's not Anakin Skywalker. Like you wanted to. If I had done it, I would have had his hair look similar to Luke's in Return of the Jedi. I'd have styled it very similar to Luke's to show sort of a father-son relationship in the same way that they've done sort of Brando's hair in Superman to Christopher Reeves. You know, that sort of there's that sort of follow through. So I think I would have styled his hair pretty much the same way as Luke's was in Return of the Jedi, just to tie it in a bit more. And I think as well the other thing I would have done is when he does go Vader, I think it would have been good to not really have seen his face when he was doing the things. Like, you know, because I don't know about you, but anytime I saw Anakin on screen, he was always wearing this robe whereby the sleeves were too long for his arms. I don't know if you've noticed this.
Yes.
You can't see his hands. His sleeves are always too long, so he's always wrapped up in this cloak. And he looks like, wear something that fits you, you silly sod. Yeah, you look like you borrowed bloody Andre the Giant's nightgown. It doesn't look good. But the other thing as well, again, to go back to what we were talking about with Return of the Jedi, he should have been wearing more of the similar suit, the clean cut, not all this baggy stuff everywhere. And like I kind of see what they were trying to do, because they were trying to sort of pick this in between Darth Vader and the armor outfit. So he's got the same sort of overthrow and on all this stuff, but it's leather instead of being material. I get all that, but it's just like, no. He has to wear that stuff because he's had his arms and legs cut off and he's been burnt to a crisp.
Yeah.
He's a deep-fried Anakin.
Well, deep-fried half Anakin was.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's, to me, that's something I would have changed wholeheartedly, was the fact that his hairstyle was just... He looked... It was sort of this pretty boy surfer dude.
Yeah,
you're not wrong.
And
surfer dude actually nails it with what he looked like in that. He looked
Yeah.
better in. He looked better in Attack of the Clones with like the short top, short sides,
flat top, yeah.
with a little ponytail, because that mirrored what Obi-Wan looked like in the Phantom Menace.
So there is a brilliant shot. And remember how I said there was no really good camera work in episode 1?
Yeah.
So there is a brilliant shot in I think I want to say it's episode 3. I think it's episode 3 where they're at the homestead. No, it's episode 2. It's episode 2 when they're at the homestead, and Anakin is talking to Padme about the situation, and the camera stops focusing on him, and they actually focus on the shadow, and you can see where he's got a ponytail. The outline is Darth Vader. The outline of the shadow is Darth Vader. And it's
I haven't noticed that.
No, I haven't noticed that.
Really? Oh, we are finding that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has spoken.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yeah, it's in. Where the hell is it? That's what, yeah, because they deliberately focused on the shadow because it was like, holy shit. It's like it was sort of happy accident time. I'm gonna just sort of zoom in here, and I'm gonna go boom. Oh no, I'm not. That's the wrong button.
As tomorrow.
Yeah. The whole scene plays out with that, and they actually literally play out with Darth Vader talking to Padme. And it's shot. They deliberately. It was when they noticed it was like, holy shit, we got to shoot it like this. I'm sure there's a better shot than that, but
I could kind of see it.
yeah,
It's not quite what I thought it was going to be, but
no,
yeah,
it's not like a real sort of thing, but there is like if you see like other shots of it, you can kind of see how it's a bit more Vader. But yeah, they deliberately shoot it like that just so that because literally it was like, oh, the filmmakers just noticed it. It was like, holy shit.
So it wasn't planned at all. It was just purely by accident.
No, yeah, as far as I understand it, the light was falling the right way. The actors were standing where they should have been standing, and the A camera didn't pick up what the B camera did. And it's like, we're going with B camera. We're going to play this entire shot, this entire dialogue, and we're not going to use the A camera. Technically, it stepped out of shot. And that's why it was like, they were, look at that, look at that, look at that. And nobody was looking at the A camera. It's like, right, we're using that. So, yeah. But,
yeah, it's a nice touch when they do things like that. I can't say I've noticed that, but like I say, I've only watched Attack of the Clones the once.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean,
once is enough.
Can with Revenge of the Sith? What do you think about the whole fucking attack on the Jedi Temple?
Well, considering it's supposed to be such a major event, it's a bit wishy-washy, isn't it?
Well, so
is this the bit where Yoda escapes down the hole in the floor, sort of thing?
no.
No, the clones are.
They march up the steps.
Yeah.
And then it cuts to Obi-Wan.
Oh, right. It's Order 67 or whatever it is, isn't it?
66. And it all happens off camera.
Yeah, all of it off camera.
Yeah, it's a bit of a kind of waste, isn't it? Really, you know, it's quite a big thing that they've kind of papered over there.
It's show not tell, and they ended up tell not show.
Yeah.
Master Skywalker, there's too many of them. What are we going to do?
Oh, yeah. What great acting there.
Fucking hell.
So all we get is the implied. The only people that Darth Vader.
Do you reckon you ever booted
killed.
one of them out of the window? Like you just punt one, like just for the shits and giggles, like.
It'd be nice to think he did, yeah.
Pick one up, do that, and snap them in half. You know.
Yeah. I mean, you could have had all sorts of fun.
I mean,
Use one to stab another.
regardless of what you think of the film and the way it's done, that's a pretty fucking dark moment.
It is.
It is.
But again, we don't see it, and they don't show it, and all the other stuff that we don't like. We see one Padawan get killed. One gets shot in the back by a stormtrooper.
Yep.
We don't see any of the Jedi in the temple get killed.
Right.
Any of them. And this is supposed to be like Darth Vader going off on a shit fest, and we don't see it. Like we see all the other Jedi on different planets getting killed during Order 66, which is just like, yeah, it's okay, but I'm thinking to myself, well, these fuckers had it coming. So
Yeah. You don't feel that much sympathy for them.
Yeah, what am I supposed to be feeling here? Because this is a tragedy. It's not. What I sat through is a tragedy, but this is actually them getting their fucking comeuppance, and I don't know how to feel about that. Then it's just like I'm supposed to be told that the Jedi are the good guys, but I'm not seeing it.
Well, yeah, see, I do wonder if when Obi-Wan as Ben Kenobi is telling Luke about the Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he lied about who his dad was. I mean, he could quite easily have just lied about what the Jedi became. They might not have always been like that. He might have just been colouring it up, and then they've just sort of rolled with it.
The problem is that you're trying to paint these people as the good of the film. These are the good people. These are trying to do the best. What's in the best interests of everyone. They're trying to, and
they're horrific.
And they just. I mean, even Obi-Wan is like, Jesus Christ, you can't ask me to do this.
Yeah.
And he's one of the senior. He's a Jedi Master. Like you can't. What are you doing? You can't get him. And it's like, oh, he disagrees with the council. And he even tells Anakin, this decision came from the council. It's not coming from the council's asking. I'm not asking. And so just like you really get to understand that when Obi-Wan is saying shit like that, it's like, how bad are these people?
Yeah.
But then you've thrown Yoda into the mix as well, then, and Yoda's like, oh, fuck, I made a mistake here. But doesn't realize for 20 plus years. The wise and 900-year-old Yoda that doesn't realize he's just cocked things up, even though he's already acknowledged the fact that his power to use the Force is diminished.
Well, since we're mentioning Yoda, what about the great battle between Yoda and the Emperor?
I prefer that to the one that we had with Dooku.
Easily.
Because at least it was a power base based on the Force. The fact that you could catch the lightning bolts was like, yeah, that's what went wrong last time.
Yeah, and I mean, they were both using the Force and knocking those plimps all over the place, weren't they? So there was a bit more of that involved, rather than.
I don't understand the whole spinny donut thing.
No.
I don't understand why you just didn't just go and just pushed it straight back. I don't think he achieved anything by spinning it. Unless he was trying to say spin on this.
Yeah, well.
I mean, it didn't achieve anything. It wasn't. The thing is, there was a bit of farce in the fight as well. Like when he knocked the Emperor back and he ended up going arse over face into the chair.
Yeah.
Like it was a bit of comedy in there. So it was a bit weird.
I thought was that intentional comedy? I mean, it certainly is a comedy moment, but
well, it must have been intentional because they couldn't have not planned that with a stuntman, and they must have seen it on screen and gone.
But well, particularly in that fight, there's not really room for comedy in that kind of fight. It's not that part of the story where you need a bit of slapstick.
I don't know. Palpatine keeps laughing all the time. He seems to find something funny, even though there's nothing funny happening. I don't like that. He's not Skeletor. Just cut it out. Skeletor beat the shit out of him anyway, but besides the point. traditional Skeletor. I mean, not Revelation Skeletor.
No.
But the thing is, I wouldn't have minded so much, but they keep talking about. I mean, Yoda knew that the Emperor was powerful. He says so in Return of the Jedi. You know, don't underestimate the power of the Emperor. You don't know how powerful he is. You don't underestimate it. It means that Yoda did underestimate it, but we don't find that. We don't see that at all. If anything, they're equal footing. Well, fairly equal footing. But again, the Emperor only ever uses really sort of one sort of attack, and there's so much you can do with the Force that goes beyond just throwing lightning bolts.
Yeah.
So as a fight in itself, it's certainly better, but I just wish that they'd explored the avenues of what you could have done. Like there's one thing that I've seen like in a fan creation is where they generate the Force inside somebody and they just expand it, and just the person just explodes.
Yeah, that's dark. That would definitely be Sith worthy.
Yeah, exactly. But it's part of, you know, something that it's people playing with the Force. Like, have you ever seen the games? Have you ever played like Force Unleashed, where you could throw a lightsaber and guide it around and then bring it back?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I got a
it's
few.
cool shit. Like really cool stuff that existed, you know, as part of gameplay and things like that. And obviously the imagination was there, the creativity was there. Other people were thinking about it, but no.
Yeah, there was more creativity and imagination present in a lot of the PC games than there were in any of these three prequel
but
films.
in the expanded universe, there was, particularly with these sorts of movies, which ends up with the only time you get to see Darth Vader in this properly in the uniform in his suit is in a shrunken down version that was built for Hayden Christensen, and he's standing next to bloody Ian McDiarmid kneeling down on an apple box, and it doesn't look right. It doesn't look like Vader. It's a weird thing. It's really difficult. Like, and here's what bugs me about the scene. They still had the original mask. It's in the archives. All they had to do, even if they didn't want to use it, all they had to do was scan it, and then they could have made a duplicate.
Yeah.
But they didn't do that. They could have CNC'd out a duplicate of that, and it would have been exact to the original mask. But no, they didn't. They specifically made one because they felt that this one was a little too asymmetrical, and this one needs to be a bit more precise. And they made this one. This was all computer generated. This one, and then we CNC'd it out of that, and it looks crap. I mean, it's a pretty looking thing, but it doesn't look like Vader.
No, especially when you get that moment where the table is lifted up and the mask comes. You're thinking that don't look anything like he did in Star Wars.
Mm-hmm. And it's weird. It's odd that it's such a specific thing, because if you see him in Star Wars, the helmet is oversized. The mask doesn't fit properly. You got the red glints of the lenses. So because like it and all this other one is so perfectly made. It's over polished.
Yeah.
So and I get it. It's supposed to be brand new, and by the time you get to episode 4, he's been around for a bit. I get that, but it's because the proportions are wrong. Because it's fitting somebody who's not Dave Prose. It doesn't fit properly. It doesn't look right.
No, it don't look right at all.
And Vader's one of these things that it either looks right, or it's off to the degree of it looks like somebody wearing a Darth Vader costume, and that's what you ended up with. So,
yeah, I mean, what they should have done, like you said, is use some sort of scan of the original, and put someone else in there. You know, I mean, there's plenty of other people that are the same size as Dave Prowse was when he made Star Wars. you know, it wouldn't have been that difficult. Then Ian McDiarmid wouldn't have to have knelt down, and they could have just shot it as they would have shot it.
Yeah, but it's a weird thing, and it's like, because I think they nailed it. To talk about one of the other films, I think they nailed the look of Vader in Rogue One.
Yeah, they did.
When they found the right actor to play to fit the suit, I think that when Vader shows up in Rogue One, because he's so broad, the helmet looks right on him. Whereas with Hayden Christensen, because he's so svelte, to have that helmet, it just everything looked like tiny.
Yeah.
And when you see Vader in Rogue One, he's got such big broad shoulders and the cape hanging down as well. He looks huge. He looks wide. He looks tall. He looks, but it just doesn't look that way in Episode 3.
There is one thing in Rogue One with Vader that doesn't quite work for me. The scene where he's talking with Krennic.
Yes.
When he walks in, the gait is all wrong for me.
It's right. So there are two actors playing Vader in that, and the reason why the gate is off is because one of the guys that was playing Vader, he had to wear like an extra couple of lifts in his heels because the costume. If you imagine, they made the costume for I want to say Gareth somebody. Who is actually about 6'7", 6'8", and the other person that was playing Vader was actually about 6'4". So he had to wear lifts.
Why did they use two actors?
Because one was more capable of movement. It's a very awkward suit to wear. So when they filmed Empire Strikes Back and so on. Return of the Jedi. So one of the guys that played Darth Vader in Return of the Jedi, one of the fencers, he's about 6 foot tall. So they had to make a 6 foot tall Darth Vader suit for Luke. That's why you see Luke standing with his legs so far apart and squatting all the time. It's because he's trying to look shorter than Vader. And because he's supposed to be considerably shorter. So they have done it several times before, whereby they've it's just for movement. So as he said, you had this guy walking in, and he's not actually got the right gait. Whereas when you see him later on, he is just it's Vader. But again, this is going back to what I was saying. Like if you look at him in Episode 3, this is Vader from Episode 3.
Yeah,
he's baby Vader. Like, what are you doing? He looks like a skinny person in a Vader costume. He doesn't look.
The Masters doesn't look right.
No, it doesn't.
Either.
It doesn't. The helmet's wrong.
Yeah.
And it's the things that it's sometimes they say it's the imperfections that make it perfect, and this is too perfectly cut, and it's too small, and it's form fitting for Hayden Christensen. Well, they didn't make the mask to fit Dave Prowse. They made the mask and they found the bloke that fitted it. It's kind of they done it the other way around. Like obviously they had to have it fit Dave Prowse, but at the same time they just made it bigger and then they sort of tightened it up afterwards. Because his mask went over the head to sort of it stopped sort of there-ish. Well, no, he had the ball on top for the helmet to sit in. So it went over to there, but it was like strapped around the back as well. It wasn't the full helmet. He never had the full helmet. It was only by the time he got to Return of the Jedi because they built several versions for Vader's helmet, which was actually pointed out to me on the Antiques Roadshow apparently, which was a fantastic episode of the Antiques Roadshow because you could see the producers going, "Well, what have we got?" And the guy went, "Oh, this is Darth Vader's original helmet." And I was like, "What?" From the film. This is the helmet that Dave Prowse wore in the scene whereby he first walks into the Tantive 4 spaceship. And they were like, how the hell have you got this? I was like, well, I used to work on Star Wars. I was the person that made the mask, and they handed it to me to repair it, but I already had the spare, so I gave them the spare to complete the scene. I kept this one. It's like, whoa. This is the first Darth Vader mask that we ever see. And it's like, yeah, get security. Get security now. You can see the panic. It's like, we're going to start the price here at £250,000. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah. So, yeah, that guy and his grandsons and everybody are set for life. Yeah, I think that's pretty much episode 3. I mean, is there anything, do you want to talk about with episode 3? You got anything else?
I think...
No, not really. I mean, like, for me, it all comes down to the scene where they create Vader, and it's like 5 minutes of the film that stands it above the other two in this series for me. But it's up until the point where he stands up and goes, and you've got the picture you showed of Baby Vader.
Yeah.
And I will forever. I mean, I can understand.
By the way, you the thing, Chris. You know that picture I showed you?
Yeah.
It's CGI. Do you know why?
Why?
Because in the original edit, Vader was strapped into the thing like this. But George Lucas didn't like his arms up by his side, so he CGI'd his arms to be like this. So
Well,
it's not even...
Well, I mean, I can understand with what I was going to say was, although you've ruined it now. I can understand why Hayden Christensen as an actor would want to have, having played Anakin, would want to be in a Darth Vader suit. But from a production point of view,
you go no.
I would have said no. You're
not 7 foot tall.
See this bloke that's built the same as David Prowse. That is the man we're going to put in the suit. It's as simple as that.
You're 6 inches too short
and 84 inches too thin.
Yeah. So I the only thing I would say that is potentially reason. No, for fuck's sake, we got the whole R2D2 oil slick scene at the start of the film as well. He sets fire to the oil and he's flying around and it's Hero R2. I was like, this film fucks up R2D2.
This film fucks up a lot of people, doesn't it?
Jesus Christ.
This trilogy fucks up a lot of people.
Yeah.
But R2D2 becomes this flying droid that sets fire to shit and slaps people in the face. And what are you doing?
Well, to be fair, it did come in very useful in the Star Wars Lego game, being able to do that.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, because like the crash scene with the spaceship, which it looks pretty nice. There's the rescue of Palpatine. What else happens in this film?
But what about the opening space battle, which for me is completely over the top?
Yeah, it's what they call the kitchen sink scene, where there's actually a kitchen sink in the scene.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I mean, they have thrown everything in there, so yeah, they may as well.
The one thing I will say about the prequel trilogy that I do like about it,
it looks pretty.
It is, and they've kind of kept the same aesthetic. You know, the things look like they should. You know, like the sand people still look like sand people. You know, them sort of buildings on the planets look like they should. You know, they've even though, like you say, Anakin looks like a surfer dude in episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. They've kind of gone with the look. All right, Star Wars was filmed in the 70s, so there was a certain look that people had in the 70s with their hairstyles and what have you. And they basically, they got Ewan McGregor to grow his hair, and they kind of developed that look for the films. And I've got that is one of the really good things.
Yeah,
about
but the thing is though, is that the next film that I think is absolutely brilliant is Rogue One. And that's because it literally adheres exactly to the episode 4 aesthetic. It literally adheres to the fact that it is so accurate, in fact, that they were able to use unused footage from episode 4 in Rogue One. And most people don't notice that it's even there. So
no, I didn't.
Yeah, so it's bonkers, because if you look at the styling on everybody in Rogue One, They've got all the 70s hair styles. They've all got 70s mustaches. It's just phenomenal, the work they put into that movie.
I don't know. There was something about Peter Cushing in that movie. I couldn't put my finger on, but it was.
CGI Tarkin, just no.
So the only problem with the Tarkin in that is the fact that it's over detailed. That's the only problem.
I will say one thing about that Tarkin though. My eldest boy, he's not watched a lot. He's watched a lot of films with me, but I've never really shown him any films like from Hammer and that. He told me when I was talking about it, he said, "Was that CGI?" And I went, "Yeah, that was Peter Cushing. He died sort of like 20 years ago or whatever." I went, "He was like, a famous British actor in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 50s, for a long time." And he was like, "Oh, yeah, I didn't realise that was CGI. I thought it was just Carrie Fisher they did." And I was like, "No."
Yeah.
So it worked. I suppose if you don't know Peter Cushing, it was as far as CGI people go, it was a pretty good model. But I know Peter Cushing from a lot of films, so I could see that it was off, much in the same way that the Vader helmet was off. Unless you really know and you've watched it a lot.
But the good thing with Rogue One was the fact that it was thematic. It was Dirty Dozen in space. And that's what the other films are lacking. Not the original trilogy, because the original trilogy this is sci-fi fantasy in space, and it's a Flash Gordon serial on a big scale. Whereas episodes 1, 2, and 3, it was the aesthetic of those serials, but without the theme. And the thing with Rogue One was the fact that Rogue One has the theme. It is Dirty Dozen in space. It's Kelly's Heroes. It's that genre. It's the same with Mandalorian. Mandalorian works because it's spaghetti western in space. Mandalorian he's a cowboy. He's a space cowboy in a space cowboy town, and he's doing space cowboy shit. It's the same. It's exactly. They found the theme. Now we're going to talk about episodes 7, 8, and 9. They have no fucking theme other than J.J. Abrams playing with his toys in the sandbox.
Yeah.
And that's what's missing from this thing. Completely. It's Kathleen Kennedy territory.
Yeah, so during the break, we've just been talking about some good parts for modern-ish Star Wars. Unfortunately, it's all going to come to a crashing halt because now, things really do go downhill as we reach Episode 7.
They built a new Death Star! We haven't tried that before.
No. I do hate saying these words, but it is true. This is the best film of the sequel trilogy, and yet I find it utterly unwatchable.
I was so pissed off. Here's the thing, right? J.J. Abrams had already fucked up Star Trek.
Yeah.
Right? And I was saying to her, this was at the time whereby, at this point, Lucas was selling to Disney. So Lucas decided he's going to sell Star Wars. Disney's going to buy it. He's going to sell it for billions and billions and billions. He's going to have enough money to buy Germany 3 times over. It's getting handed to Disney. Disney have said that they're going to make 7, 8, and 9. And I'm like, oh, okay. They're going to make the sequel to Return of the Jedi and going forward. Great stuff. Fantastic. I'm in for this. I want to see more from Star Wars. Great stuff.
I was the same. I was interested. And even when I saw the first trailer, I thought, this looks like it could be all right.
Yeah. But the thing was, as well, I know a lot of people were shitting on it, but I thought to myself, this is a really good fit. Star Wars and Disney is a really good fit. It actually is. Because it's family-friendly entertainment It's big action, big effects, all the stuff that Disney is really good and known for. It's got it fits the vibe with if you look at Aladdin, if you look at all these other films that they've done, Lion King and all this shit. Star Wars is a perfect fit into this vibe. It gels with all these films really, really well. And then they said J.J. Abrams is directing it, and for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
But the thing is, as well, right? What pissed me off with that was the fact that I had seen the other two Star Trek films, Star Trek Into the Crapper and the first one, and I said, look, I'm gonna let this fly because he's a Star Wars fan, clearly, because he had just made Star Trek '09, which was a remake of Star Wars. It was the same story as Star Wars Episode 4. So you had 77 Star Wars and Star Trek '09 Star Wars. And I thought to myself, right, he's a Star Wars fan. I'm gonna give him the break on this because he's not gonna do something that's gonna because he's such a big fan. He's not gonna do anything to damage it. And I thought to myself, right then, I saw the trailers like everybody else, and it was coming out in December. And it was starting, the hype for it was massive. And all the stuff we've seen coming out with all these photos of the X-Wings and all this stuff, and it was, all the footage that they were showing us and all the stuff that we were seeing, it was all looking really good. And then I thought to myself, this was in the October, I bought my ticket to the cinema to see it. So a couple of months early.
So a couple of months early, yeah.
Yeah. The day they went on sale. I bought my ticket for it the day they went on sale. The day they came around when I went to watch the movie, I got out of my ass out of bed at 4:30 in the morning. I jumped in the car. I drove to the cinema. I was 2 hours in traffic driving to the cinema. So I guess I had got there. I think I got there about 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. It was 8:30 actually, because I got there and we were waiting 45 minutes to go in. So the film started at about 9:15 in the morning. So I'm sitting there and I've gone through all this and I'm sitting there watching it, and we get the whole crawl, crawl, crawl. First opening shot. The fuck is that? It looks like a planet because they always open on a planet. But they've decided to do a fucking silhouette of a Star Destroyer. And I'm watching it going, you do realize that you're supposed to be able to see this shit, right? You've literally cut out all the light, stopping you from being able to see what the fuck it is we're supposed to be seeing. But anyway, I let it go because they done the whole drop ship scene, and they done the whole thing with Kylo Ren stopping the bolt in midair. And I thought, this is cool shit. This is cool shit. I let the first shot go because this is cool shit. And then they do the whole bit then with fucking Poe or fucking Tinky Winky or whichever fucking...
Yeah.
And he's doing the whole, are you supposed to talk first? I'm supposed to talk first. Who are you talking to? And it's like, you're talking to the badass like this. This guy is, how threatening is this guy supposed to be if you can talk to him like that and get away with it? And then suddenly started being like, oh, this isn't going the way I thought it was going to go. And I can actually tell you, right, this is no word of a lie, I can tell you to the frame when the film turned shit for me. And it was the frame when the door on the Millennium Falcon shot open. Because from then on, when Han Solo and Chewbacca step on board the Millennium Falcon, it all falls to crap. The entire thing just disintegrates. We got the whole thing on Jakku with Rey and Finn, with him surviving, escaping the deaths, or the fucking shit base, or whatever the hell it is, the ship.
Yeah.
You get all that stuff. You get all the thing of Finn questioning him being a stormtrooper because of the blood on his face and all this other nonsense. And it was going really good, and then it was sort of like, oh, we take that one over there. That one is a piece of junk. To get in, it's the Millennium Falcon. She knows how to fly it some fucking way. I don't know. She knows how to repair it. She takes off into space. The first ship they come across, the very first ship
Yeah.
in all of space, in all of the universe, in all the galaxy,
Yeah.
is fucking Han Solo.
Han Solo there.
Chewie, we're home. Where the fuck did you leave?
Yeah.
I'm fuck off. Pip. And then they're going to fight giant meaty meatballs. The fucking... The guys from the raid show up only to die. You've got the best martial art team in the world currently, and then you're just going to kill them by being eaten by fucking a couple of faggots.
Yeah.
And then it just all goes. The Force, it's all true, all of it. Oh, now you're a fucking believer. All right, okay, fine, fair enough. So what have you been doing in the meantime, Han? Well, you got a divorce from your wife. Really? Divorce is a thing in Star Wars?
Yeah, that was quite the revelation, eh?
The fuck? And why did they say, oh, because he went back to doing his old thing? Or without his ship?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? And then it just all went to crap. It was just like, wait, they've just redone the cantina scene. They've redone the Death Star, only this time it's a bigger Death Star.
Yeah, it's big Death Star, yeah.
Planet Death Star.
That can shoot 5 shots instead of 1.
Yeah.
That you can see from another planet.
Yeah, you can see it coming. Yeah, you can see it from over there. Like, yeah.
Yeah, who cares about the speed of light? You know, this instant viewing, that is.
There's no need for hyperspeed anymore. The planets will come to you. And then it gets wiped out exactly the same way. They found a weakness in it, and it was. But this time it was a janitor.
Oh yes, yeah.
And then they had BB-8, which is this fucking ball bearing. Or ball bag. That's what the BB stands for.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, I would go along with that.
You're painting a picture, Carwyn, of not really being a fan of this film.
The thing was, because I was actually advocating for the film, because I had, like, I don't care what anybody says, right? You don't do what I did to see this movie and be a hater. You don't buy the ticket 2 months in advance. You don't get up at 4:30 in the morning. You don't spend 2.5 hours in traffic to go see this film. If you to walk in to the movie just to shit on it, you don't. Nobody does that. I wanted to love this movie. It didn't want to love me back. And we had all the scenes with Orange Yoda. I don't know her name. I can't even be bothered to remember.
Oh yes, we
Maz something or other, wasn't it?
Maz Canada.
Yeah. Orange Yoda works better.
Yeah.
Well,
Who had the lightsaber?
Yeah. Oh, now
Which they never explained.
no. They ask her, how did you get this?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good
story
question
for another time.
for another time. In other words, never mention it again because we're not going to.
Which actually sounds like a fucking better story than the one I'm watching.
Yeah. I must admit, though, you got further into it before you started hating it than I did.
The reason is because I was willing to give it the break to let it do its own thing. I was willing to sort of go, right, that's not Vader. He's trying to be Vader, and I can see what they've done there. But they actually sort of, maybe this character's a bit more, you know, he's not there yet. He hasn't found himself yet. Whereas with Vader was already established, so it was kind of, he had reputation already. So this guy was trying to build his reputation, I feel. So I was like, oh, I can understand where that's coming from. But then it was like the First Order. I was like, wait the fucking minute.
Yeah.
The entire Empire has just been brought to his knees. The surviving elements are being attacked by every rebel force that is in the universe. And then all of a sudden they just decide, fuck it.
Yeah.
And then we're all going to sit down while this other empire rises? No. No. We've actually got living examples. We can point to like Afghanistan where that does not happen.
No.
Otherwise, the Taliban would not be in control right now. The second you introduce a power vacuum, shit takes over.
Yeah, so yeah, somebody comes along to fill it. I don't know why they felt the need to do it. But everything in this film has to be bigger than it was in the previous one. So we've got bigger Death Stars. In the next film, we've got bigger Imperial Walkers, bigger Star Destroyers, and another enormous, huge ship which is so fragile that it's taken out like that. And everything has to be sort of like bigger and badder than it was before. And,
the
why?
worst thing, the worst thing, the absolute greatest offense this movie created was the production picture shot they took to sell everybody on the movie. The first read through of Force Awakens, that photo,
yes,
where you've got Harrison Ford, Mark Hamill, and Carrie Fisher sitting with all the new cast.
I believe Peter Mayhew, Kenny Baker, and Anthony Daniels were in that as well.
Yeah. So you're looking at it going, holy shit, they're bringing back the original cast. And to me, this is why Episode 7 doesn't work. I'm okay with it starting off with Rey. I'm okay with it starting off with Finn. I'm okay with this doing all this stuff. Because I believed we were getting to Han, Leia, Chewie, Luke, 3PO, R2-D2. That's what I felt that we were going towards.
Yeah.
That they were gonna, again, it's a put the band back together movie, in exactly the same way that Return of the Jedi was. But this one was going to be a put a band back together for the first time in a very, very long time, and have these heroes lead the way for this younger generation, to have them as mentors to lead this new, going forward. And then I realized then, for a long time, the Mark Hamill was right. All along. The Mark Hamill was absolutely 100% correct, because he was talking about, I don't know if you've heard about this, where he's talking about where he thought Luke was going to come into the movie. Because he realized that Luke shouldn't have been in the first part of the film, because it was the road to Luke. But what he said was like, given how we first really see Luke using the Force was in Hoth, where we first really see him handling a lightsaber, where we first really see him actually using it for Jedi purposes.
Yeah.
That the whole scene in the forest, where the lightsaber starts jiggling in the snow.
Yeah.
Comes out of the snow and flies past Kylo Ren. When Rey catches it, it shouldn't have been Rey. It should have been fucking Luke.
Yeah.
And that's how Luke should have made his entrance. And that should have been it. He should have whooped the living shit out of him. And it didn't happen. And we never ever got the band back together.
No.
It didn't happen.
Well, now we never will.
No, we never will. And the whole thing of, again, why the fuck they decided to divorce Han from fucking
Leia? It was ridiculous, wasn't it?
I know exactly why they did that. It's because they needed to make Han a pirate, a smuggler, a lowlife again. Because that way he'd have a redemption story by trying to save his son. So the best way they thought to do that was to make him back into a smuggler, have him divorced from Leia and become an arsehole.
I remember
unnecessary.
Seeing Han Solo's death and feeling nothing.
Yeah,
it was such a non-earned death.
Yeah, I was about to say.
An unheroic thing that I just felt nothing. It was just like, I don't care. I don't care. To the point whereby the second time I saw this film was with my son. Because he wanted to go see it. I didn't want to see it because I'd already seen it, but it was like, right, he wants to go, I'll take him. Now, the whole part where he first sees Kylo Ren on the bridge, and he goes, Ben! and just because I could, I just followed up with "The two of us, we look no more." In the middle of the cinema, and it wasn't very popular, but it did happen. So yeah, Arse Awakens, crap, Ray, nothing character, nothing.
Absolutely nothing. You don't get any sense of jeopardy because, of course, she excels at absolutely everything she does. Finn was a completely wasted opportunity. I know, Chris, you've been saying that a few times. He's absolutely spot on. Poe, I don't give a monkey's toss about him. He's a fucking nobody.
An excellent pilot, so what?
Yeah, it's not like there's any shortage of them in this, you know. I mean, we've had 8-year-old kids who are excellent pilots, you know. So, yeah, that's nothing. The moment when I didn't so much give up because I did see the film right the way through to the bitter end, but the moment where I really was sort of like, they get an actor of the caliber of Max von Sydow. I mean, this is the man. He has played Jesus Christ, the Devil, Ming the Merciless, Blofeld. You know, he was the titular exorcist. I mean, he's done it all. And now he's got a role in Star Wars. Mm-hmm. And we'll kill him off in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah. Let's make him an important character and kill him. Where does that sound like? Oh yeah, that's going to come back to haunt us in fucking the Last Jedi. Jesus Christ. I mean, let's be honest here, right? Snoke. What the fuck was a waste of character there? They're all wasted characters. This is the only time I've ever watched a movie, genuinely. It's the only time I've ever watched a movie and felt like this was a guy playing with his toys in a sandbox. It really felt like that. It really felt like J.J. Abrams was a 10-year-old boy and he had his Star Wars toys and he was playing in a sand pit out his garden and he was just doing, and now these characters come in and just started bashing them together. I mean,
my experience with this film, I didn't hate it when I first saw it. I actually thought it was all right because I went to the cinema. I went between Christmas and the New Year 2015 when it was out. And my mate Jeff bought tickets for Christmas for me, my other half, and our 2 boys. So the 5 of us, we went and saw it. And I got caught up in the hype with the with the trailers and stuff like that. And when on the initial viewing, I was just so happy to be in a cinema watching Star Wars again with all the music. You know, they had John Williams doing the music again for it. It weren't until I got the Blu-ray and watched it again. My mum and dad come to visit and they hadn't seen it. And I said, oh, I'll put it on. It was a good film. And I watched it on the second time through and I was like, pretty much, I can't believe I thought this was really good. Now, I'm not going to take anything away from John Boyega. Like Chris said, I think he was the absolute standout of this. And I think Finn should have been the star of the show. A Stormtrooper redemption story. That would have worked a lot better.
He didn't need to be the star of it, but I mean, it was an element that should have been there anyway.
Yeah,
it was given.
But when he first appeared in the trailer, I literally thought he was going to be the main character for all 3 films.
A stormtrooper that becomes a member of the rebellion. Great, go over it, run with it. Great.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, and that would have been the story for me.
Stormtroopers that question their orders. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Fantastic stuff.
But yeah, on the second rewatch, it pretty much lost me at the Han Solo bit again. You know, it's why? All right, you said you've got it set for tracking to find the Millennium Falcon. You found it a bit fucking quick. You weren't very far away, were you? Let's be honest. They hadn't been flying for very long.
They only just broke orbit.
Yeah. I think a lot of this is down to Kathleen Kennedy as well. I'm pretty sure that she wasn't allowed to play with Star Wars toys when she was a kid. Brothers, no. So she's basically said, right, well, I'm going to get my revenge on them and I'm going to fuck it up for everybody.
But I mean, like, it boggles the mind that the best thing you can do is a rewash of episode 4, which is nowhere near as good as the original, and then just kill off the favorite characters, along with never putting the actual lead characters to the. They decided for the best possible reasons that they had was that they were gonna make a new Lethal Weapon movie without any of Riggs or Murtaugh in it. I mean, not even the actors, but not even the characters were in it. I mean, Luke Skywalker doesn't show up until he's standing on the bloody island at the end.
Well, no, that's it. What we wanted to see as fans of it, and I'm like you, I wanted to love this movie. You know, I really wanted it to come back. You know, after the considerable letdown of the prequel series, I really wanted something special, and I wanted to see Princess Leia, Han Solo, and Luke Skywalker together again in the Millennium Falcon, or with an X-wing flying next to it. Not try to find Luke. I understand that, like you said, for the first half of the film, but not the final 20 seconds. We see the
with a map of the galaxy, which had a small section missing.
Yeah, a tiny little bit missing. Yeah,
He's in there somewhere. Well, you've got all these ships that can find the Millennium Falcon in fucking 20 seconds. Can't you just look?
Right, well, seeing as I did it for the first instalment of the last two, let's have a look at the budget and box office for the first one. When this one's come back, I mean, what was it, 2015? So what's that? It's about 11. It's about 11 years after Revenge of the Sith, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Right, the budget was, and they've got a proper figure here. They've got 259 to 306 million budget.
Mm-hmm.
And the box office was 2.069 billion.
Yeah.
A lot of people wanted to see this film.
Yeah, and because the other part of this was the fact that they blew it with the characters, because the characters were all paper thin, like all of them were paper thin.
yeah.
I mean, and the appearances of the original cast members that showed up in this, the original cast characters, it all felt like an episode of fucking Friends, whereby they were just, a door would open and somebody brought, and you hear the audience whooping. You know, oh look, it's him! Woo, yay! And like they did it with 3PO, they did it with Leia. There was one reveal after the other, and you're like, stop it! Stop doing it! You just throwing these characters at us, going, remember Leia? Remember 3PO? Remember R2D2? Like, of course we remember. It's fucking Star Wars.
Yeah.
That's what we came to see. You
That's
fucking
what we don't
idiots.
give a shit about all these other people. Nobody gives a shit about these other people. But what about the story we're telling? Well, you mean the one you copied from 1977? Go fuck yourself. I can't. Jesus Christ. And the thing was, as well, it was the fact that I thought to myself, well, they're not going to blow up the Starkiller base, because that's just the Death Star. Like, they're going to attack it, but they can't blow it up. So that means the Starkiller base is going to be like the big thing they have to destroy over the next 3 movies. Of course, gets to the end of episode 7. Huh.
Yeah, it's gone.
Well,
there you go.
He did
Problem
that in Star
solved.
Trek 09. It was exactly the same. It crumpled, it fell in on itself, and then it blew up. It went over.
Well, you know, the thing that was missing from that was someone saying, "You're all clear, Poe. Let's blow this place and go home." You know, that's. I'll tell you the biggest thing missing from The Force Awakens and the 2 things afterwards. The biggest thing that was missing from those films.
What?
He's currently inspecting my bald spot behind me. It's Darth Vader. You need. I mean, I've got nothing against Adam Driver, the actor, at all. But the character of Kylo Ren.
Wait. I agree with you there, but why does budget Keanu Reeves seem like a good fit for Harrison Ford's son?
I don't know. I mean, he's got a good strong nose, but that's about it. He's just not. He was just so emo. It's like he was like,
you knew when things went bad with this character when he throws a tantrum scene and starts slicing things up with his lightsaber, and everybody in the audience laughs.
Yeah.
That's not what you're trying to get out of this guy.
No.
You're trying to make this guy seem intimidating. You're trying to get but you show this scene to the audience and they all laugh.
He's another Kevin. He did exactly what Anakin did in Attack of the Clones. He
Yeah.
had his Kevin.
Well, let's
You lost composure.
I'll play devil's advocate again. This is an opinion that I don't share, but I see a lot of people who were supporting this film back then when it came out. Very few of them still do.
I was. Then I saw it.
Was he? Yeah, exactly. Was it the intention that he was not supposed to look intimidating? He was supposed to just look like some like teenage emo kid trying to like be tough, and actually he was completely out of his depth.
Here's the problem. First of all, he was the grandson of Darth Vader, right?
Yeah.
And we obviously knew that he was the grandson of Darth Vader because he came from Leia, not Luke, which is odd because there were characters in the extended universe which were the son of Luke. The son and daughter, they were twins because it made sense.
Before you carry on, the extended universe, I believe, was basically wiped out of canon for this trilogy of films. Right, go on.
Yeah.
As long as we understand that.
Yeah. So they got this character that's supposed to be the thing of Darth Vader. I don't know why the people inside the universe are holding it to the same sort of reverence as the people sitting down watching the fucking film. Like, it's odd. The film is identifying itself within it's referencing itself. Like, I've never known a film to do that before, where it holds episodes 4, 5, and 6 with such regard inside the story. I'm like going, did they watch Star Wars? Did Kylo Ren sit down and watch the films? What the fuck is going on? Like, and even Rey is like, oh, you'll never be Darth Vader. That's a shit line. But how did she know? She never met him.
Yeah.
Also, where did he get the fucking mask from?
Well, I mean, it's implied that he went to Endor and found the mask, which leads to the whole bit when fucking shit of Skywalker.
Believe me, yeah, we'll be covering that in some depth.
But it's worse than that because, like, because this self-references its own films, it's become self-aware, and so all the stuff that it does the mind trick. It does all the fucking Jedi shit, which is, you will let me out of these cuffs. Okay, Daniel Craig lets him out of the cuffs. Like, did you know? I mean, I don't know if you know this, but you know the two stormtroopers behind. You know that's Prince Harry and Prince William, right?
I heard the story. I was a bit skeptical as to whether that's true or not.
It's true. They visited the set. Yeah, it is true. Yeah. They played stormtroopers, ironically, given the German lineage. But this, I want to say there's good stuff in episode 7, but there's not.
No, there isn't.
There really isn't. The sets look terrible. Everything looks like it looks. I nearly criticized it for looking like a fan film, but it doesn't, because I've seen fan films.
Yeah, fan films would do a better job.
Because
the storyline is definitely sub fan fiction level.
It's bad fan fiction.
I've got to say one thing I did like in it. I did like Kylo Ren's lightsaber, and the reason I liked his lightsaber is if you look at the one Luke made that he had with the green blade on it in Return of the Jedi, it was perfect. I like the way that Kylo Ren's one is kind of like put together on a Sunday afternoon, but not quite made properly. So he
didn't know how many nozzles he should have had.
Yeah. I like the way it's not a perfect lightsaber. It's got that kind of flaming look about it. That I like that from a story point of view, not necessarily an aesthetic point of view. And the best thing about this film still is John Boyega.
Yeah, but the thing I don't like with Kylo Ren's lightsaber is that it was just an excuse to make a new lightsaber. It was just like,
Yeah,
what else can
that
we do?
is it. Yeah.
We've done twin-handled ones. We've done bendy-handled ones. We've done all that stuff. What else can we do? Oh, let's do one with more than one beam. It looks like he's got a cross guard, which doesn't work because if you hit that part with a cross guard, you just fucking cut through it anyway. So it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Um,
The only sort of excuse I could come up with as to why it has that is, again, following on with the fact that it's supposed to be quite badly made. And if it didn't have that way of releasing them out, the extra energy or whatever out the sides, it would like overload and just blow. So that's just something that I thought up. It's basically me making excuses for this film.
If you're looking at what they should have done with the film to start off with, if we talk about Kylo Ren for a second, Kylo Ren led the Knights of Ren, which it doesn't pay off. None of that pays off.
No, not at all.
Fucking Knights of Ren sounded like it was just like. I mean, I know when they said it, they said Knights of Ren, and I said Knights of Stimpy. So it was fucking. It was just like, what a stupid name. But at least they was like trying to come up with this whole sort of knight faction type deal that was, I didn't know who they were, I didn't care, but it sounded like these people were like part of his gang or whatever. So we got like a biker gang.
Hang on a minute, didn't you think of Space Knights with their space horses?
Yeah, but that's the sort of thing that I thought, oh, maybe the Jedis would have been like, much more like. But we never got to see it, and I thought to myself, well, the Knights of Ren, and he's Kylo Ren, so they're his gang, and then I thought to myself, well, why are they obeying this guy? Because he's a dick, but he's not like in a good way. There's nothing good about anything that he's doing, and how did he end up here? So there's loads of questions being thrust into the air. None of these are getting answered, and it's just question upon question upon question. And by the end of the film, you're going, well, I don't understand fucking anything. No, they've asked me a shit ton of questions, and hopefully it's going to get paid off in the next one. Doesn't.
One thing I did forget to say about Kylo Ren as well. If I move to the side and just take a look at that behind me, he had a shit hat on, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he even had a melted Vader mask that he could have fucking based one on, but no, he had some sort of weird cross between a welding mask and a biking hat.
Yeah, but the thing is though with Kylo Ren, where they fucked up with the character is that if this guy's supposed to be like conflicted on where he is, and he's like supposed to be this really powerful Jedi because he's a descendant of Vader and all this stuff. They hadn't even bothered touching upon the idea that maybe Vader, because we know Vader's ghost is a thing. We saw it at the end of episode 6.
Yeah.
It was like, well, maybe he could be in conflict because he's getting haunted by fucking Vader's ghost. But actually, he's just shit.
Yeah. The other issue I have with him is his name. Did either of you used to watch the Droids cartoon?
Yes, with Mongo Bearbub.
And one other former owner or master, whatever, of C-3PO was a space pirate called Kylo Ren.
Yep.
Now, I mean, it's a bit close for it to be coincidence, I think.
Again, J.J. Abrams has no creative bone in his body. Look, here's the thing with J.J. Abrams, right? He's been told that he's the next Steven Spielberg. Actually, he's not. What he is the next great producer. He is a brilliant producer. He genuinely is. If you want a film made, he knows how to get it made. If you were to go to him and say, look, I've got a project, can you push this through in Hollywood and get it done? He's your guy. He is the guy that will get this done. This will be on the screen in 2 years' time. Guaranteed. No problem. DVD sales, the whole shit and caboodle. Right? He is also not a fucking director. At the time this film had come out, he had directed 4 things. And 2 of those things were Star Trek and Star Trek Into the Shitter.
Yeah. The less about them, the better.
So he really is not a director. He really isn't. He's a good ideas man, and he's a really good producer, and that's his talent. His talent is in producing.
He's very good at coming up with ideas that will sell toys as well.
Yeah,
I've got to give him credit for that.
But like, I mean, a lot of the stuff that he gets given credit for, he's actually only the producer on.
Yeah,
He's not the director. Like, people go, oh yeah, but Cloverfield was brilliant. He didn't direct that. He didn't direct Cloverfield. That's not his film. He produced it, but he didn't direct it. You know, but Lost. Yeah, but he produced Lost. He didn't direct Lost. Like, give me something. Show me something that he's actually done. Oh, he done Mission Impossible 3. Shit.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the worst. I think Mission Impossible 2 and 3 are probably the worst Mission Impossible films. So I genuinely, I don't want to say it because I think I do, from a fandom point of view, I think if you'd have put J.J. Abrams in the same room with me and we're talking shit about Star Wars, I think we could probably get on. I think we would probably be, like, you know, on the similar sort of wavelength of talking about the fandom and stuff like that.
I don't know. I think it might go a bit sour if you start discussing this film, to be honest.
But that's what I don't understand. That is, I think that's why I think it's because he's not a good director. I don't think that's his talent. I don't think it is. And, you know, not everybody can be a director. Not everybody can be Steven Spielberg. He's been lulled into thinking that he is because people keep telling him that he is because he's surrounded by Hollywood. Because Hollywood keeps saying, "Oh, he's the next one. He's the next one. He is the great one." And he's not. I've seen Steven Spielberg's movies. They're fucking awesome. Every one of them is different to the other. There's not one Steven Spielberg film I can name that's anything like the other one. Even the ones that are sequels in the trilogy, they're not. They're not the same. But J.J. Abrams isn't that. He's just not that. And on what he did with episode 7, that he remade. Don't
insult episode 4. Blimey.
Episode 4, the remake.
Yeah.
That he's done twice now. 3 times if you count fucking Super 8. It's just get a fucking original thought. Get an original idea. Get the fuck out.
Well, that's all right. That's all right because he did, and they gave writing and directorial duties to Rian Johnson for the next film, and that is a whole nother story. Well, I don't know if we're finished with The Force Awakens yet.
No. Let's move on.
Yeah. Okay. So after watching The Force Awakens and thinking, well, things surely must get better. They didn't. We got The Last Jedi, and it's always the argument as to which is the worst Star Wars film, either The Last Jedi or the one coming after it. I do know, Chris, you consider The Last Jedi to be the worst Star Wars film.
Look, this film, I almost didn't make it past the first 2 minutes because of that stupid prank fucking phone call at the beginning, where Poe Dameron's hello, is there anyone there? And I was like, what the fuck am I watching? There is this Star Wars.
Yeah.
And
nothing for the villains either.
No,
villains would just be turned into jokes.
Yeah, basically. Weren't one of the villains Adrian Edmondson in this one, or is that the next one?
Aid Edmondson was the best fucking thing about this.
Oh yeah,
he's the only one taking it seriously.
Right, I'll sum up what I think of this film. Then, right, I was instantly annoyed that they'd sidelined the character of Finn and thereby the best actor out of the last film. Mm-hmm. The only bit of this film that I would actually sit and watch again, because I've only watched it once, the only bit I would sit and watch again would be the bit where Luke Skywalker projects himself and he has that fight with Kylo Ren and he does that bit where he brushes his shoulder and goes, and that was the only bit of the film that I thought was any good.
Yeah, but I don't think that was because it was any good. I think it's because it's the only time you got to see fucking Mark Hamill doing something where he wasn't bitch ass.
Well, that's probably why. This was also the film, weren't it, where you had Carrie Fisher doing Mary Poppins in space.
Yeah.
You had the thing that they've avoided in sci-fi forever because it ruins everything. That's flying a ship through fucking hyperspace into another one to destroy it, thereby undoing the need for any weapons in the future. Unmanned ships in hyperspace, job done.
Yep.
This is an absolute pile of fucking shit.
Oh,
and don't even get me started on the fight scene that was in it as well. Oh, I hate it.
No, because it gets worse, Chris. It gets worse. You see, they are running out of fuel and they're being chased as they're in space because they run out of fuel. Now in space, you don't need fuel.
No.
Because once you've accelerated the speed,
you are going to maintain that speed.
It doesn't make a difference if your engines are fucking on or off. So them being chased, unless they're all stuck to the back of the fucking wall in the spaceship, because you're constantly accelerating, the whole plot of this film is a giant shit show anyway.
Yeah.
By the way, feels like it was ripped off of an episode of Battlestar Galactica called 33, which is a fantastic episode of Battlestar Galactica.
Are you talking about real? You talking about real Battlestar Galactica or the new one?
The new one.
Right. Okay.
But
that would explain why I don't recognise it.
Yeah, it's a fantastic episode of Galactica whereby they're being pursued by the Cylons. They've got to keep jumping all the time because they keep every time they land. 33 minutes later, the Cylons show up and they get attacked. So they've got to keep jumping, so they don't get time to stop. There's no respite. And it's exactly the same plot as this. They're being chased for them to run out of fuel. And exactly the same plot, except Galactica had a working fucking theory because they had a hyper jump. So it was costing them a lot of fuel to do it. Whereas this is just like them just driving in a straight line. It's not the most thrilling of chases. I've seen car chases. They don't do that.
This is, I think, the slowest and most boring chase sequence in cinematic history.
Well, they managed to leave the ship, get on board a shuttle, and fuck off to a Vegas in space.
Yeah.
Even though they're still being chased. What? So they saw this craft leader and thought, well, we could follow them. Send some ships after them. Nah, they go to Vegas. They can have a good time.
Yeah.
So they can release some space llamas. Oh, what a shit show! Canto Bites, by the way, is an anagram of the words giant botch. I think you should know that.
And when the First Order ships are firing at the, I think you know where I'm gonna go with this. They're firing at the Resistance ships. The trajectory. You're not going to get that.
No.
And how about the introduction of possibly the worst ships I have seen in science fiction, the Resistance bombers.
Oh. Yeah, because that's how space works now.
Yeah.
Space works that way. Things fall down even though there's no gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when I saw this, I was constantly checking to see if it was April the 1st. I mean, I don't know much of Rian Johnson's work, but if this is something to measure him by, this is like, I hope he never makes another film again. I just couldn't believe it.
I find it abhorrent that they sat us down, told us this whole story with Snoke, and they just went, "Oh, he's dead now."
Yeah.
He's dead.
Yeah, he's infuriating. Yeah.
And they turned him from a giant hologram into Paul fucking Daniels as well, because that's what he looked like.
Well, to me, he was like a giant Hugh Hefner. I mean, he even had the same fucking dressing gown on.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, you notice that Snoke in the throne room look fuck all like he did in the holograms when you saw him in the previous thing. It's just an endless, stream of fuck ups throughout this.
He's so in touch with the Force that he couldn't feel what was a lightsaber next to him turning.
Yeah,
He was well within his peripheral vision.
yeah,
Like it was there. Like you just move your hand, look forward, put your hand there, and just do that. You'll see it fucking moving. Like this guy's in tune with the Force.
yeah. And then of course we get the fight scene after that, where Kylo Ren has been described quite accurately as a character who was defeated by a girl who had never held a lightsaber in her life.
Absolutely.
And he is now fighting alongside that girl who has now held a lightsaber once in her life. And they are able, between them, to defeat the entire, guard, the personal guard of the Supreme Leader.
Although, to be fair, half of those people were throwing their weapons down before they were hit. If you watch that in slow motion, the choreography of that is ridiculous.
Yep. But I mean, like, so the other part of this is the fact that this is how ridiculous the character of Rey is. She was born, she was dropped off and left on a desert planet. A desert planet. Covered in sand.
Yeah.
Desert everywhere, right?
I think I may know where you're going here, but go on.
Completely cut off from anything. She's got to work moisture farms, all this shit, because it's a sandbox. And yet she knows how to swim.
Yeah.
Like, where the fuck? Okay, I can believe she just fucking knows how to work a lightsaber because she could at least handle herself before even doing anything else. We saw her be able to handle herself with a staff. So the fact that she knows how to swing a sword doesn't really, I get that. So it's at least there's the seeds there. But swim? She doesn't even know what this shit is, never alone know that.
She's never seen that much water before in her life.
No.
And she can swim, and of course in the next one she can sail as well.
Yeah.
In waters that would challenge, expert sailors.
Captain Britain would shit himself.
See, and another thing with this, right, is I'm trying to think of the character's name now. Rose Tico, and Finn go off to find this code breaker. Now, I remember reading that Billy D. Williams was going to come back as Lando Calrissian, so I thought, if he's the code breaker, that makes this awful fucking casino scene worthwhile. Except it wasn't Billy D. Williams; it was Benicio del Toro. And it's you had a perfect chance to bring Lando back in a role that was fitting his character.
The thing with Rose as well, right? I didn't like the character of Rose, right? Not for any racist reason. I didn't have to go with the actress or anything like that. Right? There's nothing. I got nothing against her at all, right? But there's a line of dialogue that she delivers in this film, and I'm thinking to myself, "Go fuck yourself." Absolutely, go fuck yourself. And it's the bit whereby, Finn is going to sacrifice himself to save everybody. He's gonna drive into this fucking gun. He's gonna blow the thing up, and he's gonna kill himself doing it. And it's gonna buy people time to get out of there, right? And all of a sudden, he's going full peg, right, towards this gun, and he's going along, and there's nobody touching him anywhere near, but they're all way behind, right? And all of a sudden, she comes in from the side, slams into him, and knocks him out of the way, right? Potentially killing him, but she doesn't, right? But she's like, it doesn't matter how she got there. I don't care. His ship was fast, hers was faster, apparently. But then she takes him, she kisses him, and she says, "See, silly. The thing is, you don't win by killing what you hate. You win by saving what you love." And I'm sitting there going, "This is fucking Star Wars."
Yeah.
The clue is in the fucking name.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
Wars.
wars. Yeah,
I want to see the whole killing what you fucking hate.
yeah,
That's why I paid the money. I didn't pay to see fucking West Side Story.
yeah.
I want to see them kill what they fucking hate. It's why I'm here. It's why they named the film the way they did.
Yeah. It's and of course, yeah. You win by saving the things you love. Says the woman who's just flown her ship into yeah. I mean, it's
It's a stupid line of dialogue in front of a giant army with a fucking huge gun.
Yeah.
To kill everyone.
Yeah.
Something else we didn't touch on in the last film, and we're going to touch on it on this film. Captain Phasma. Now, I sat there, and I sat there, and I remember thinking how little of an input she had into the Force Awakens, and I saw a program with Gwendolyn Christie, and Gwendolyn Christie is a fantastic actress. And she was like waxing lyrical about Captain Phasma and her armor and how much more of a role she was going to have in this film. She turned up and got squashed.
I look at her as the Wile E. Coyote of Star Wars because she's always forever falling off shit. And I was hoping that she would have been in the last one just so she could have fallen off something again.
Yeah. I was half expecting her to show up in the third one because after this, nothing was going to surprise me.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, oh yeah, right, Phasma will show up again.
No, she's dead.
I mean, they killed off so many. Well, I say main characters. I mean, they weren't really. Yeah, they made every character disposable, and then so Snoke's gone. So where were they going to go with that? Yeah, Phasma. Okay, I didn't really give a shit about her, but okay, so she's gone. Then was it the was he like the admiral or whatever, the leader of the
Laura Dern's character?
The old
fucking hell.
The purple-haired space Karen.
Vice Admiral Amelin Holdo. There you go. I've got the cast list up there.
Can we talk about Holdo? Can we please talk about Holdo? Please.
Go on.
This character is the most butt-fucked piece of shit character that's ever been written.
Yeah.
And is absolutely wrong almost everywhere along the line.
Every time.
Can you stop holding back and come out straight with it, Carwyn?
I'm serious. The problems I have with this character is her logic gates are flawed everywhere along the
every time. Every time she opens her mouth. Every time she makes
a decision, it's always wrong. And like she decides that she's gonna not tell Poe Dameron something because he doesn't need to know. I am trying to lead this fleet away. First of all, your philosophy's all wrong to begin with. Secondly, by not telling him, you've just branded yourself your own. You've just grown your own brand of insurrection because he's not going to put up with this shit because he doesn't know your grand plan. Why aren't you telling him your grand plan? Because he might get out. So what? Who are you going to tell it to?
Yeah.
All the people that are nasty are chasing you and shooting shit out of you.
Yeah.
Like, think, woman. So he ends up throwing his own mutiny, or because he wasn't told the plan. Because, well, of course he didn't know the plan. He thought you were going to get everyone fucking killed. Which, by the way, she does.
Yeah, she does.
He was right. Oh, for fuck's sake. And then you got Carrie Fisher coming back then from Carrie Poppins to zap him because I can believe Leia would just shoot him, just be like, I can't put up with this shit. But the fact is that she turns to Aldo and says, "Oh, you've been a great commander. You've been unconscious. I can believe you don't know, but she hasn't. She's been a shit commander. She's done nothing. She hasn't told her troops. She's done nothing to reinforce people's morale. She's done nothing to let people know what the fucking plan is. How is this leadership? How is any of this leadership? I've seen people who run ice cream vans better.
Yeah.
And it's just, what a load of shit.
Yeah, I mean, in a film that is absolutely crammed full of shit characters, I think she has
sown
to be the
dissent.
worst.
How can you be a great leader that's sown dissent amongst the ranks?
Yeah.
People are willing to get into escape pods and fuck off so they don't have to be around her.
So, of course, when it came to the great sacrifice that she makes,
Yes.
I'm sure I am not there. I couldn't give a fuck.
No.
I was
Everybody else would have
thinking,
just put a droid there and gone, press that button when I'm gone.
yeah. So yeah, I was more than glad to see her fuck off.
Well, her principles were flawed. All her principles were flawed. Again, Poe Dameron, like, there's lots of things wrong with this. For example, Finn coming out of the tank after having his spine cut to the back, no consequence. Nothing at all, no consequence at all. He didn't have to. He didn't have a limp. He didn't have a fucking gammy leg. He didn't have an extendable spine because he was now cybernetic. So he had nothing. It was just like, oh, it was as if, oh no, look at me, I'm doing Singing in the Rain next month.
Yeah.
It was just everything's disposable. Everything just thrown away, just done because and then thrown away.
Yeah.
And that's the same for all the characters in this. All of them. There's not a single character that has anything redeeming, or anything worth latching on to. I couldn't even tell you what Poe Dameron's character is. He's a pilot, so that's a skill. That's not his character.
Yeah.
So does he like flying or does he hate flying? I don't know.
Yeah. See,
Maybe
I mean,
a great
he
pilot
is.
that hates flying. I don't know.
Yeah, he is so generic. We may know his name and that, but otherwise he could be any one of the rank and file pilots they've got.
Is there a single character that you can think of that has more than skin deep values?
Not
In
from
this
the new
film,
cast,
no. Well, I would go the whole cast. So we're even including Luke Skywalker in that. Yeah.
We've got to talk about that.
Yeah. I mean, Luke Skywalker. Mark Hamill, luckily enough, gets to out on this film, doesn't he?
Yeah, but I mean, he spends so much time. I mean, he does almost as much walking as the fuckers from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Just walking away from shit, and I'm like, this is not Luke. I don't give a shit what he's gone through. This is not Luke. Luke, the guy that fought everybody hand to hand to literally bring back Darth Vader from the darkness, and he's now going, oh no, this was too much. I almost killed my nephew. You did kill your father, you dull fucker.
Yeah.
I mean, which.
Well, I mean,
500,000 people on the fucking Death Star.
Mark Hamill did voice his opinion of that, didn't he? After the film was wrapped, plenty of times, yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't make the film any better.
No, it doesn't make the film any better.
It's just
nor does sucking blue milk out of some weird cow's tit either.
Jesus Christ! I mean, this was the one real moment whereby, and when Luke shows up on the planet, and you finally get to see him, and it's like, right now he's gonna have a lightsaber fight now with Kylo Ren. And you just think to yourself, this guy should blow this guy out of the water.
Yeah.
He should. However, he was beaten by Rey with a stick.
Yeah. I mean, we've gone through...
Jedi Master Luke Skywalker beaten by a stick.
Yeah. So we went through his training in Empire. We saw how good he had become in Return of the Jedi. He's now, the Jedi Master. And, Rey comes along. And first time locks him on the ground. Oh, fuck you.
I'll tell you how they did the character in this one. It reminded me of. Do you remember the film The Dark Crystal?
Yes.
Yeah.
Luke's character reminded me of Ogra. Just a weird, cackly, sort of hermit-like character that was living and thinking about the past and walking away from everything. And she was the same sort of thing. A weird cackly character who was hiding up in her little observatory, planetarium.
I genuinely can't think of a film where the lead hero in the next film totally changes character from optimism. Given how Return of the Jedi ended, it goes from that sort of state to end up being alone, isolated, away from everybody that he loves, cares about, supposedly. Because the best way to look after somebody is to fly to the arse end and back of nowhere and reject them all.
Yeah.
And so like nothing about this makes sense, and then just turn completely on its head and not even be caring. Luke doesn't care anymore because why? Oh,
Yeah.
because he had a bad dream. He had a bad dream. That's what this come down to. He had a bad dream.
Yeah.
That's what.
Well, I mean, to be fair, bad dreams did turn his father to the dark side. So I mean, you would be tentative about it.
Yeah, but like,
Kept a straight face nearly through with it.
No. He had a bad dream that made him almost kill his nephew. Almost, but didn't.
Yeah, didn't. Yeah.
So what he's saying is that nothing happened. And that's why he's decided to isolate himself, is because nothing happened.
Yeah, because nothing happened. Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell.
The scene when Ray knocks him to the ground, that was the moment that I went from thinking just, oh, this film is a fucking pile of shit, to feeling genuine contempt for it. Because I genuinely do hate this film.
I
think it's one of the worst films ever made, not just Star Wars, but of films. And I've seen crappy kids bleeding films that my boys watched when they were growing up, and some of them were contemptible, but they weren't the level of this.
Yeah, I hate the character of Rey because I think she's just there to be like, well, I don't have a penis, therefore I'm superior.
Yeah, that is very much what it's all about.
And that's not how you write good, strong female characters. That's not how. You don't write a good, strong female character by writing all the male characters dumb. That does nothing to prop her up at all. It just drags everybody down. That's it, really. I got nothing more to say about The Last Jedi.
Yeah, and we mentioned the character of Ripley earlier. Now that's how you write strong female characters.
Yeah. Not
the way they did in this.
Mary Sue, Ray, whatever you want to call her.
Ray, I'll drop a golden sun.
Yeah, so, well, if we're moving on then, obviously none of us enjoyed Rian Johnson writing or directing this, and we were quite glad to see the back of JJ, so I'd imagine you, like me, were overjoyed when you found out that he was coming back for the next one. Before we do move on, I bought Star Wars, the first 6 chapters. I bought them on Blu-ray when it cost me 75 of my English pounds to buy that box set on Blu-ray. I bought that. I bought The Force Awakens because I enjoyed it at the cinema. On the rewatch, I think I've watched that Blu-ray once. And other than Rogue One, which my boys got me for my birthday, I think Rogue One is a terrific film.
Yeah.
I haven't bought any more. My Star Wars collection stops at The Force Awakens for the story because this ain't worth my money. I wouldn't piss on this if it was on fire. In fact, I'd be liable to go and get another cup of petrol because it is that shite. I absolutely detest it.
I think you might have known this, but I did not see the Rise of Skywalker until the August after it had come out. So it was a good 9 months after the film had been released that I saw the Rise of Skywalker, and that was purely because my son hadn't seen it, and he was like, "Do you want to watch it?"
I remember it because I'm pretty sure you did a video.
Possibly, quite possibly. the thing is with the Rise of Skywalker is that it's utterly contemptible.
Yeah.
It is absolutely everything wrong with what you think is going to be right with Star Wars. It is taking shit from things like the Goonies, where they got to find the treasure of fucking One-Eyed Willie, so they've got the Skull Island map, except this was the knife that was made of the Death Star,
Yeah.
which you can only see from this angle, which doesn't even make fucking sense.
Yeah.
Because you can see that from pretty much any continent that you're standing on.
My problem I've got with this straight away is I've just seen it again because I've got Wikipedia up because obviously I was looking at figures for films and whatever. It says here, this is the third installment of the Star Wars sequel trilogy, The Force Awakens, Last Jedi, and the final episode of the 9-part Skywalker saga. No, it's fucking not. Skywalker saga was 6 parts and ended with Return of the fucking Jedi. We've hardly seen Skywalker in it. He was in it for 2 minutes at the end of the first film, and sporadic appearances as not very Luke Skywalker at all in the next film. This isn't the Skywalker. This is the shit saga.
It wouldn't have been so bad if it was called The Rise of Skywalker and it was actually the Return of Luke.
Well, that would have been good, yeah.
Because at least then at least they would have explained how the fuck, what he did with the Force, and to be the first Jedi to return from the Force would have been fucking, because he voluntarily entered the Force then, as it were. So, and these characters would often fade, and the physical form would fade as well. So the fact is that if you'd been like, oh no, he's going to return from the Force, it's going to be like, okay. But then they decided, they're going to bring back Palpatine. Well, wait a minute, whoa, wait a minute. The guy that went bang and blew up in the fucking Death Star, and then the Death Star blew up itself, is back from the dead, but Luke can't return. Kiss my dick.
He's a fucking clone, isn't he? I mean, where did they get the clone? Where did they get the DNA material from? Because there sure as hell weren't any on that Death Star.
They never said he was a clone. That's the thing. They never said he was a clone.
I'm pretty sure he was a clone because there was loads of other failed clones around him.
That was Snoke.
Yeah, they had the Snoke clone there with the throwaway line that he made Snoke, and there you go. That's all the explanation you're going to get about how Snoke came about. Yeah,
and that was it. Then you had the whole thing of I've been all the voices in your head shit. For fuck, it wasn't. So now he's a fucking ventriloquist. I'm picturing Palpatine behind the scenes with his hand up a fucking Snoke puppet, like fucking Frank Oz.
Yeah. For me, Rise of Skywalker is the worst. I mean, I thought after The Last Jedi, I thought, well, things cannot get worse than this, and they proved me wrong in every way.
Can we please talk about the disappearing lightsabers? They can now pass, because they can now pass lightsabers through the Force.
Right. I'm not 100% sure what this scene is you're referring to.
The fact that they can they can literally be in 2 different places and pass a lightsaber to each other across the Force.
I can't remember what that scene was, but that's probably...
You're at the end of the film. So if you remember, in the film, when Kylo Ren is talking to Rey across the Force, because they've got this Force fucking internet connection.
I mean, I remember that in The Last Jedi.
So they have this connection again, but he's able to find her because he reaches out and he grabs her, and he ends up holding a fucking necklace. And he's like, oh, I know where she is. So when it comes down to the final fight, so Rey is trying to fight Palpatine. So she got a lightsaber, and it's like, well, where's the other one? And she puts the other one behind her back, and then Kylo Ren pulls it out because she's passed it across the fucking Force. Even though he's down in the fucking temple somewhere, and she's somewhere else, so they're able to exchange objects across the Force.
Well, this film is doing this sort of bullshit all the way through it. It's like, well, we can't think of a way of being able to progress the plot, so we'll just say the Force now does something we've never seen before, and there we go. All right, that's that.
Well, you know, earlier on when we was saying how it was good that different Jedi's had different powers and stuff. This isn't what we were talking about.
No. This was space magic.
Yeah.
This was Penn and Teller space magic. This was fucking pick a card.
In The Force Awakens, there's a scene where Han Solo says, "That's not how the Force works," and you think, "Fucking hell, I wish the people who made this film had heard that line, because they just did not have
one of the
a
people who
fucking
made this
clue."
fucking wrote that line. Never mind, fucking heard it. And then he goes and makes this shit.
Yeah, I mean, he just has no fucking idea.
It's bad because if you can start passing shit across the Force, then you can move across the Force. So this was if you're going to suggest that this is a fucking thing, that you can disappear shit into the Force and pull it out somewhere else across space and time, then this is the ideal factor for going, well, if Luke disappeared somewhere,
he could then come back again.
Fucking reappear somewhere. But he doesn't. Because he's a Force ghost who says, that's no way to treat a lightsaber. Really? The one who went like this?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the one who just threw his one away. Yeah.
Then you've got fucking Yoda as well. I mean, like, the appearance of Yoda from, I think it was The Last Jedi, and I don't really care. But he appears and he sets fire to the fucking tree.
Yeah. With
a lightning bolt from outer space. And I'm thinking to myself, if you can do that from the fucking dead, then what's the point in the living fighting? They can't kill you, you're already dead. If you throw a few of those about, these people will be okay. But no, he can't interfere with the living. Really? Because you just set fire to the fucking tree.
Yeah, I'll say, that's not interfering, no.
This is a mess.
But I will say with this film, normally with a Star Wars film, and I even done it with The Last Jedi, because I like the music and the way the film ends with like the the names come up really quick and it plays the music. I didn't do that with this one because obviously I'm going to complain about the end of the film where Luke and Leia's Force ghosts watch Rey bury the lightsabers, and then someone asks her name, and she says Rey Skywalker.
I want to get to there. But there's a little bit I want to back this up first before we get to there. And this is the bit whereby Palpatine's plan for Rey is that Rey is a Palpatine. This is important. This is going to play into exactly what you're about to talk about, right? But this is important. So Palpatine's plan is for him to die, to pass his Force ghost into Rey, to take over Rey and to become ever living again. Okay? With me so far?
Yep. Right.
So the way Palpatine wins is to have Rey in anger kill Palpatine. With me so far?
Yeah.
Right. So what happens is that instead of that happening, Rey kills Palpatine. No.
Yeah.
I'm really fucking struggling here to think how the fuck this wasn't already part of his fucking plan.
I mean, I agree with you. It's fucking stupid, but didn't Princess Leia have a bit of a cross space Force moment, thus killing herself to help Rey out in this? Honestly, I've seen it once, so I don't remember too much about it.
She does. She absolutely does. All the Jedi show up in it. All the Jedi, Qui-Gon Jinn, they're all like, I am all the Sith.
Yeah, I am all the Sith and I am all the Jedi.
Yeah, great. Oh, absolutely. But it still doesn't detract from the fact that Palpatine's plan is to get killed by Rey so he can inhabit her body. So then when she does kill him, he doesn't do it. And I'm trying to think to myself, either this has gone terribly, terribly wrong for Palpatine, or he was full of shit to begin with.
Yeah.
Or potentially suicidal. I don't know. All I know is she did exactly what he wanted her to do, and it didn't happen. I've got a feeling he made a mistake somewhere along the line.
Yeah. His calculations didn't quite work out there for that.
The mistake he made was coming back from the dead and appearing in this shitfest.
Oh, I wholeheartedly I can't disagree with that at all. But the fact of the matter is, the entire plot of this film hinges upon the fact that Palpatine needs to live, and he needs to inhabit Rey's body, because that's a bit fucking weird to begin with.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, he needs a Palpatine that he can infect with his soul, or whatever the hell you want to call it, so that he can carry on living in a woman's body. Well, we've seen that happen. And then just she does everything that he wants her to do. How did she win?
Yeah.
Perhaps she wasn't really a Palpatine after all, and that's why she called herself Rey Skywalker. Who knows? I don't think even J.J. Abrams knows. He just wrote shit down, and in fact, I think what he did was, I think he got a load of lolly sticks, wrote some plot points on them, chucked them off a balcony, and said, "Right, I'm going to go down and pick up the nearest 10." And he went downstairs, and the nearest 10 is what gave us this story.
Yeah, it really does have the whole "we are making this up as we go along" feel to it.
Yeah.
The other big sort of part that really winds me the fuck up, the new Star Destroyers, which feature, which have the same destructive capability of a Death Star. Now, if you know the old Star Wars lore, the Death Star was the size it was because it needed to be in order to hold this fucking gun. Yeah, generate the power to fire it. And now every Star Destroyer in the fleet can do that. And
he's also got millions of Star Destroyers and millions and millions and millions of people to man the Star Destroyer.
Yeah. Where the fuck did they come from?
Well, on the front of
got a whole new empire.
On the front of that, this is set 30 years later, right? Now, I'm going to be devil's advocate, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Right, this here is in the camera is a mobile telephone. That's got a 5,000 milliamp hour battery in it that lasts 2 days. 30 years ago, that battery would have been almost the size of this room, so there is that possibility. I've got nothing else. I'm just making shit up now.
Well, that's what they were doing for this film.
But where the fuck? But here's the stupid the part of this. He's got this fleet stored under ice because J.J. Abrams loves shit rising out of shit. That's just how his mind works. Yeah. The second you can see a ship rise out of something, he's there beating himself off.
Yeah.
He's got these things that break through this ice barrier, this whole fleet that's got thousands and thousands of ships. Where the fuck have all these been hiding? And why? Why would you possibly, if you had enough ships that could take over the cosmos, why the fuck would you be like, oh yeah, well, I've decided to wait?
Yeah.
Why?
And then...
What reason? And then they can't leave.
Yeah, this is... This was the one I was about to say.
The one with the navigation beacon on is broke.
Yeah.
I was
going to say you can't leave. Well, I'm thinking go up. That's a bit of a start, you know.
Yeah.
They can't move. They cannot move.
Fucking work.
Yeah. But no, can't move anywhere because the beacon's not saying anymore, and then because it gets worse. At the end of The Last Jedi, they send out this distress beacon or whatever, and they're asking for help, and anybody who is available to come and fight for them, come on over, and nobody replies, and they even mention this again in this film, that they sent out this signal and nobody replied. Don't worry, just send Lando Calrissian out for like a couple of hours and he'll come back with a fleet the size of half the fucking galaxy.
Yeah. It's horseshit. All of it horseshit. The fact is, like, I don't know what I would have done with Palpatine. I wouldn't have brought him back.
No.
Because as far as I was concerned, he was dead. Dead is dead, and he was done. The idea of bringing him back, I can understand bringing him back as a Force ghost. I can
Yeah.
understand him bringing him back as wouldn't it be cool if this character has come back as a Force ghost, as a Sith? Because we've never seen Sith ghosts.
See, now that, Colin, that is what I thought they were going to do. I remember seeing the trailer for the film, and it had like Ian McDermott's voice at the end, and that laugh, and I thought, oh, well, that sounds very much like the Emperor, who is dead. Are they going to have a Force ghost of him? And that is exactly what I thought.
Yeah. And
Do continue. I apologise.
It would have been cool to have him haunt Kylo Ren, because it would even make sense, because you know, of what his family did to him. You know, what the Skywalkers did to fucking Palpatine would have been like, this is the perfect reason to, and it could have been a bit more of like a horror movie then, whereby, you know, the guy's being haunted by Palpatine. As it was just shit.
Yeah.
It was laughably bad in almost every respect.
I would suggest that calling this shit is in fact an insult to fecal matter. To be honest with you, it's not even that good.
Can we acknowledge the fact though that even though it is absolutely dire, that not only did they fuck up how the Death Star works, not only did they fuck up how the Death Star exploded, that they fucked up also the moon that it fucking landed on, and the fact that they managed to survive entry so that the throne room could remain intact. And not only that, but she also walks out through a door, whereby if you were to actually walk out that door, you would have been in fucking deep space and not in another room. So I find it's just...
It's not entirely convincing, is it?
No.
Especially when you remember, as you were saying when we were talking about Return of the Jedi, that throne room was at the top of this huge fucking great spire.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. There's nothing outside other than a big fucking fall.
Yeah.
And then they suddenly just grew a room. I mean, it's shit. And then they find the bloody Sith artifact. And then she had this vision of Sith Rey.
Yeah.
Only lasted for a millisecond, and I'm thinking to myself, well, there was a cool character that you didn't fucking explore.
I'm convinced that was only put in just so that they could have that moment in a trailer.
Yeah.
It was that insignificant. That's all it was done for.
Was it the trailer for this one where she backflips over a TIE fighter?
Yes.
Yeah. That
And she
didn't
cuts
fill
the
me.
wing off.
That didn't fill me full of confidence to start with. I mean, you know what I think of The Last Jedi now. So I was never holding out hope for this one, but I thought, well, I'm going to watch it, and I don't mind admitting it. I watched this through completely illegal means on a dodgy streaming site, because there was no way I was going to fucking pay for it. I mean, I didn't see The Last Jedi for ages after it come out. One of my boys bought it on Blu-ray, and I watched his disc. And I'm glad I didn't spend money on that either. I'm pretty pissed off. I spent money on The Force Awakens having rewatched it.
Yeah. Oh, God.
No, it's just that it's the thing is, when they made this movie, I feel like they had an idea, or J.J. Abrams had an idea of what he wanted to do from The Force Awakens. I feel like because he couldn't make The Last Jedi and Rian Johnson stepped in and buggered it all up, like completely, whatever he put in place was being completely dismissed, just chopped to pieces. Because I can't believe he would have put a character like Snoke in and not had an end goal. Like, I can't believe he would have done that and put the whole thing with the lightsaber in and gone, right then, none of this is going to play out. I can't believe he would have done that. I genuinely think he done The Force Awakens, which, even though it wasn't very good, was going to be his starting block for going, right then, we've kind of gone back to episode 4. So the next one now will unfurl more of this and actually fill in some of these plot beats and add a little bit more to it, so that when we get to episode 9, it'll be like, right, all this can be paid off.
Yeah.
But what actually happened was he done episode 7. Rian Johnson's come in and done his own fucking thing. It was like when somebody does a dance, something, you know, you're gonna do the waltz. So it's like, okay, so you've seen the waltz before. So here you go, they're doing the waltz, and all of a sudden somebody just jumps in the middle, bares their ass, and goes, and that's episode 8.
Yeah.
And then you're trying to fucking put all the pieces back together. Then for episode 9, and it's like none of this shit fits.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. Like, that's what it seems to me happened, because episode 9 is such a massacre of a film. Like, there's no redeeming qualities to it.
No, it's none at all.
I can't think of a single thing that I'm gonna go, oh yeah, that makes sense. Because even the whole bit where fucking Kylo Ren and Rey kiss is like, that just feels bad. That feels wrong.
Yeah.
Like, hold a minute now. Let me do the math on this. According to canon, it was Palpatine that ended up having Shmi Skywalker conceived to give birth to Anakin, who then gave birth to Luke and Leia, who then gave birth to Kylo Ren. So, technically, even though Anakin Skywalker was the daughter of, or son of Shmi Skywalker, technically Palpatine's the father there. And if that's the case, then Rey, being the granddaughter of Palpatine, is also related. So these two kissing, what the fuck is wrong with Star Wars? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, how many fingers and toes are these kids gonna have?
There's a couple of other bits that I'd forgotten about. You reminded me when you reminded us of the backflip over the TIE fighter and cutting off the wing in the process, which is one cringingly awful scene. Rey, throughout this film, this is the worst she has been. She doesn't tell anybody anything that she's going to do, but expects them all to just sort of, you know, step aside and let her do whatever it is.
Oh, she's put on a pedestal by fucking Finn. Finn is just like, oh no, let's follow Rey. By the way, Finn, Rey, I have something to tell you.
Yeah. It's, you know, this great secret that he has to tell her and never does. Then there's
we found this ship in the desert that's still flyable.
Yeah.
It's only been there 30 years.
Yeah, and of course, Chewbacca has been captured, and oh no, Rey has accidentally destroyed the ship that he's on. Oh, except no, she hasn't, because there was 2 ships. Didn't you know? Yeah, 2 ships there, and he was on the other one.
And now she can cast Force Lightning because she's that powerful.
Yeah. And let's not, of course, forget, yes, despite growing up on a planet that was entirely desert, she is an expert sailor and was able to sail out to the wreckage of the Death Star, problems.
She can stop a spaceship. No, don't forget that. She can stop a spaceship from taking off. She can literally stop a spaceship. This is game over territory.
Yeah.
She can literally go and stop the ship from fucking lifting off. It's got billions of pounds of thrust. It's a 100-ton ship that can hover in midair. Do you know how much force that takes? Apparently not as much force as she got.
Yeah, nothing like as much as she has. It's just...
She could stop the Incredible Hulk.
I used to say that this was GCSE level story writing, but really, this is junior school level writing.
This is C spot, run. Look, run spot, run.
Yeah,
This is fucking bad.
that. Yeah, it is that level.
On top of all that, we get a I believe it's this film. We get a cameo from Harrison Ford as well as an imaginary Han Solo.
Oh yes, yeah.
Not even a false ghost.
No, he's dreaming it. He's having a daydream of seeing his father, who he fucking hates, apparently.
Yeah,
And murdered.
Yeah. But this time he does actually convince him, and he throws his crappy lightsaber away and goes after Palpatine with no lightsaber at all.
He only throws his lightsaber away so fucking Rey can magic hand it to him.
Yeah.
Right, so going back to what I was saying about Rey calling herself Rey Skywalker at the end. Mm-hmm. Why would she do that?
I don't know.
No.
I mean, what is there? Is she just adopting that name? Just adopting that name because she wants to? I mean, it's no real.
Calling herself Hitler is not going to do her any favors.
Yeah, but I can understand. No, I can't. I can't understand it. I don't know why she'd do that. I kind of get.
She's gone her entire life just being called Rey, and that was good enough.
Yeah.
Now she's decided. Well, I suppose Skywalker is better than Palpatine in the scheme of the universe, but
yeah, but she's not a Skywalker.
No, she's not a Skywalker.
No, this is a massive argument that I had with a load of fucking millennials online. When I say millennials, I don't know if they're all millennials, but I'm assuming most of them were millennials. Was that I actually did say, look, the Rise of Skywalker actually is not the Rise of Skywalker, but the Rise of Palpatine.
Yeah,
it's actually the Rise. All the Skywalkers are now dead. They've all been wiped out. There's no more Skywalkers. They don't exist. They're all just worm food. Even Kylo Ren, who was the last Skywalker, technically is dead. They're all dead. Leia's dead. Luke is dead. Kylo Ren is dead. Anakin's dead. They're all dead. Everybody is dead. The only person surviving...
Even Peterson?
Even Peterson.
And Jen?
Yeah, they're all dead, Dave. Everybody is dead. Everybody is dead, Dave. All of them. Now, the thing is... the reason why I had this argument was the fact that these people couldn't get it through their fucking thick skulls that the surviving person was a Palpatine. So they're like, oh no, but she's calling herself Skywalker. I don't care if she calls herself Frank Bruno. She's not a fucking black boxer. She can call herself it, but she's not it.
But she isn't. That's it.
I'm not trying to be contentious. I'm dealing with reality here. The actual fucking fact is that if you were to draw blood from her and do a clone, it would not pop out a Skywalker. It's simply, that's just fact. And I swear, these people are going to find it really hard for the rest of their life.
Oh, yeah.
Because facts don't fit their opinions.
No, she can call herself what she likes. I mean, I could change my name from Chris to Bob if I wanted to, but it's not going to make any difference. I'm still going to be the same person.
Look,
I
Bob,
can change...
you can do whatever you like, but it doesn't matter. You're still not Bob. You can be Bob. Anybody can be Bob. But you're not. And that's the problem with her calling herself Skywalker.
Yeah.
I don't care if she's adopted. I don't care. People can... Because that's what people were doing, was saying like, oh yeah, but haven't you heard of adoption? I have. It doesn't make them any more legitimate theirs either.
No.
I get it. I get what you're saying. And my bleeding heart. Bless.
Yeah. You can call yourself what you want, but you are a Palpatine.
Yeah, I was just say, yes, we have heard of adoption. I've also heard of DNA. So, it's...
And the DNA says the Skywalkers are dead, Palpatine wins.
Yeah.
I maybe again this was part of his plan. Maybe that was it. Like,
maybe there was supposed to be episode 10, and it's called The Fall of Skywalker, and Palpatine did inhabit her body, and he's now a young lady.
Oh, don't say that out loud too many times, because you might give them fucking ideas.
Jesus Christ. I mean,
yeah.
The rise of Skywalker is, and it had to be Rey that was going to be Skywalker. I was just like, fuck. Because here's the other thing as well. I think the only reason why they made her Palpatine was everybody went, she must be a Kenobi. That's literally because all the fans were like, she must be a Kenobi. She must be a Kenobi. So everybody was like, but she's not a Skywalker. She can't be a Skywalker because we know who all the Skywalkers are. So she can't be that, but maybe she could be a Kenobi. That would make sense. And everybody's like, yeah, that wouldn't make sense. Yeah, that's a good idea, that. Let's make a Palpatine.
Yeah.
What? Like, and the thing is, again, this falls back on the fact of Star Wars being self-aware within Star Wars. So what if she was a Palpatine? What fucking difference does it make in the grand scheme of things? All the stuff that has already happened has happened 30 years ago.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a blind bit of difference. You can't. The whole point of the whole thing of, it doesn't. You don't get prosecuted for the sins of your fathers type deal. Is that shit doesn't get passed down?
Yeah.
And in this, it's going, no, it does. It does get passed down. We all get passed down. It's all.
Yeah, for all of us. Would you say this is the worst Star Wars film?
It's probably the worst film ever made by Lucasfilm.
The worst film made by the company that made Howard the Duck.
Yep.
Yeah.
I still think The Last Jedi is worse. That's maybe because it annoyed me more than this one did. I went into this one knowing it was probably going to be shit, and I wasn't let down at all in that regard. So
here's the thing. Because I was disappointed with The Force Awakens, I went into The Last Jedi with low expectations. So I was not let down by the Last Jedi. I was let down by the fact that it was just a shit film. But I was expecting it to be a shit film, and therefore, oh hey, okay. But as for The Rise of Skywalker, I mean, we were talking a lot earlier about the problems of production on Superman 4. That's better than this. Acknowledge that.
Oh yeah.
oh yeah,
RoboCop 3 is better than this film. Batman 97, as shit as a film that is, even though it's really, really crap inside of its own universe, it still works. It's still better than this.
Yep.
Because it abides by its own rules. This throws all the fucking rules out the window and then just gives itself a giant wedgie. It's a horrendous piece of crap. An expensive, horrendous piece of crap, but a piece of crap. And it fucks up around with Darth Vader, it fucks around with Palpatine, it fucks around with anything to do with the saga, the legacy, the Skywalkers. It pisses on it from a mighty height. And then it expects people to go, did you have fun with that?
Yeah.
Not really, no. I had fun before I bought the ticket.
Yeah.
And it's sad because you try to think of a movie that's this bad that and I've tried. I feel like the only people that like this movie are people that haven't really grown up with good movies.
Well, they can't have. If they have any sort of appreciation for this thing, then yeah, they can't be familiar with good films.
No,
yeah, I think after the discussion, I think I'll put this on level pegging with the Last Jedi as the 2 worst films ever made.
It's. See, I mean, The Room is technically the worst film ever made. But it doesn't spend as much money on it, so it can't be.
No, and The Room, as shit as it is, it has entertainment value because it's unintentionally hilarious.
Yeah.
I mean, I've watched The Room more times than I care to think, but this, I've seen it once. I will never see it again.
Yeah, I don't have any intention to see it ever. It's so shit. It's not even worth the time it takes to watch the film, just to watch it.
No, it won't be one I'll ever watch again. I
Chris,
doubt
have
I'll
you-
watch any of them. What's that?
Have you got the budget and box office for this?
I'm gonna believe it to be just over $1 billion.
I think it did make money, didn't it?
It did.
Yeah, it wasn't a disaster.
It almost quadrupled its money. It had a budget of $275 million, which is ridiculous when you consider how much Star Wars cost. And its box office take-ins is $1.078 billion.
So it underperformed then.
Compared to the other two, yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable. So that's where we're at with this, is that the downward trend of this film. If you look at the box office, it pretty much made half of the previous film.
Do you think that this film has damaged the Star Wars reputation to such an extent that if they were to make another Star Wars film, there wouldn't be the interest in it?
I think it's damaged it to the point whereby people themselves who know Star Wars fans, will say, I'm not watching this film if Dave Filoni isn't on board. If Kathleen Kennedy's the head of this film, I'm out. Dave Filoni's the head of this film, I'm in. And that's where we're at now. I genuinely do believe that. I think that it literally got to the point whereby Star Wars fans actually look at where they're finding all the good Star Wars, and they're going, who's making this? And then seeing all the bad Star Wars and going, well, who's responsible for this? And I think they know the difference between the two.
Please tell me that Dave Filoni is on board for the Obi-Wan series they're making.
I think so, yeah.
Thank
think
fuck
so.
for that. Because Ewan McGregor's on board for that as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
I haven't tried it, no.
All right, are we going to have another break here? Right, so, well, we've gone through the 9. So we go back to the original question, the title of the video, what the fuck happened to Star Wars? Can you actually pinpoint it to one particular thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Money.
Oh, I was going to say Kathleen Kennedy, but
The second George Lucas was able to make the exact movies that he wanted to make, the way that he wanted to make them, it all started falling apart. Because he was no longer limited to what he had. He didn't have to use his imagination to get creative results. He didn't have to rely on the creative talents of other people. He could dismiss people for not liking his ideas, and he led to the passing of the torch to his chosen successor, which was Kathleen Kennedy, and she started the Force's female campaign, and from there it was just taking both barrels under the chin. The problem with Star Wars is the fact that the people that understand Star Wars, the real people that get it, that understand it, that want to make it, don't have. This is why Dave Filoni didn't want to do Star Wars. This is why he didn't want to do be put in charge of it. He was offered it, I believe. He was offered to be put in charge, but he turned it down. And that's because he didn't want to be the guy making the bad decisions. Because if you imagine that he had to be put into a position whereby the studio is saying, "Hey, we're Disney, we're gonna make Star Wars, and you're gonna do it our way," and he's going, "I don't think so." He's gonna very quickly end up finding himself making films or the studio taking over making films that's going to end up putting this shit in anyway, and he's going to have to take the punch for it because he's been chosen as the guy in charge. So he's now got to sign an NDA agreement, so he can't even tell people that it's not him, and so he's just going to take it on the chin. So, but with Kathleen Kennedy at this moment in time, she is making the decisions, and she is the one that's saying we need to do this, we need to do that, we need to do that, and I don't think. I would have to say I don't think she likes Star Wars.
Oh no, you certainly get the impression she does not have any regard for it at all. She's using it for like her own agenda, whatever that is. Well, I'll say that. I think we all know what it is. But yeah, I think she got on board simply because the audience was already there. The audience was massive. Obviously, the money as well. I mean, that's no one does anything for any other reason these days. It's always about money.
Well, you look at it. She's with Star Wars now, 7, 8, and 9. She's pulled together $5 billion just on those films. I want to say. So $5 billion's a lot of money. If she made 2 on the first one, 2 on the second one, and 1 on this one, it's $5 billion. Then you go Rogue One, which was again a side film, which was okay. That's the best thing about Rogue One was the fact that it was a John Knoll idea that was technically a low budget Star Wars film for them. I think it was like 50 million. I think with an unknown cast that the director was choosing. Which ended up catapulting certain people to fame. I think the biggest name in there must have been Forrest Whitaker. I don't know.
It'd either be Forrest Whitaker or Alan Tudyk, who were the only 2 names of real note in that film, weren't they?
Mads Mikkelsen, maybe. But
Well,
again,
so far,
Forrest
Whitaker is the only name you've mentioned that I recognise. So, yeah.
So, I mean, it's just... all the others were up-and-coming names, and still up-and-coming names.
Yeah, I've just got a Rogue One up here. Apparently, it was at a budget of $220 million, and it pulled in 1.056 billion. So it did all right.
Yeah, it did 5 times. That's okay. But then they made Solo, and shit, and that's all I'm gonna say to that.
Yeah. I mean, when the original director of Solo left, well, I don't know. Did he leave or was he sacked?
Sacked. They were both sacked.
And then it was announced, oh yeah, we got another director coming in. He's going to save this film. And
it really bums me out that Ron Howard was given what he was given, because I genuinely I have never ever watched a Ron Howard film and gone, I don't like that.
Da Vinci Code.
I've always even Da Vinci Code, I've sat through that and gone, okay, that was silly, but I can actually just go, that was silly. Do you know, there was bits of that I still enjoyed. And
Angels and Demons.
It's the same thing, really.
Well, Angels and Demons is the Da Vinci Code with the ridiculousness turned up to 11.
Yeah, so it's you can still have fun with that, but it's still I don't think I've ever sat through a Ron Howard film and gone, this is shit. This is total shit. Whereas
Far and Away. Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise.
Yeah, another one.
That was terrible.
But this was worse, man.
Oh yeah.
Worse.
Yeah. By a distance.
I mean, it felt like, seriously, I don't know how to describe this other than it felt like an episode of Neighbours, just on a big budget. It was fucking bad. There was nothing good about it.
Yeah.
It felt
I
like a
think,
soap opera.
yeah, it really does have like a soap opera feel to it. I mean, I only saw it relatively recently because I thought, well, if I'm going to do this video, I'll give it a once over, and it is fucking atrocious. I mean, it's not. Oh,
It
God.
didn't do very well.
No.
On
You
a
got the
bud-
figures.
Yep, on a budget of 275 to 300 million, it brought back in 393.2 million.
Yeah.
Well, that it actually works out that it made a net loss because I forget. I think it was Mark Kermode, one of the programs he was doing, and he was saying in order for a film to break even, it has to make back twice the budget. So that film has effectively made a net loss.
It's got to make twice because the theaters automatically get 50%. So whatever.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if you make a film for 100 million, you release it to the cinema, it has to make 200 million.
Yeah.
Just
for you
for
to get the
break
100
even,
million back. Yeah.
For you to get the 100 million back. So because the theaters get the other 100 million. So if you make a 200 million film, you need to make 400 million for the same reason. So it's this is why making a stupid amount of money, spending a stupid amount of money to make a film is a bad idea.
Yeah. And I've always hated it when Titanic was the film that started it off, where it was advertised as the most expensive film ever made. Now, to me, all that says is this film has to do fucking well, or we're fucked.
Yeah. But again, the production values of Titanic were all on the screen, so you know there is that. Whereas with Solo, fuck, it was bad.
Yeah, I mean, it does. I think you're spot on when you say it feels like a soap opera.
Yeah.
And everyone involved, everyone who appears on screen, really does look like they're just ringing it in. They do not want to be there.
I'm not making this up. I genuinely do believe the holiday special is better than Solo, and is better than the Rise of Skywalker.
Oh yeah.
In terms of the even though the holiday special is ridiculed, it's still better than the shit that they spent hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars on.
Yeah. Yeah, I would sooner watch the holiday special, genuinely, sooner watch the holiday special than either The Rise of Skywalker or The Last Jedi. And yeah, I'll throw Solo in there as well.
Yeah. It's just the fact that it doesn't break canon. It doesn't try to dick around with the. It does have Carrie Fisher singing the song.
Yeah, it has a lot of things wrong with it, but it's not The Rise of Skywalker,
it's better than this.
Yeah, exactly. It could be far worse. Have you seen it, Chris?
Yeah, I've seen all the special. It's a curiosity. I can see what they was trying to do, cash in on Star Wars, and it is what it is. It's a silly Christmas program.
Yeah,
they've ruined Star Wars. They've ruined Star Trek. At least we've still got Doctor Who. No bollocks.
Have you seen? Just to tell you into Star Wars, have you seen what they call in the new era of Doctor Who? The one that's come in. I mean, they've already given it a name.
What, the Flux?
No. After Flux.
Oh.
When Russell T Davis takes back over.
No.
So they are actually calling it the RTD2 era. It's already happened.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so the next era of Doctor Who is going to be called the RTD2.
That doesn't bode well.
No, it doesn't fill me with confidence. Well, I think after, we've been going now for 6 hours, 46 minutes. After the editing, it's going to be a 6.5 hour video. Is there anything else that we want to add regarding the whole Star Wars saga and how it started off so good and ended up in this absolute debacle.
There is something that we need to talk about, and there is something that we need to add to this actually, and
Right?
that is the effort that was put in originally and made for the people of Shepperton Studios, Pinewood Studios, Elstree, the whole production that this was all centered around. Leaveside Studios, all these people that worked really, really fucking hard to make these films happen, for it to then end up where it's at now, where people just disregard the effort that was put into the first three films, Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, and all the flaws that there are in those films. The reason why it works is because there was a lot of creative people working for one goal, and that one goal was to make the best possible film that they were trying to make, not to make the director's vision, not to fulfill the fucking this false messiah, or to satisfy a studio. None of these things made anything or had anything to do with making those movies. They weren't trying to satisfy a studio when they made Return of the Jedi. They were trying to make the best film they could make. Following that, it all came down to satisfying George Lucas for episodes 1, 2, and 3, because he was bankrolling it, so he had the final say on absolutely everything.
Everything.
And then when he sold it to Disney, they inherited the same attitude that it was Disney and it was Disney's way or no way. And now they're in a situation whereby they're going to have to work really fucking hard to make a Star Wars movie people want to see. Because if you remember the plan, they were going to put out a Star Wars movie every year.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Every year, and then it was going to be every 2 years, and now it's going to be every 3 years, and now they haven't announced when the next Star Wars film is going to be.
Yeah.
And that's largely due to the performance of Solo, I believe.
I would have said Solo and Rise.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Rise did all right financially.
But not expectedly, because it was only like 1 billion, and the other previous films had done 2, so it did literally underperform by half. Like, even though it's a shit ton of money to us,
Yeah.
to the studio that's making this film, it might sound like it fucking hell, I made a lot of money, but to them, it underperformed. So it's like, how much did it underperform? Well, how much did Force Awakens make? 2 billion. How much did Last Jedi make? Well, about 2 billion. How much did Rise make? 1. Well, you've just fucked him up there, because if you do the math on this, it should have made more, because it's the final installment.
Yeah.
It's the big finale, and the big finale, and nobody give a shit about it. So, what does that tell you about the way that this was made?
Yeah.
Not much really can add to that, is there?
No, really, no. It went into the toilet, and anyone who's going to take over Star Wars, anyone, wherever it is, whether it's in 10 years' time, if it's in 20 years' time, it doesn't matter who it is. What they can't do is try to fix this shit. What they need to do is just ignore it and fucking move on.
Actually, it's interesting you say that. Chris, this is something you've mentioned to me a couple of times, that they may actually be thinking of doing that, ignoring these 7, 8 and 9 films, and almost like remaking or starting a different sequel trilogy.
Well, there was talk of that, but that depends what happens with it. I mean, there was rumours of George Lucas coming back and taking back over. Not necessarily directing, but I mean, we can clearly write a better story. There's been loads of rumours circulating about it, and one of them was that they were going to basically retcon this lot and start from scratch, because Disney spent a lot of money on Star Wars and they're not happy with the way it's gone.
Well, here's the other thing. They're also not going to be happy with the franchising part of it, because the movies lead to the toy sales. The toy sales lead to big money, like massive money, and it's not moving.
No,
The
can't, they
merchandise is
can't.
still staying there on the shelf.
That's it. They can't give it away.
Nobody wants a Ray. Nobody, even
No.
Daisy Ridley don't want one.
No, but you put up a figure of Darth Vader, and like you were saying earlier, they'll buy the 4-inch version, the 6, the 8, the 12. You know, the outfit, the TIE fighter,
Absolutely.
and the kitchen sink.
You know, it's sellable merchandise because they made these things that people like, and they haven't grasped the idea that if you make something that people like, they're gonna want more. They've come up with this whole thing of we have to tell the story narrative because it's never been done before. Do you know why it's never been done before? Because it's shit.
Yeah, exactly.
It is a pile of shit.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, that's what I got left on the table.
Anything else to add there, Chris?
Pretty much as far as I'm concerned, there's 3 Star Wars films and Rogue One.
Yeah, I would pretty much go along with that. I mean, okay, I'm not a fan of Return of the Jedi, but fuck me, compared to the 6 that came after it, yeah. I do wonder if there will actually ever be another Star Wars film. With how badly the last 3 have been received, and let's face it, the people they really needed to win over were the actual like Star Wars fans. And although I've done a few videos saying just how bad Star Wars fans can get, they need them on their side. And
well, that's it. I mean, your original Star Wars
fan base, they're not gonna come back. If you piss off your fan base, they're just gonna be like you've got your core group, the people that you were relying on. These people are your core. They're the ones that you are relying on to spend the money. No, they don't give a shit.
Yeah. Well, now it's reached that stage. I don't know how or even if they can rescue it.
But you got to remember, original Star Wars fans is our age group. You know, I was 5 when Star Wars first come out, and although I didn't see it at the cinema, I had a Star Wars lunchbox, a Star Wars flask, Star Wars stock, Star Wars pants, T-shirts, notepads, pencils, figures, vehicles. You know, there was a lot of stuff. So really, I can understand why they'd want to make films for a new demographic, but when it's an old franchise like this, you need to get us on board. Because what was the first thing I did once my 2 kids were old enough to understand Star Wars is we watched Star Wars. I got to relive the "No, I am your father" moment with my 2 boys who hadn't seen it, didn't go on the internet, didn't have spoilers, so I got that moment again from them going, you know, at the screen, and that was the first thing I did. So if they'd have made 3 really good films to draw us all back in again, and then we'd be showing it to our kids, and my kids are now both in their 20s, and if they ever have kids, they'd be doing the same thing if these films had hit the mark. And they really fucking haven't. They're so far off the mark. It's like it's in a completely different universe far, far away.
Yeah. And the thing is as well, right, to give you some idea of how far off beat these people are. So it's been 21 years since episode 1, right? Since that one. So we've had 6 films since episode 1. You know, in that time we've had the side ones as well, right? So out of all those characters, you know, that have come in those 6 films, and 7, 8, and 9 as well, the most recent, the most popular selling Star Wars toy today is Grogu from Mandalorian. The little baby Yoda.
Yeah.
It's the most popular selling Star Wars.
That speaks volumes, doesn't it? It's because, even though I haven't watched all of The Mandalorian, what I have seen of it, they got it right.
They made something that the fans like.
Yeah.
And
I can't help thinking that the future of Star Wars is on television, not on the big screen.
it lends itself more to an episodic story, to a more serialized platform for storytelling. But on the big screen, it really does come down to who's got the best idea. And I don't think they care about who's got the best idea. I think they care more about what can we do with this franchise that's going to generate us a quick buck.
Yeah.
And I don't care.
No.
That's where I'm at with it.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you got three big science fiction fans sitting here and none of us care, and that's when you know you got problems.
Yeah, they can do what the fuck they like with it. It's going to make absolutely no difference to my life. I might point and laugh occasionally, but I don't care.
Yeah.
What it'll take to get me back to the cinema to watch a Star Wars film is because of, again, I've already explained how I was with Episode 7. For me to do that again, you're going to have to put out a film that is absolutely incredible, that's got rave reviews that people have already seen, and then they've gone, and then you're going to have to get the next one out that's already got the same, because that's the only way it's going to happen. Because I'm at a stage of, I've gone through Transformers syndrome, which I don't know if you're aware of what Transformers syndrome is. But basically, Michael Bay put out a load of films called Transformers that all the trailers and everything looked shit hot for, and they just kept getting progressively crapper.
Yeah.
And even so, every single fucking trailer looked bastard awesome. And then when you sat and watched the film, you were like, the fuck is this?
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, there's only one Transformers film.
Yes,
same here.
you got it. Turn.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Bumblebee's awesome. Have you seen Bumblebee?
I've not seen it, but I have heard it's a massive improvement over the
really
other
good.
Transformers
But
films.
I don't think it's a masterpiece. But if you haven't watched Bumblebee, you've got to watch it. It's really good. It's genuinely it's very good. It's nice, and they've got all the OG Transformers in it. The proper,
The proper ones.
all of
Okay.
them. Yeah. It's really good. So it really ended on a happy note, I think.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, certainly a happier note than, at any point talking about the sequel trilogy.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. What the fuck happened to Star Wars? I'm sure at some point during those past 7 hours we did cover what happened to it. So, yes, there we go. Anyone who made this through in one sitting, seek help. Right, that is it from us three then. So in the meantime, go away.